Chapter 1120. Jiangnan Water Village. Right, since you helped me this time, what do you want in return? Old man Dong Fu helplessly shook his head and asked with a smile. A favor? Lin Ling also smiled. With his current cultivation he didn't lack treasures, so he might as well leave a favor. Good. Old man Dong Fu nodded readily. After leaving the mansion, Lin Ling secretly sighed. The mysterious Qian Temple and Kuan Temple were stronger than he had imagined. He had refused to join them before because he didn't want to work with his enemies and also because he didn't want to be caught up in the vortex of competition between these two great forces, because he currently didn't have the strength to face them. Returning to Dinghai Heavenly Palace, Lin Ling began to cultivate. He currently had a large number of treasures that could replenish his vitality. He could use them to awaken his inner world, and at the same time, he could use the pinnacle life water to strengthen his spiritual yuan. Time quietly passed, and in his room, Lin Ling gently exhaled, his qi shooting out like an arrow, piercing through the hard black cauldron wood walls. One had to know that black cauldron wood was used to forge high-grade spirit artifacts, but even it couldn't withstand Lin Ling's qi. This meant that Lin Ling's spiritual yuan was growing stronger and stronger, and with two spiritual yuan sources, Lin Ling could easily defeat ordinary second-layer transcendent realm cultivators. This world was sometimes very fair. There were gains and losses. Lin Ling had used treasures to strengthen his spiritual yuan, losing the opportunity to enter the second layer of the transcendent realm, but gaining a more stable foundation. The word martial could be traced back to the most ancient times. In ancient times, when one practiced martial arts, they trained their muscles, bones, and skin externally while training their qi internally. It seemed simple, but in fact, many people couldn't see through it. The current martial Dao pursued internal qi, which was the huge amount of world energy in one's dantian, but gave up on training their muscles, bones, and skin. Because internal qi was more effective, the effects of training their muscles, bones, and skin were too slow and the power was too weak. However, Lin Ling didn't give up on training his muscles, bones, and skin. With a large number of treasures, his inner world had awakened to 500,000, more than half of the previous 300,000. His physical strength had reached a terrifying limit, 500 million. The strength of 500 million, what kind of concept was that? It could be said that just by relying on his physical body, Lin Ling didn't need to fear a first-stage transcendent realm cultivator. If he added overwhelming righteousness, his defense would be even more terrifying. As my foundation becomes more solid, the righteous energy in the tyrant's song sword is gradually being stimulated. Only my killing intent hasn't improved. Lin Ling stood and said. Supposedly, according to what he knew, old man Dong Fu had used multiple saintly bones to forge the tyrannical song sword. This had caused the vast righteousness to reach an unprecedented height. Pushing open the door, Lin Ling was greeted by the charming sunshine outside, causing him to smile slightly. Such peaceful days were extremely rare. Then he went to look for Yuman Yun. As for Yuman Yun, she had learned martial arts from Madame Yuqin and her strength had greatly increased. She had successfully entered the transcendental realm. Of course, in terms of combat strength, she was no match for Lin Ling. She could only rely on the great illusion White Dragon King. Lin Ling, Venerable Si Calming, and the rest have left again. It seems like they are still discussing about the star-plucking purple mansion. Yuman Yun walked out of the small house in a purple dress. Coupled with the sunlight, her beauty caused Lin Ling to be slightly stunned. Then, he took a step forward and held Yuman Yun's small hand, saying, "During this period of time, the news about the star-plucking purple mansion has been spreading like wildfire. Yeah, it's said that once the location is confirmed, a large number of experts from the Qian Hall and Kuan Hall will head there." Yuman Yun followed Madame Yuqin, so she was more familiar with Xianping province than Lin Ling. This has nothing to do with us. Now, we can go look for Grandpa and the rest. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head, causing Yuman Yun to nod happily. Previously, when they left the rainforest's sacred land, everyone had agreed that once their strength increased, they would go look for the Fire Ancient clan. Now that their strength had increased, they could go back first. Then let's go today. Yuman Yun waved her small fist and said. She seemed to be looking forward to it more than Lin Ling. Okay. Lin Ling held Yuman Yun's hand and walked towards the gate of the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Wherever they passed, the generals would still make way for them. No one dared to say anything in front of Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was still wearing a black robe. He was an anomaly in the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Amazing. He clearly has red armor, but he doesn't wear it. He's wearing an ordinary robe, but even the 7-colored armored generals are in awe of him. This is the existence that we should be chasing. Many people's fighting spirit rose in their hearts. Lin Ling was a newcomer, but he rose up in an instant and surpassed a large number of generals. This made them unwilling to be outdone. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. After leaving the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, he immediately took out 2 jade pendants and let Yuman Yun and him wear one each. After spiritual qi poured into them, their appearances and clothes changed. It was a fantasy-colored jade pendant, a semi-sacred artifact. Its only function was to change one's appearance. The reason why they changed their appearances was to prevent the Northern Dark Heretic territory. After the death of the Northern Dark Heretic territory, there would definitely be people from the Northern Dark Heretic territory keeping an eye on Sky Tomb City. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Ling asked Old Man Dong Fu for these 2 treasures. Moreover, if they were secretly followed by people from the Northern Dark Heretic territory when they returned and found the Fire Ancient Clan's residence, it would be even more disadvantageous for the Fire Ancient Clan. Unless the Northern Dark Heretic god is here, ordinary martial artists won't be able to recognize our appearances. Lin Ling said with a smile. He accompanied Yuman Yun out of the city. At this moment, the 2 of them had changed their appearances. Lin Ling reverted to his blue robe, but his appearance was ordinary. Yuman Yun wore a white robe. Although she didn't have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, she had the youthful aura of a young lady. At this moment, below Sky Tomb City, the flames had disappeared, but the chains were still there. A large number of martial artists entered the ancient city one after another. Along the way, they talked about the Sea Heart Flame. Lin Ling and Yuman Yun were also among them. They smiled as they walked forward like ordinary people. As expected, they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Lin Ling also noticed that no one was following them. Obviously, no one recognized them. Mingyun, where is the boundary dividing insect leading us? After leaving the city, Lin Ling asked. The boundary dividing insect was the same as the mother-child insect. However, it was divided into male and female insects. Right now, the female insect was being led by the Fire Ancient Clan. With the telepathy of the male and female insect, the male insect could sense the direction of the female insect even if it was at the end of the world. With this insect, Lin Ling could find the Fire Ancient Clan and the others. South, Yuman Yun said with a smile. Then, the 2 of them and the monkey headed south. Along the way, they crossed a large sacred domain. However, the 2 of them were wearing ordinary clothes, so they didn't attract much attention. 3 days later, a large and rich land of rivers appeared. This place was hazy with misty rain, but it was a place full of outstanding people. It belonged to the 7-star sacred domain's Jiangnan 8 Tones region, and this sacred domain was adjacent to the 6 sacred domains. It's so beautiful. Yuman Yun looked at the picturesque landscape and suddenly smiled. Once upon a time, she had a dream to be able to walk through the mountains and rivers of the world with her beloved. Today, this dream was half realized. It's very beautiful. Lin Ling also said softly. Outside the 6 sacred domains, the world was huge, and there were countless beautiful scenery and fairyland. Let's go. Chapter 1121. Clam alligator. In this world, there were many bodies of water. The hazy drizzle from the sky constantly sprinkled down, causing many puddles to appear on the ground. Some of the puddles were connected, forming vast lakes and rivers, and a large number of islands were situated within them. The grass was verdant, and everywhere was green. If one wanted to move forward, one could either fly or walk. Powerful warriors could use the distance between the islands to pass through, while weak warriors could only rely on boats. Moreover, they had to rely on small boats. Because the waterways were complicated, large boats couldn't travel through them. It was the first time that Lin Ling and Meng Yun had come here. Moreover, they were looking for the Fire Ancient clan. To avoid missing anything, they had to travel by boat. It looks pretty from afar. However, there are a lot of swamps up close. On an ancient wooden boat, Lin Ling was wearing a blue robe and a black cloak. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the endless mountains and rivers ahead. Apart from Lin Ling and Meng Yun, there were 3 other people on the boat. They were 2 men and a young lady. The young lady would chat with Yumun Yun from time to time, while the 2 men seemed somewhat arrogant. They wore luxurious embroidered clothes and held jade fans in their hands. They looked like well-educated scholars from Jiangnan. Every saint realm wore different clothes, but they spoke the same language. He seems to be very weak, but he looks like he's passing judgment on everything. Seems like he's the young master of some small family. He's wearing ordinary clothes without any jade ornaments. It seems like his family isn't rich. The woman beside him is not bad. She looks ordinary on the surface, but after talking to her carefully, one can find that she speaks elegantly like a lady from a respectable family. The 2 men whispered. They thought that Lin Ling couldn't hear them, but Lin Ling heard everything. Of course, these 2 people were at the early stage of the Saint Realm. Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. Big sister Meng Yun, is he your husband? On the boat, the young lady was still chatting with Yumun Yun. She felt that Yumun Yun spoke elegantly, while the young man beside Yumun Yun was somewhat ordinary. The 2 were extremely incompatible. Yumun Yun looked at Lin Ling's back view and nodded with infatuation. Every woman liked to look at their man's back view. It felt as if they owned that man. There's something I don't know whether I should say or not. The girl hesitated for a moment before answering. Speak, green sleeve. Yumun Yun shook her head indifferently. In the land of water, men are respected by their strength. Unless they have the ability to rule a country, men are like trash. I see that your husband is very ordinary. His appearance is ordinary, and his strength is mediocre. Why would big sis Meng Yun marry him? The girl called Greensleeve was puzzled. My family once wanted me to marry a man. Although that man was very strong and had a very high status, I didn't like him at all. It was only because my family forced me to marry him that I had no choice. Yumun Yun looked at Lin Ling and smiled sweetly, but my husband saved me in front of everybody's eyes and took me out of the 9 serenities of hell. From that moment on, I decided that I would marry no one else but him. Her words had a smear of happiness. It was because of the forced marriage in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. At that time, Lin Ling killed his way into the imperial city and saved her. Can he? The girl called Greensleeve obviously didn't believe it, which made Yumun Yun giggle. She didn't explain anything because only she knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Right at this moment, the boat suddenly shook, and there were plenty of bubbles on the surface of the water, which made everyone's expression change. Not good, we encountered a water demon. The boatman paused for a moment and immediately panicked. They had been sailing for many years and naturally knew that this water region looked beautiful, but there were plenty of hidden dangers. Don't worry. With me, Jiang Yuxuan, around, there is nothing to fear. The 2 youths who were conversing stood up and spoke proudly. Surname Jiang? Are you from the Jiang clan? The boatman was instantly delighted. In this region, the Jiang clan was well known. It was rumored that the people there were like immortals and could fly in the sky. They were the most formidable existence below the Dragon Beach 9 castles. That's right. The 2 youths nodded indifferently and looked at Lin Ling as though they wanted to see Lin Ling's terrified expression. Lin Ling had been looking at the water region indifferently and had been ignoring them, which made them extremely unhappy. However, they were going to be disappointed. Lin Ling didn't do anything and just looked into the water. Instead, the boatman had a terrified expression and shouted with reverence, Jiang clan's immortal. To people like them who didn't have any martial strength, the Jiang clan's people were indeed like immortals. That reverence made the 2 youths secretly satisfied, but Lin Ling didn't show any reverence, which made them a little dissatisfied. Gurgle. At the same time, there were more bubbles on the surface of the water. There was even a massive shadow that appeared at the bottom of the water, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Bang! In the next moment, the water surface burst open, and that massive shadow shot out from the bottom of the water. It was a water demon that looked like a crocodile and was about 5 to 6 meters in size. Most importantly, it actually had a giant shell on its back like a clam's shell. Clam crocodile. Among the two youths, Jiang Yushuan's eyes narrowed. If it was an ordinary water demon, they wouldn't be afraid at all. However, the clam crocodile was different. It was said that it was a combination of a clam and a crocodile. The scary thing wasn't the crocodile, but the clam. Swoosh, swoosh. The clam crocodile let out an unpleasant sound, and its demonic green eyes stared at the ancient boat. It moved its four limbs and swam in the air, as though the sky was the bottom of the water. Could swim. Immortal young master, save us. The boatmen were getting more and more panicked. If the clam crocodile got close, they would all die. Jiang Yushuan's expression changed drastically. It was said that the clam crocodile usually hid at the bottom of the water. It would hide for 100 years at a time, but every time it appeared, it would swallow a large number of creatures. It would be the same this time. They couldn't escape this disaster. Jiang Yuchen fight. With a roar, Jiang Yushuan exploded with all his strength. At the same time, he said to Lin Ling and the others, "This is no ordinary water demon. If we don't fight, we will all die." As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other person rushed over. Perhaps he thought that other than him, there was no one else here who could stop the water demon. As for Lu Xiu, at this moment, her delicate body was trembling. She seemed to know the legend of the ferocious water demon. Only Yumun was calm. Although the water demon was very strong, she knew that she could deal with it alone, so there was nothing to worry about. Crackle. Powerful martial arts were released. Jiang Yushuan and the other person fought the clam crocodile head-on, causing the water to explode continuously. The water soared into the sky, and the water blocked everyone's sight. The world is big and there are all kinds of strange things. The crocodile seems powerful, but in fact, the clam is its master. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped on the ancient boat and shot forward. Previously, he was curious about what a water demon was, but now he knew a little about it, so he attacked. Endless water vapor exploded in front of him like a heavy downpour. When the rain fell, Lin Ling's body shot forward like an arrow. He punched out. It seemed ordinary, but it suppressed a terrifying power. Chapter 11:22. Someone from the house of Yiboom. As the three of them attacked, the clam crocodile swayed violently in midair. Especially in the clam crocodile, one of its eyes looked at Lin Ling with panic. Obviously, it knew that the most terrifying of the three was the ordinary youth. Unfortunately, it knew too late. Lin Ling's fist energy immediately shattered the clam shell into pieces. Two pearls shot out, and Lin Ling grabbed one of them and looked at it curiously. After the clam died, the crocodile seemed to have lost some of its vitality. It suddenly fell down, and with a loud bang, water splashed everywhere. Then, it lay on the water surface, motionless. "Brother, your Jianghu guiding fan is getting stronger and stronger. Even the clam crocodile was killed by you. Your strength has also improved. Not bad, us brothers have killed the legendary clam crocodile." Even Jiang Yushuan himself was surprised when he saw the clam crocodile on the surface of the water. Then, the two brothers stepped on the water and proudly walked back to the ancient ship. On the ancient ship, other than Yumun Yun, everyone looked at them in awe. Clam crocodile, the legendary water demon, was actually killed by the two sons of Immortals. So powerful. Soon after, everyone praised him endlessly, causing Jiang Yushuan to nod indifferently, appearing even more elegant. Meanwhile, his gaze would occasionally look towards Lu Xiu and Yumun Yun, and he discovered that Lu Xiu was also extremely worshipping him, which immediately made him feel even more proud. Yumun Yun didn't pay any attention to the two of them. Instead, she watched as Lin Ling walked over from afar. She knew that the water demon was killed by Lin Ling. The two of them were too weak. Instead, they thought that they were the ones who killed the water demon and were feeling proud and complacent. "You took credit for our efforts. Hand over the bead." After Lin Ling returned to the ancient ship, Jiang Yushuan looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He knew that the water demon had 2 priceless pearls, but one of them was already taken by Lin Ling. This brat really knew how to take advantage of others. He didn't even need to put in much effort to kill the water demon, but he could snatch the treasures very quickly. I seem to have contributed before too. Lin Ling was astonished as soon as he landed on the ancient ship. What could you possibly have done? When the aquatic beasts appeared, us 2 brothers were like dragons amongst men. We joined forces to kill the beasts while we were trying to save you. Don't you feel ashamed to say that you helped us? The other young man, Jianghu, said disdainfully. Young master, you'd better hand over the treasure. What you're doing is truly unsightly. A few boatmen also grumbled about Lin Ling, believing that Lin Ling was too greedy. Lin Ling was stunned once again. Although this pearl was precious, it couldn't compare to the treasures he had. Most importantly, not only did he kill the water demon, the 2 brothers not only tried to steal the credit, they even tried to slander him. I don't care if I take the pearl or not. But are you sure you killed the aquatic demon yourself? Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. Jianghu and Jianghu laughed disdainfully. If it wasn't us, could it be a weakling like you? On the path of martial arts, besides strength, courage are also indispensable. When the aquatic demon appeared, you were already scared out of your wits. If it weren't for us leading the charge, you wouldn't have dared to fight. As soon as these words were spoken, the others nodded in agreement. Lin Ling was indeed a coward. TSK, impressive. Even the legendary clam crocodile was killed by you too. It is said that the clam crocodile's pearl is extremely precious. Did you two get it too? At this moment, a large number of reeds in front of them were cut down. On the waterway, a gigantic steel ship was treading on the waves. The ship was huge and there were steel blades all around it. They were incomparably sharp. Wherever it passed, all the water grass and even the rocks were cut in half. On the steel ship, a young man in black robes appeared. He was somewhat handsome, but his face was too pale, which gave him a feminine beauty. Moreover, the light in his eyes was too scattered. It was obvious that he had been drinking too much. His black robes were a little different. There were many stars embroidered on the surface. Behind him, there were a few men with cold smiles on their faces. Who are you? It's your turn to speak when the Jiang family is doing things. Jianghu and Jianghu immediately looked over. The other party was arrogant. He wanted to snatch their pearl as soon as he arrived. Jiang family? No wonder you are so confident. But you better hand over the clam crocodile's treasure. Otherwise, your Jiang family will be wiped out. The black-robed young man's voice was soft, but it was filled with a strong sense of dominance. Moreover, his eyes kept looking at Lu Xiao and Yuman Yun. Jianghu and Jianghu eyes narrowed. Normally, when they reported their family, ordinary people would give them face. However, this time, not only was the other party not afraid, he even threatened to wipe them out. Brother, starlight robes. At this moment, Jianghu seemed to have thought of something and could not help but remind him. Jianghu reacted. Are you from the Dragon Beach 9 forts? In this vast land of water, there was an ancient force that surpassed their family. This was the Dragon Beach 9 forts. There were even rumors that these people from the 9 forts were not local martial artists. Instead, they came from the distant stars. They claimed to have the celestial bloodline and were the descendants of God. You're not stupid. The black-robed young man smiled. Currently, the Dragon Beach 9 forts have united with the local families to fight against the outsiders. Your Jiang family is also part of this. This means that you are also under the Yi family's jurisdiction. Jianghu and Jianghu panicked and handed over the clam pearls in their hands. The woman behind you wants it too. However, the black-robed young man did not give up. He pointed calmly in front of him. This made Lu Xiao's pretty face turn pale. The people from the Yi clan were the most overbearing. She actually met them today. No problem. However, to Lu Xiao's surprise, Jianghu and Jianghu immediately agreed as if she was a commodity. Previously, Jianghu had said that he was extraordinarily courageous, but now, it was all a joke. His submissive manner was disgusting. Young Master Yi, This kid also got a clam pearl. Jianghu Xian said as if he was taking credit. He then looked at Lin Ling, hand over the clam pearl. Don't make the Yi clan unhappy. Also, hand over your wife. I'm thinking of your life. Fine. At this moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him at all. He was thinking about the black-robed young man's words. Currently, the Dragon Beach 9 forts had united with the local families to fight against the outsiders. Who was this outsider? Could it be them? This was very likely because the people from the rainforest Holy Land were not weak. After coming here, they would definitely make the local martial artists unhappy, so they gathered people from other forces to fight against them. Did I make you hesitate? If you don't hand it over in 3 breaths, you'll die. Fine. The black-robed young man was still standing at the front of the boat. Obviously, he would give some face to the Jiang family. He could not be bothered to talk to anyone else. Still not handing it over? Do you want to die? Jianghu Xian and Jianghu Xian saw Lin Ling's hesitation and could not help but sneer. This was a matter of life and death, and this kid was still hesitating? What? The black-robed young man began to count. Lin Ling looked at the black-robed young man calmly. He wanted to know the whereabouts of the Fire Ancient Clan and the others. Wait, I can give you my clam pearl, but I want to ask, who are these outsiders? Are you negotiating with the Yi clan? Chapter 11:23. Selfishness. I'm not talking about conditions, but an equivalent exchange. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixed on the black-clothed youth. An equivalent exchange. Does that include your wife? The black-clothed youth found it very funny. This person wanted to negotiate terms with him? He waved his hand. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Kill him. The people behind him sneered and slowly walked to the bow of the ship. You'd better think it through. Otherwise, not only will you not get the treasure, you'll also lose your life. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Although the clam pearl was precious, he didn't value it very much. Therefore, it was fair to use the clam pearl to exchange for information. However, who would have known that the other party had a powerful background? Not only did he not want to exchange information, he even wanted to kill him. Have you thought it through? The black-clothed youth laughed sinisterly. You're not even worthy of my consideration. Die! Several figures leaped up from the ship and struck out with their fists and palms, causing the air to explode. Their momentum was extremely powerful. That's amazing. As expected of someone from the House of Yi, Jiang Yuxuan and Jiang Yuxuan were secretly shocked. Even an ordinary protector was so powerful. It was no wonder that the Yi clan could summon so many heroes. Sister Meng Yun, your husband. Lu Xiu tugged at Yumun Yun anxiously. She also knew about this matter. Previously, Jiang Yuxuan's brother said that he was very powerful, but in fact, he was as timid as a mouse. On the contrary, Yumun Yun's husband was not afraid of a strong enemy. Yumun Yun smiled and didn't say anything. In her eyes, the 4 figures had already appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the strong wind. Their fists and palms were locked onto Lin Ling, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. However, what surprised everyone the most was that Lin Ling didn't move at all. He didn't even show any signs of defense. A piece of trash that can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Yuxuan and his brother laughed even harder, thinking that Lin Ling was too weak and couldn't react in time. Boom! Several powerful attacks landed on Lin Ling's body, and the ancient ship started to sway. The smiles on the Jiang brothers' faces quickly stiffened. In their eyes, Lin Ling was still as immovable as a mountain. It was as if his feet were connected to the ancient ship. Most importantly, Lin Ling didn't even blink. He was still as calm as ever. He was completely unharmed. Everyone couldn't believe their own eyes. One must know that with so many people attacking together, even a first-stage transcendent wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yet Lin Ling was fine? How is this possible? The 4 men's faces changed dramatically. They were young Master Ye's bodyguards, so their strength was naturally not weak. Therefore, they could not believe what was happening in front of them. 2 of them suddenly clenched their teeth and released even more powerful martial arts. Their fists carried a vigorous aura as they once again blasted out. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling was still as motionless as a mountain. On the contrary, the fists of the two men were in severe pain, as if they had struck a giant steel mountain. Can't you just talk nicely? Do you have to fight? Lin Ling said softly. His eyes were still calm, but the four men's eyes narrowed. At this moment, they were a little flustered. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "We were reckless just now. Please forgive us. Give the clam pearl to young master and we'll mind our own business." The four of them were thinking of retreating. Mind our own business? Lin Ling took a step forward. The 400,000 mini-worlds in his body erupted as he punched out. Bang bang bang. Four beautiful flowers of blood exploded in midair. It was a shocking sight, and the people on the ancient ship were left with their mouths agape. He had defeated 4 of the Yi clan's powerhouses in one move. This young man is even more powerful. He might have killed the clam crocodile just now. The few boatmen were shocked because the facts before their eyes were enough to prove everything. He's dead. On the giant steel ship, the young man in black's eyes were wide open. It seemed that he was still in a daze. After all, Lin Ling's aura seemed ordinary, but his strength was beyond his imagination. I gave you the clam pearl, but you didn't want it. You just had to die. At the same time, Lin Ling shot forward like an arrow, causing the young man in black to retreat. He shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to kill you." A cold and emotionless voice drifted into the young man's ears. His face turned pale in an instant. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to run. Unfortunately, could he escape? Lin Ling threw out a punch. He did not need to learn any powerful martial arts. His strength alone was enough to destroy everything. Boom! The young man in black was reduced to dust. Even the giant steel ship was destroyed by Lin Ling's punch. After that, Lin Ling calmly floated back. That's amazing! Everyone on the ancient ship looked at Lin Ling in awe, especially the boatmen. Their reverence was mixed with fear. They had just said that Lin Ling was greedy and as timid as a mouse. Now, it seemed that this young man was the hidden expert. "Big Sister Ming, he's your husband." Lu Xiu covered her mouth with her small hand. It was as if she had just met Lin Ling for the first time. She was so shocked that she did not know what to say. It's over, it's over. The Yi clan's people died here. Jianghu and his brother were also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. However, they did not know how strong Lin Ling was because Lin Ling had used his physical strength and not spiritual energy. Therefore, they could not understand. The 9 castles of the Dragon Beach are the kings of these waters. If their people die here, our Jiang family will also be implicated. Jianghu immediately looked at Lin Ling and complained, "Why did you kill him? You could have just punished him a little. Why did you have to kill him?" "Yeah, if you kill him, we'll be implicated." Jiang Yuchen also complained. "These people are so selfish." The eyes of the boatman, Lu Xiu, and the others flickered. Previously, when those people wanted to kill Lin Ling naturally retaliated. However, after killing them, Jiang Yuxuan and his brother were worried that they would be implicated, so they blamed Lin Ling. The two of them had been thinking about their own situation. "He killed me. Can't I kill him?" Lin Ling looked at the Jiang Yuxuan brothers calmly, feeling a little amused. "I don't care. You're the one who caused this trouble. You have to solve it yourself. If the Yi clan comes looking for you, you must say that it has nothing to do with the Jiang clan." "That's right. It's best if you go to the Yi clan and say it yourself, and immediately." Jiang Yuxuan and his brothers said one after another. They were extremely nervous. It was obvious that the Dragon Beach 9 fort's reputation made them extremely afraid. "What if I don't go?" Lin Ling said calmly. Jiang Yuxuan and his brother were still anxious. When they heard that, they were instantly enraged. Both of them glared at Lin Ling. However, in the next moment, the anger on their faces froze. They just remembered Lin Ling's strength. "You better go and explain. Don't implicate us." Jiang Yuxuan did not dare to be too overbearing. His tone carried a hint of negotiation. "Originally, it was your business. However, in order to claim credit, you revealed the clam pearl in my possession. You've won the favor of that young Master Yi, but I was pushed into the limelight by you. Now that young Master Yi is dead, you want me to apologize and at the same time prove that you're innocent? Lin Ling asked indifferently. His words left the Jianghu brothers speechless. Only now did they realize that although they were afraid of the Dragon Beach 9 forts, they should be more afraid of this young man. It seems that you've seen the situation clearly. Unfortunately, it's too late. Chapter 11:24. The Man Who Found the Rainforest, Little Brother. Jiang Yushuan's eyes were wide open. His younger brother had died in front of him just like that. However, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent to the extreme. Human nature is selfish. I knew this a long time ago. But I didn't expect you to be even more selfish than the average person. Boom. He struck out with his palm again, slamming Jiang Yushuan into the water. Jiang Yushuan's internal organs were crushed by the force, and he died as well. Everyone on the ancient boat sighed in their hearts, but they did not sympathize with them. Jiang Yushuan and his brother were shameless. It was obvious that Lin Ling was the one who killed the aquatic demon, but they wanted to take credit for it. When the people from the House of Yi arrived, they even used Lin Ling to claim credit. They were even more afraid of being implicated by Lin Ling after the incident, so they wanted Lin Ling to apologize himself. People like these were useless even if they survived. Elder, may I ask if there are any outsiders in this water region? Lin Ling turned around and looked at the boatman, revealing a smile. It was completely different from his previous cold demeanor. Perhaps this smile affected the boatman, causing them to relax. Although this young man's strength was terrifying, at least he was not arrogant and was easy to talk to. That's right. A few months ago, a large group of outsiders came and built a mountain fortress on Dragon Feather Island. The boatman had been sailing all year round, so he naturally knew about it. Yuman Yun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly asked for directions. Go straight southeast from here. After you reach Elephant Trunk Mountain, go straight south and you'll see it. That mountain fortress is very big. There's a flag there that seems to read Rainforest. The boatman recalled, which made Lin Ling feel joy in his heart. This boatman should be someone from the Rainforest Holy Land. He asked, what is the Dragon Beach 9 castles? That's the local tyrant we're talking about. It's said that he's the descendant of the star-plucking god, and has been here for over 1,000 years. A few months ago, a group of ghastly people came and gathered the people of the 9 castles for a meeting. After that, the 9 castles of Dragon Beach began to target those outsiders. Ghastly? Lin Ling frowned. His first thought was that it was the Thousand-Era Ghost sect. But this was not impossible. The Ghost King was adept at tracking. He must have found the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. That was why he sent the people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles. Thank you. Here are some spirit crystals. You should leave immediately. If anyone asks, just say that they were killed by outsiders. Lin Ling gave some spirit crystals and then left with Yuman Yun. The boatman on the ancient ship kowtowed. As for Lu Xiu, she looked at Yuman Yun with excitement. This time, she knew that Lin Ling was worthy of Yuman Yun. Moreover, he was absolutely worthy. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying across the sky with Yuman Yun. Along the way, Yuman Yun thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Lin Ling, do you think the descendant of the star-plucking god is related to the star-plucking god? Star-plucking Violet Mansion. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He also felt that there was a secret between them. The star-plucking Purple Mansion was said to be the kingdom of the star-plucking god. However, everyone left after that place was destroyed. The people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles arrived 1,000 years ago and claimed to be the descendant of the star-plucking god. This meant that the people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles might be related to the star-plucking Purple Mansion. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling did not think too much about it. Mengyun, you said that I'm your husband? Holding Yuman Yun's hand, Lin Ling suddenly asked with a smile. Yuman Yun's charming face instantly turned red. Previously, she said that Lin Ling was her husband in front of Lu Xiu. However, in reality, she and Lin Ling were only lovers. Moreover, she said it very softly. Who knew that Lin Ling had heard it? Don't worry. When everyone settles down, I promise you that I will openly marry you. Lin Ling took a step forward and held Yuman Yun's slim waist. Yuman Yun's charming face turned red as she leaned her head on Lin Ling's shoulder. The two of them were like a celestial couple as they followed the direction pointed by the boatman. After a long time, a huge mountain fortress began to appear in front of them. In that picturesque mist, the mountain fortress was located on a huge island. It was surrounded by scattered small islands. Sailboats were like leaves as they weaved through the islands. From time to time, there would be powerful cultivators flying in the sky. The most dazzling thing was a flag that was erected in the middle of the island. There were two large words embroidered on the flag, Rainforest. "We're here." Lin Ling and Yuman Yun were excited. Had they finally found it? Then, the two of them realized that this place was very big. The islands were connected and there were houses. The largest island was like a city. A large number of people were busy, and the stronger people were responsible for patrolling and guarding. Everything was in order. Lin Ling secretly nodded. It was indeed very good that they could develop like this in such a short period of time. At this moment, 1,000 miles in front of the island, there were several large ships docked there. Two groups of people were facing each other. People from the Lu family army, don't go too far. Right now, our people from the rainforest are talking to your boss, but you brought people into our territory. What is the meaning of this? On one of the ships, several young men looked coldly in front of them. There were 5 ships there. The ships were made of pitch-black rocks and looked majestic. On the ship was a middle-aged man. He was wearing white armor and sitting on a master's chair, drinking wine and looking at everyone. People from the rainforest are talking to our Lu family army, but there is no result yet. That is why we have to do what we always do, the middle-aged man in white armor blandly said. According to the rules, this place belonged to the rainforest. They couldn't get close to it. However, this place used to be a wasteland. There were a lot of aquatic monsters here. People from the rainforest sacrificed their lives for this peaceful place. After the aquatic monsters died, there were a lot of treasures under the water and on the islands. That was why people from the Lu family army often came here to take advantage of them. What do you want then? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go too far. On the ship, a young man blandly shouted. He was carrying a sword on his back and his face was extremely cold. Little bastard. You have a father, but don't you have a mother to teach you? Kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I will kill you right here. I think if you die, you people from the rainforest won't dare to offend the Lu family army for revenge. The middle-aged man coldly shouted. Many people on the young man's side gritted their teeth. Yi Shao let him in. At this moment, a lot of people were flying over from afar. The young man on the ship nodded reluctantly. He was from the fire army. It was Long Shaochen and the others. At this moment, Long Shaochen and the others were walking over from afar. Their faces looked awful. However, the 4 clan chiefs and the Holy King had told them that the rainforest people were negotiating a peace treaty with the Lu family army, so they had to bear with it for now. Outsiders, you're as timid as mice. Little ones, go in. On the big black ship, the middle-aged man stood up and waved his hand. They were here for the golden reeds, which were rare treasures. They used to be guarded by the 6 giant flood dragons. However, the 6 giant flood dragons were killed by the rainforest people. That was why they dared to share the loot. Of course, they were so bold because they had something to rely on. The rainforest people had offended the 9 forts of the Dragon Beach. They didn't want to make too many enemies, so they had to bear with the Lu family army. Chapter 1125. The men of the Lu army, let's bear with it for now. After the Holy King and the others have finished their discussion, these ugly people shouldn't come to us anymore. Long Shaochen, Ouyang Fiang, and the others all tried to persuade him. For the sake of the big picture, they had to endure. Behind them were many members of the Flame Legion. Their eyes were hazy. In the past, they had followed Lin Ling to conquer the world. If God stood in their way, they would kill gods. The Buddha stood in their way, they would destroy Buddha. But today, they had to endure such humiliation. Sir, I wonder when he will return. Someone said softly. They were all looking forward to the return of the flag. That's right. If Master comes back, they definitely won't dare to be arrogant. Yi Shao was looking forward to it too. If his master was there, the people of the sacred land of the rainforest wouldn't be bullied. Don't dare to be arrogant? Is your master that great? At the moment, the black ship stopped. The middle-aged man seemed to have heard what Yi Shao said, so he frowned and looked at Yi Shao. I forgot to tell you. I didn't see you kneel down. Don't go too far. Long Xiaochen and the others all shouted angrily. They asked Yi Shao to collect the treasures, yet Yi Shao actually asked him to kneel down. You have no right to bargain. The middle-aged man wasn't afraid in the slightest as he smiled indifferently. I want to see how amazing his master is, so unless he kneels down, the Lu family army won't let you off. Kneel down and see what your master has to say. On the other black ships, the people of the Lu family army also shouted coldly. On Long Xiaochen's side, everyone clenched their fists. They were on the verge of attacking, but they were still a little wary of Lu Jiejun's black dragon ship. The black dragon ship was extremely powerful. Other than the Holy King and the human matrix fire demon, even the 4 clan leaders would find it difficult to resist. If you don't kneel within 3 breaths, then everyone will have to kneel. Seeing that everyone was angry but didn't dare to speak, the people from the Lu family army sneered. Right now, the lords were discussing the peace treaty, and if the discussion was successful, they wouldn't be able to get close to this place. So if they didn't humiliate the other party now, when would they? I will kneel. Yi Shao gritted his teeth. He couldn't let the people in the rainforest get hurt because of his anger. Yi Shao. Everybody looked at Yi Shao with anger in their hearts. Kneel. While the Lu family army's people became even more complacent and laughed loudly. Asking my disciple to kneel? You've got guts. However, at that moment, a smiling voice drifted over from the distance. Although that voice was calm, it was extremely cold. This voice is so familiar. Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. They suddenly turned their heads and saw that in the distant sky, a young man in a blue and white robe was slowly walking over with a woman. Moreover, in midair, the aura became illusory and turned into a figure that everyone was incomparably familiar with. Linling. Long Xiaochen and the others widened their eyes as an indescribable excitement welled up within them. Linling. Everyone in the rainforest's holy land trembled violently, and the sound spread further and further. Many people on the nearby islands, even the largest island, heard it. They all looked at the sky in the distance. The figure that was like a shooting star was still as arrogant as ever. He had led them to fight against a powerful enemy in the past. It was him. He had returned. Master. Yi Shao couldn't help shouting excitedly. Just like the others, they didn't know Linling was back so soon. He's back? On the largest island, the people of the Fire Ancient clan rushed out and stood on the edge of the island, looking into the distance. Among them, Ancestor Tai Yan's eyes were hazy with tears. As for Mo Nianchen and the other desolate race people, their eyes were wet with excitement. Who is this person? The Lu family army's people were extremely surprised. They noticed that after the appearance of the 2 people, the entire rainforest people's emotions had changed. At the beginning, they had kept a low profile and were instead in high spirits. Could that young man be the true master of the rainforest? Lord, look at that woman. She's so beautiful. Beside the middle-aged man, one of them smiled. He didn't care who the other party was. After all, the rainforest people didn't dare to provoke the Lu family army. A dazzling sword light came from the horizon, leaving a sword mark on the neck of the person who spoke. After that, he pointed to the sky and fell into the water without saying a word. Didn't dare to provoke the Lu family army? What a joke! You dare to be so arrogant in my hometown? You must be tired of living. In the sky, Lin Ling and Yumun Yun finally walked over. Their black robes and indifferent faces made the middle-aged man's pupils constrict. He never expected that they would dare to kill the Lu family army's people. This would cause the 2 factions to fight. This must be your first time here. You don't know who we are? The middle-aged man took a deep breath and quickly became confident. The other party did not know anything, so it was no wonder they were so fearless. Another sword beam slashed over and another person beside him died. For you. Lin Ling waved his tyrannical song and tilted his head as he asked indifferently. We are from the Lu family army. The middle-aged man roared angrily. This time, he wanted the other party to be afraid. Another sword strike and another person died. Afraid? He was overthinking things. I don't know you. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. It made the people from the rainforest's sacred land seethe with fighting spirit. They did not dare to make a move because they were afraid of affecting the overall situation. However, Lin Ling dared to make a move. He was still as arrogant as ever. Crazy! The middle-aged man trembled as he watched his people die. He pointed at the other people from the rainforest's sacred land and said, Tell him who we are and what the consequences of killing the Lu family army's people are. However, everyone sneered and did not say anything. It was as if they were no longer afraid of the Lu family army. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. Who was that handsome young man? Why didn't the others blame him for killing the Lu family army's people? Instead, they supported him. Was this really the hidden king of the rainforest? But he was too young. You want my disciple to kneel? Lin Ling slowly took a step forward and slashed out with the sword in his hand. With a boom, the black ship beside the middle-aged man turned into dust and everyone died. Such powerful strength. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. The black iron ship's defense was strong and could withstand the attack of a Saint Spirit Realm demonic beast. However, the other party easily destroyed the ship. Which army are you from? I am not interested, but I know that you are bullying my people. Whoever bullies my people in front of me, no matter who you are, you must die. Boom! Lin Ling slashed out again and several black iron ships exploded. In a few breaths' time, only the middle-aged man was left. At this moment, he was finally afraid. The other party seemed to be fearless and did not fear the Lu family army at all. He was not even afraid of causing a disaster. It would be strange if he was not afraid of such a ruthless person. Bang! Lin Ling landed on the middle-aged man's ship and slowly walked forward. He stopped in front of the middle-aged man and looked at him indifferently. How terrifying! The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he met Lin Ling's eyes. From the eyes of the handsome young man in front of him, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This young man was younger than him, but his experience and knowledge far surpassed him. The middle-aged man wanted to take a step back, but he did not dare to. Chapter 11:26. Negotiation, are you threatening me? Lin Ling chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. I wouldn't dare. I'm only stating the situation. I wouldn't dare threaten you. Ha! Seeing the middle-aged man's disgraced appearance, Long Shaochen and the others all laughed, feeling extremely refreshed in their hearts. After coming to these waters, they had been patiently enduring. Only at this moment could they hold their heads high. And the reason for this was that their king had returned. Kneel down and kowtow to everyone, and kowtow one by one. If you miss even one, your life will remain here. Lin Ling chuckled. His words caused the middle-aged man's complexion to change. There were over 1 million people in the rainforest, and he wanted to kowtow one by one? If you don't kowtow, then you will die. Lin Ling turned and left. At the same time, he pointed a finger. A massive amount of spiritual energy shot towards the black ship, causing it to instantly explode. The middle-aged man fell into the water, but his face was filled with fear. If he didn't kowtow, then he would die, and this was not a joke. Master, I will supervise him. However, what made the middle-aged man even angrier was that the youth from before had personally come to supervise him. Then, he looked up at the handsome youth that was walking away step by step. He discovered that the entire rainforest was filled with cheers. This caused him to be even more shocked. Sure enough, the true leader of these outsiders had returned. At this moment, Lin Ling was leading Yumun Yun towards the largest island. After landing, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were already running over, all of them excited. Grandfather, mother, grandfather. Lin Ling was also excited. He had finally found this place. Lin Ling has returned. We won't be bullied anymore. As for the surrounding small islands, They were densely packed with people, all of them excited. Besides the people of the Fire Ancient clan, there were also people from the Seven Profound Martial House and the former main city. As for the people of the other Holy Lands, they weren't here. This was because they had also found a paradise in other places, waiting for their respective Holy Lands' guardian gods to return. What is the situation here? After chatting for a while, Lin Ling asked. The Extreme Flame Ancestor and the others slowly explained. Indeed, they were outsiders, which was why they were a thorn in their side. Moreover, cultivation resources were everything in this world, and the water domain had vast resources. After they cleared this place and killed the water demons, others naturally set their sights on this place. As time went by, battles broke out, and in a few months, more than 100,000 people had died. The 9 castles of Dragon Beach were the worst of them all. No matter who they sent for a discussion, they were all killed. Even if they gave them treasures, it was useless. The other party snatched the treasures and even killed people. It was obvious that they were against the people of the rainforest. Moreover, they were killing them slowly, nibbling away at them step by step. It was as if they wanted the people of the rainforest to live in hell. When the other smaller forces saw the situation, they naturally took advantage of the situation. For example, the Lu family army from before was one of them. They knew that the people of Rainforest had to deal with the Dragon Beach 9 castles, so they became unscrupulous. Too much. Lin Ling's face turned cold. This world was so heartless. If you were weak, others would bully you. Even if the people of Rainforest did not provoke others, others would provoke them. Dragon Beach 9 castles, they are so unreasonable. I'm afraid there is someone behind them supporting them. Lin Ling thought of the boatman's words, so he guessed that the people behind the Dragon Beach 9 castles were from the 1000 Generations Ghost sect. The 3rd generation Ghost King did not want to let them go. Lin Ling, what do you plan to do? Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a legend in their hearts. He had created countless miracles. He was their king. In this chaotic world, if you want to protect yourself, sometimes forbearance is useless. You can only use violence to curb violence, and kill to stop killing. Lin Ling looked at the crowd, his voice decisive. Everyone was excited and nodded heavily. They did not dare to resist before because they lacked a banner and a backbone. But now that Lin Ling had returned, Lin Ling would definitely protect them. Where is the Lu family army? Let's deal with them first. Lin Ling looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame and said. He then learned that the Holy King and the 4 family leaders were discussing a peace treaty with the Lu family army. Peace treaty? The Lu family army only dares to be so arrogant because they have the Dragon Beach 9 castles. But since they dare to loot a burning house, then we will destroy them. Peace, who wants peace with them? Let's go. Lin Ling waved his hand, and everyone in the Flame Corps strode out. Long Shaochen and the others hurriedly sailed the ship. Lin Ling boarded the ship and swam towards the Lu family army. Yuman Yun stayed behind to accompany Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. She knew that Lin Ling would be able to deal with everything. Rumble. There were a total of 5 ships, and everyone on the ships felt proud and elated. Lin Ling took out a large number of treasures to increase the strength of the Flame Corps. At this moment, the Bay of Reeds was also filled with ships and islands. This was where the Lu family army was located. On the largest island, the 4 family leaders and the Holy King were sitting quietly. They were sitting on a cliff, and as far as the eye could see, the beautiful scenery of the water could be seen. However, they were not in the mood to enjoy the view. Instead, they were looking at the front where several figures were sitting indifferently. In front of them was a table made of crocodile bones. From time to time, someone would bring wine and food to the table. Hee hee, you are guests from afar, so how about we discuss matters after we eat? An old man with a purple beard said indifferently. He was burly and sat there like a small mountain. He was the master of the Lu family army, Lu Feihu. This person was powerful, having reached the 2nd layer of the transcendent realm, comparable to the Holy King of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Next to him sat a middle-aged man who looked like a strategist. This man was called Lu Xuantian. He had a pointy mouth and an ape-like chin. Although he looked thin and weak, he was not weak. He was at the first layer of the transcendent realm, comparable to Old Mother Lu and the others. He was slightly stronger than the 4 family leaders. After all, the 4 family leaders were only at the pseudo-mortal realm. Hee hee, you are outsiders and have different tastes, so you probably don't like our food, right? Then we won't force you. All right. Before the 4 family leaders could speak, Lu Xuantian spoke first. Then, Lu Feihu laughed heartily. Then let's talk after we finish eating. All right. Bastard. All right. The 4 clan leaders all silently cursed. The other party was too rude. They came here to discuss matters, yet the other party didn't even invite them to a meal or a drink. Instead, they were left hanging, making them wait bitterly. Was this the attitude of a discussion? They were at a disadvantage from the very beginning. A show of strength. They were obviously trying to show their strength to the people of the rainforest. They wanted to suppress the momentum of the discussion so that they could extort more things. You outsiders are not weak, but you still can't compare to our Lu family army. Lu Xuantian drank his wine and said indifferently. Chapter 1127. Black Dragon Ship. All right, let's not talk about the strength of the 2 sides. Since you guys have come with sincerity, I, the Lu family army, will give you face. Lu Xuantian said again, his attitude even more arrogant. Our great master means that we, the Lu family army, will not participate in your business. Yes. With that, he waved his right hand and a piece of paper floated over and landed in the hands of the Holy King of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. After he read it carefully, his face instantly became angry. 100,000 years old pearls, 99,999,000 high-grade spirit crystals, 10 black dragon ships, and so on. These terms are too unfair. Yes. The 4 clan leaders also looked at the paper and their faces were filled with anger. 100,000 years old pearls, and those pearls were at the bottom of the water. This meant that the people of the rainforest had to go underwater every day to find the pearls, and the bottom of the water was the most dangerous place. Who knew how many people would die there? No wonder the Lu family army was willing to compromise. It turned out that they wanted hard labor. As for the spirit crystals, it was an astronomical number. Was this a negotiation? This was simply treating the people of the rainforest as slaves. I forgot to mention one thing. That is, you can't have too many people break through to the Holy Spirit realm. After all, we are peaceful and friendly. If your people continue to increase their strength, it will affect the friendship between our 2 factions and also threaten us. Therefore, you can only have 3 people break through to the Holy Spirit realm every month. The others can't cultivate. Yes. Lu Feihu, who had been eating and drinking, also spoke, but his conditions were even more harsh. Obviously, he didn't want the people of the rainforest to become strong, but he wanted to enslave them forever. This is too much. Yes. The Holy King finally couldn't help but say, don't have the heart to harm others, but don't let your guard down. I am thinking for the sake of peace. Don't misunderstand me. Lu Feihu said indifferently. Despicable, extremely despicable. Not only did they want to enslave the people of the rainforest, they even said that they had the heart to harm others. As long as you agree, from today onwards, I won't let you go to your territory. Lu Xuantian also spoke. The faces of the Holy King and the 4 clan leaders turned unsightly. They were hesitating. If they agreed, their lives would be difficult, and they would be enslaved forever. But if they didn't agree, the Lu family army wouldn't give them time, and would continue to attack them. The situation was clearly unfavorable. The 5 of them continued to discuss. Finally, the Holy King raised his head. He had already agreed in his heart. After all, they needed time to grow. So if they provoked the Lu family army, the other party wouldn't give them any time at all. Are you dogs? So many conditions. Right at this moment, a thunderous voice resounded from the distance. Several large ships arrived in a grand and imposing manner. They were like numerous water dragons, and the flags on the ships were extremely dazzling. They were the members of the Flame Corps. Are they your people? How rude. Since when was it their turn to speak? Kill them all. Lu Xuantian coldly shouted. At the same time, A large number of boats swam out from the reeds like sharks. Keep in mind that in the water world, boats were also a part of the battle force unless one's strength reached the heavens. Where did this dog come from? However, on the several large ships, a young man coldly shouted and slashed out with the giant sword in his hand. Rumble! The waves exploded. The sword seemed to divide life and death, and all the boats were split in half. There were countless casualties. How dare you! At this moment, Lu Feihu also stopped eating and his eyes turned cold. Didn't you want to discuss? I'm here to discuss on behalf of the rainforest. Those who stop me will be killed. The cold voice floated from the distance and caused the water to ripple. The Holy King and the 4 clan leaders' eyes narrowed. At this moment, they finally saw the person clearly. It was Lin Ling. Rainmaster, your grandson is finally back. Feng Bo couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Rainmaster Mo Ping was also extremely excited. In the past, he was a person of virtue and prestige in the rainforest Holy Land. However, after coming to this foreign land, he found that there were even more experts here. He was just an ordinary warrior, but his grandson surpassed him. He was like the strongest pillar that supported all of them. At this moment, he had no choice but to admit that he was old. Lu Feihu, that young man is the king of our rainforest Holy Land. He will discuss with you. The Holy King also smiled and gave up his authority. Lu Feihu and Feng Bo frowned. They were very familiar with the people of the rainforest, but they had never seen that young man before. What surprised them the most was that the Holy King and the other experts gave up their authority to that young man. He's so young, is he qualified? Lu Feihu coldly said. However, as soon as his words fell, a sword slashed down from the distance. With a loud boom, several islands were split in half. Qualified? Cold. At the same time, a cold voice floated out, causing Lu Feihu and the others to narrow their eyes. Just from that slash, they knew that the handsome young man's strength was definitely at the first realm of the transcendent realm. Shio. At the same time, the large ship in front of them stopped and a figure shot out like a meteor. He slowly walked in the air. His speed wasn't fast, but he was steady and powerful. Every step he took caused ripples in the air. His jet black hair danced in the wind, making him look like a king who had returned. That kind of expression shocked the world. The Holy King and the 4 patriarchs laughed. That little guy had grown up. He was the real pillar of the rainforest Holy Land. On the other hand, the people of the Lu family army had ugly expressions on their faces. They noticed that the young man didn't quickly walk in front of Lu Feihu. Instead, he walked forward slowly, intimidating everyone. But, under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally landed on the island. He slowly walked towards Lu Feihu and calmly sat down. He picked up the wine cup on the table and drank from it. I'm here. What do you want to discuss? A calm voice floated out, but it carried an irresistible majesty. At this moment, Lu Feihu and Feng Bo didn't dare to look at Lin Ling directly. Speak, we rainforest people are the easiest to talk to. Why are you so nervous? On the contrary, Lin Ling acted like he was talking to a friend. He drank and laughed. Lu Feihu took a deep breath and looked at Lu Xuantian. Lu Xuantian was indeed a strategist. He quickly regained his composure. He smiled faintly and said, Young hero, you're indeed a young hero. However, it's even better that you represent the rainforest people. The treaty that we discussed before is here. He took out the paper from before and waved his hand at the same time. Woo-woo. At this moment, in the distant waters, a strange sound rang out. The water rippled and dozens of giant black ships swam out from the reeds. These ships were as big as mountains and the head of a black dragon was carved on the bow. They were covered in black armor and looked extremely majestic. Boom. Chapter 1128. Submission, Spiritual Weapon? Lin Ling was still drinking, but he was certain that those ships were high-grade spiritual weapons with terrifying power. A single ship could withstand the attack of a first-realm transcendent expert. Of course, the more powerful the ship was, the more energy it consumed. In addition, it needed many people to control it and it couldn't leave the water. That was why it was called a high-grade spiritual weapon. Otherwise, it would be a half-step saint weapon. Young hero, what do you think? Lu Xuantian also picked up his wine cup and asked meaningfully. Obviously, he wanted to show off the Lu family army's strength to make Lin Ling wary. Only then would Lin Ling make the best choice. Black Dragon Ship. The four patriarchs narrowed their eyes. They were wary of the Lu family army mainly because of the Black Dragon Ship. What is that? It's so noisy. Little Flame, go and quiet them down. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. He waved his hand and a flame shot out, turning into a giant red ape in the air. This ape was obviously bigger than the one in the sea-calming heavenly palace. Its red hair reached the ground, just like the Yuxia king. The crimson ape smashed into the water from midair. Its violent and furious aura was revealed. It seemed huge, but its speed was as fast as lightning. Like a giant, it appeared in front of the Black Dragon ship. Its huge fist smashed down, and with a bang, the Black Dragon ship disintegrated into pieces. Boom boom boom. Then, the red ape let out a terrifying roar. Flames surged and the huge Black Dragon ship exploded. A large number of people died and the water was dyed red with blood. How terrifying! On the islands, the Lu family army's people were trembling. One must know that the Black Dragon ship could even kill a first-realm transcendent expert, but it couldn't stop the giant ape? That's Little Flame. The four patriarchs knew that Lin Ling had Little Flame, but they didn't know that Little Flame had grown so powerful. Of course, they didn't know that Lin Ling had used 100,000 military points to exchange for a large number of treasures. Little Flame had evolved once again, becoming even stronger. Its strength was almost on par with Lin Ling's. Rumble. As the deafening sound fell into the ears of Lu Feihu and Lu Feihu, it was like a knife was cutting into their hearts. Before, they had wanted to use the Black Dragon ship to suppress Lin Ling's momentum, but who would have thought that they wouldn't be able to suppress him at all? Instead, they allowed Lin Ling to easily suppress their momentum. The Black Dragon ship that they had painstakingly built was now completely destroyed. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the Black Dragon boats on the surface of the water were all smashed into pieces. Corpses floated in the water, causing the entire bay of reeds to become silent. It's finally quieted down. What were you guys talking about before? Lin Ling said indifferently as if he didn't know what had happened. Lu Feihu and Lu Xian swallowed their saliva subconsciously. For a moment, they didn't dare to speak. In the end, Lu Xuantian said with a pale face, "Our Lu family army will never invade the rainforest." They were scared. Because even the Black Dragon ship could not stop the giant ape, then what else could they rely on? We've compromised. The four patriarchs and the Holy King were overjoyed. Lin Ling was indeed worthy of his name. He was able to turn the tide every time and turn the impossible into a possibility. With this, the people of the rainforest would no longer have to fear the Lu family army. Unfortunately, was it enough to not invade the rainforest? Lin Ling had never intended to do so. Even if they didn't invade the rainforest now, who could guarantee that the Lu family army wouldn't launch a sneak attack when the people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles attacked? Human nature was the most complicated. It wasn't uncommon to go back on one's words. "I'm sorry, but are you guys negotiating?" Lin Ling took a sip of wine and said. Lu Feihu and Lu Xian narrowed their eyes. What was the meaning of this? There's no such thing as a truce in a negotiation. There's only one side that's at a disadvantage and one side that's at an advantage. Therefore, you guys are the ones at a disadvantage. Lin Ling said again. Lu Feihu and Lu Xian frowned and said at the same time, "Then what do you want?" "If I'm in a good mood, then you'll submit to me." Lin Ling stopped drinking and looked at Lu Feihu coldly. "In your dreams?" Lu Feihu shouted coldly. What a joke, they had already compromised. The rainforest people should be happy instead of demanding the Lu family army to submit? This was a joke. Bang. Lu Xuantian slammed the table and stood up angrily. "What if you're in a bad mood? What do you want?" "I'll kill you." A cold voice sounded and a dazzling flame appeared in Lu Xuantian's eyes. Lin Ling held the sea heart flame in his hand and lightly slapped it out. "Everyone's cultivation is the same. Do you think you can do it?" Lu Xuantian sneered and released his profound sense martial skill. It was actually a myriad of colors. Countless green plants rose from the ground and turned his surroundings into a primeval forest. Lin Ling, be careful. Yes. The four patriarchs shouted worriedly. Lu Xuantian was stronger than them because they were in the pseudo-mortal realm while Lu Xuantian was in the first realm of Transcendent Realm. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the first realm of Transcendent Realm. He wasn't even afraid of the second realm of Transcendent Realm. A strange thing happened. The blue flame seemed calm, but when it came into contact with the endless plant world, it burned everything in an instant. The most terrifying thing was the instant, not the slow burning. Lu Xuantian was also wrapped in the flame. He kept screaming in pain, but his voice could not be transmitted out at all. Then he turned into ashes. He was a strategist who calculated everything in the world, but he didn't calculate his own life. One move, instant kill. Bang! Lu Feihu's eyes widened. What kind of flame was that? My mood is getting worse. I'm going to start killing. Bang! Lin Ling was still drinking his wine and said indifferently. He said before that if he was in a good mood, the other party would submit. If he was in a bad mood, then submitting would be useless. He would kill them all. I'm willing to submit. Bang! Lu Feihu immediately knelt down. Although he was in the second realm of Transcendent Realm, he had a feeling that he wasn't a match for this young man. Although it was unbelievable, he didn't dare to take the risk. I'm still in a bad mood. Is this all your wine? Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lu Feihu's expression changed drastically. Now that he had submitted, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His mood was getting worse and worse. If this continued, then he would die. Everyone in the Lu family army would die. Everyone, submit immediately. Lu Feihu anxiously shouted. In the distant islands and reeds, everyone knelt down. Their leader had spoken like this, so what else could they say? Moreover, they had seen it with their own eyes. That handsome young man was very powerful and had the strength to dominate everything. Wait, I'll go get some good wine. Lu Feihu quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, there was a bottle of good wine that he had kept for many years in his hand. The four clan leaders looked at the scene in shock. Strength was indeed the foundation of dominating everything. When they came, the Lu family army didn't treat them well. They didn't even have tea and wine. Now, not only did they have tea and wine, they were afraid that the tea and wine would be bad. This would make Lin Ling's mood bad. Chapter 1129. Return from Lai Qing. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lu Feihu immediately relaxed. It was as if he was begging Lin Ling to be his master. Now that Lin Ling's soul power was greatly enhanced, it was extremely easy for him to devour Lu Feihu's soul. Soon, Lu Feihu felt that Lin Ling could kill him with just a thought. I'm a very easy person to talk to. So this peace treaty is not bad. Everyone can coexist peacefully. Let's go back. Lin Ling stood up and said with a smile. Then he took a big step forward and left with the four patriarchs. Peace treaty? Lu Feihu smiled bitterly. If he didn't submit, he would kill him. Was this a peace treaty? And he was a very nice person? It was a tyrannical decision. Tell your men to keep an eye on the Dragon Beach 9 castles, especially the warriors who cultivate in the Ghost Dao. Pay attention to them. A cold voice came from afar and landed in Lu Feihu's ears. He could only nod helplessly. But his heart was filled with doubts. Who was this young man? Why was he more powerful than the Holy King of the Rainforest? Lin Ling, you're amazing. Back on the ship, everyone headed towards the Rainforest Island. The Holy King looked at Lin Ling in shock. The first time he saw Lin Ling was at the Bodhi Saint Palace. At that time, Lin Ling was still very weak. He only thought highly of him. Then, during the gathering of the saints, he specially sent Lin Ling to protect Lin Ling in secret. He hoped that this saint would become his right-hand man in the future. But now, this holy son had already surpassed him. He had instead become this holy son's right-hand man. It could only be said that Lin Ling's growth was too fast. And the four patriarchs were the same. As Lin Ling's growth was fast, they found it unreal. Following that, they began to laugh. In the past, they had bet their lives on Lin Ling, believing that Lin Ling could make the four desolate races rise up. And from the looks of it today, they had not made the wrong bet. They had not lowered their statuses and bowed to him in vain. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the crowd's words. There were two things in his mind. First, he didn't kill Lu Feihu. This wasn't because Lin Ling was soft-hearted, but because he wanted to use the Lu family army as guards to protect the people in the rainforest. Secondly, although the Third Life Ghost King had a grudge against him, there was no need for him to send people from the Thousand Life Ghost sect to assassinate the people of the rainforest. Could there be some secret behind this? Or perhaps, their goal wasn't the people of the rainforest's holy land, and they had appeared here by chance. Their goal was probably something more important. Raising his head, Lin Ling looked at the hazy clouds in the sky. He suddenly had a feeling that the world was about to change again, and this time, it was a change in Xianpeng province. Unfortunately, this change seemed to have appeared right next to him. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others returned to the rainforest. When everyone heard the news, they were all shocked for a long time, then overjoyed. As expected of Lin Ling, as soon as he returned, he had already dealt with the enemy in front of him. His methods were as fast as lightning. The Lu family army has been dealt with, now it's up to the Dragon Beach 9 forts, but these 9 forts are all very strong. The Fort Lord is even stronger than me, reaching the 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm. On the largest island, in a large hall, everyone was sitting there, including the Holy King, Old Mother Lu, Old Man Sword, and the others. Looking at the young man sitting at the head of the hall, they couldn't help sighing in their hearts, especially Old Man Sword. In the past, he had personally led Lin Ling to Bodhi Holy Palace and secretly protected Lin Ling, but now, even he had to look up to Lin Ling. 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm. Lin Ling sat at the head of the hall, his eyes flashing. At this realm, having 3 spiritual sources in one's body was extremely powerful. If the other side had more cards up their sleeves, even Lin Ling wouldn't have the confidence to face them head-on. Fortunately, Lin Ling also had many cards up his sleeves. With 2 spiritual sources, Lin Ling's strength was comparable to a 2nd layer transcendent. Coupled with his physical strength of 500,000, Earth-grade Saint Body, and tyrannical Song Sword. Unless the other side was a peak 3rd layer transcendent, Lin Ling was confident he could face them head-on. Of course, the Dragon Beach 9 forts had 9 fort lords, which meant 9 transcendent realm cultivators. If they joined forces, Lin Ling would have a headache. Coupled with the 1000-era ghost sect hiding behind them, the situation had become even more muddy. Ignore them for now, everyone's priority is to improve their strength. Lin Ling pondered. The current situation was very chaotic. The world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, forcing Lin Ling to think twice before making a decision. Days passed quietly. On this day, a black-clothed girl came to the rainforest island. She was one of the 6 guardian gods, Lai Qing. When everyone heard the news, they all went to welcome her. Lai Qing, you're back. Yuman Yun seemed to have had contact with Lai Qing before, so she was the first to welcome her. In the sky, the girl with a sword on her back was still cold. Most importantly, she was emitting a dense killing intent that made people's hearts palpitate. However, after seeing Yuman Yun and the others, she still smiled. It was a very ordinary smile, but it represented her feelings for Lin Ling. She moved through Xianpeng region in this merciless world. Because she was all alone and possessed an indifferent disposition, she'd offended many people, and she'd almost died a few times. But in the end, she'd persisted resolutely. Her heart was even colder, and as long as someone dared to say something bad about her, she would immediately draw her sword and kill them. However, she was still worried about the people of the 6 sacred regions. Perhaps, the memories of fighting side by side made her unable to let go of this place. I found the people of the Green Cloud sacred ground, but they are all dead. Lai Qing looked at the crowd quietly, and her gaze finally fell on Lin Ling as she said coldly, "Dead." The crowd's expression changed drastically. The Green Cloud sacred ground had left their homes and found a paradise in other places. But now they were all dead? It's the people of the Su Xing Divine Palace. They found the place and got the local martial artists to kill the people of the Green Cloud sacred ground. Lai Qing's voice was still cold and emotionless, But many people could feel the anger in her voice. Su Xing Divine Palace. Everyone clenched their fists tightly. Although many of them were not familiar with the people of the Green Cloud Sacred Ground, they were all from the 6 sacred regions and had the same hometown and land. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling. If it was not for Lin Ling's return, they would have followed in the footsteps of the Green Cloud's sacred ground. Su Xing Divine Palace. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He would remember this grudge. I wonder how the Tai martial sect is doing. Yuman Yun said worriedly. She used to practice martial arts in the Water Moon Sacred Ground, and the Water Moon Sacred Ground had also found a paradise. Therefore, she was afraid that the Water Moon Sacred Ground would be found by the Su Xing Divine Palace. They will be fine. Lin Ling comforted her. At this moment, his heart wanted to become stronger even more. I no longer have a home. Can I join you? Lai Qing's voice was low. She was a little tired. In the outside world, she had to constantly be on guard against enemies. Only when she was with Lin Ling and the others did she feel safe. You are always welcome. Lin Ling nodded. Lai Qing smiled. She did not speak much and walked down from the sky. That smile represented her trust in Lin Ling, second-level transcendent realm. You have experienced a lot in this period of time. Chapter 1130. Members of the House of Yi. The more I kill, the stronger I become. Lai Qing said calmly. Sometimes, killing is to stop killing. Lin Ling looked into the distance. After experiencing the cruelty of this world, he also understood a lot. Everyone had mixed feelings, but what they could do was to increase their strength. Fortunately, Lin Ling had brought a large number of treasures this time, which were enough to greatly increase their strength. Among them, the 9 heavenly fish portraits were engraved on 9 boulders by Lin Ling for everyone to visualize, especially the 4 patriarchs. They were all in the pseudo-mortal realm, but if they had a chance to enter the transcendent realm again, it would be fine as long as they continued to visualize. The House of Yi was one of the 9 houses of Dragon Beach. They called themselves the Star Pickers and were proud of their heritage. 1,000 years ago, the House of Yi had arrived at these waters. Soon after, they laid down their foundation and became one of the 9 houses. On the vast waters, a bronze tiger dragon boat drifted with the waves. The boat was so large that it looked like an island. This was the dragon boat, the symbol of the House of Yi. At this moment, in a luxurious room on the boat, a guard reported respectfully, "My lord, we've investigated the death of the young master. It was an outsider who killed him." The news came from the Jiang clan. Their 2 young masters were also killed by outsiders. Outsider! A low and deep voice echoed out from the room, as though the tiger serpent had awoken from its slumber, causing the guard's body to tremble. The Fort Lord's cultivation base was at the 3rd level of the transcendent realm, and his martial profoundness had reached the 8th level. How terrifying! The Jiang clan didn't protect the young master well. Destroy them! A voice filled with killing intent drifted out, causing the guard to nod his head. An ancient clan was about to be destroyed. Outsider, as far as I know, the people in the rainforest don't dare to be so arrogant, so this outsider might be the person that Lord Ghost King is looking for. Since he's back, we can lure him out. At this moment, another voice came from the side room, extremely gloomy. The guard's heart trembled. There was someone else in the room other than the Fort Lord? He looked through the curtains and immediately saw a demon that seemed to have come from hell. His pupils immediately changed and he did not dare to look anymore. That person was terrifying. "Mr. Hu, do you mean to kill the people in the rainforest? But that's good too. The people of rainforest have become more arrogant recently." The voice of the castle lord was heard. "No, Lord Ghost King's intention is to leave the people in the rainforest behind to lure out their 6 holy sons. If you destroy the people in the rainforest, those 6 holy sons won't come back. At that time, the world is so big, how will you find them?" That ghostly voice drifted out. "Moreover, His Excellency the Ghost King has also come for the Z Palace. If this matter becomes too big, it will attract the attention of other strong experts. At that time, if His Excellency the Ghost King gets angry, all of you will die." The lord of the castle immediately fell silent. He knew what the Ghost King was trying to do. What right did the Ghost King have to take everything for himself? However, he believed that once that place was opened, His Excellency the Ghost King might not be able to control everything. At that time, even more strong experts from Xianping province would come. Now we have to lure out that holy son. He has a grandfather in the rainforest. As long as we attack his grandfather, he will definitely attack in anger. Although he has a demon god, his strength is only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. This time, I have a way to seal his demon god so that he can't use his trump card. That ghostly voice was filled with confidence. "Okay, we'll do as you say." The fort lord immediately nodded. The ghostly demon disappeared from the side room and reappeared in a pitch-black room at the same time. He screamed, "Lin Ling, back then at the Holy Sun Gathering, you defeated me. Then I followed my father to the rainforest to kill you. You annihilated my entire clan. You didn't expect that I would still be alive, did you? Moreover, I even became the Ghost King's disciple and exchanged my soul for his. Now, I'm neither a human nor a ghost. All of this is thanks to you. This time, if you come, I will surprise you. I will show you how much my strength has increased. I am invincible among those at the first stage of the Transcendent Realm. I can even kill those at the second stage of the Transcendent Realm. Although your ancient flame demon and Wuxia king are powerful, I have a way to prevent them from appearing. Ha!" His voice was cold and gloomy as it drifted further and further away. At this moment, in the rainforest, after Lin Ling's return, it was unprecedentedly quiet. Of course, there were a few small forces that came to disturb them, but Lin Ling didn't take action. Instead, Yumun Yun and Lai Qing took action and killed all the enemies. Then, Lin Ling asked Lai Qing to subdue the surrounding small forces to prevent them from taking advantage of the situation. Lai Qing's murderous intent was even stronger than Lin Ling's. In a short period of time, the surrounding small forces were all wiped out, making the rainforest one of the water realm's most untouchable existences. Only the Dragon Beach 9 forts could resist them. Moreover, many families and forces in the water realm were waiting for the Dragon Beach 9 forts to attack and kill these outsiders. This situation made Lin Ling shake his head. Although he was decisive in killing, he wouldn't kill the innocent. On the other hand, Lai Qing seemed to kill both good and bad people. As long as they weren't from the 6 sacred regions, they would become ghosts under her sword. It seemed that after entering the Transcendent Realm, Lai Qing's obsession was to kill. However, killing was also good. At least it made the rainforest infamous. Others wouldn't dare to easily invade it anymore. It also made the Dragon Beach 9 forts slightly wary of the rainforest. But there were always exceptions. On this day, a sailboat quickly crossed the water and arrived at the largest island. Then, several bloodied people ran out of the boat, one of them carrying an old man. "Not good, old ancestor Tai Yen is injured." Yesterday, old ancestor Tai Yen led the Flame Corps to eradicate the water demons. There was a large area of fertile land there. After conquering it, they could plant crops. After all, although cultivators could go without food for a few months, they still needed to eat and drink. Moreover, many people in the rainforest were not strong enough and relied on food more. However, after the water demons were eradicated, a large number of mysterious people appeared. Each of them was powerful and killed many of them. If it weren't for the heaven fiend Ming Wang's Saint platform, they would have been wiped out under the joint attack of Yin Sha and old ancestor Tai Yen. In this sneak attack, old ancestor Tai Yen suffered the heaviest injury. His soul was damaged. Lin Ling led a large number of people to the side of the boat and saw the heaven fiend Ming Wang carrying old ancestor Tai Yen out. What happened? Lin Ling's face was cold. He took a step forward and held old ancestor Tai Yen in his arms. Using his soul power, he immediately found that old ancestor Tai Yen's soul was damaged. It was as if a part of it had been devoured. This was most likely related to the 1,000 Generations Ghost sect. "It's the House of Yi. They ambushed us." Heaven fiend Ming Wang coughed out blood. As soon as the House of Yi appeared, they immediately launched a sneak attack. They didn't even give them a chance to negotiate. "House of Yi, this is too much. We've minded our own business. Do you really want to force us to our deaths? Everyone was furious. They had tried to make peace with the Dragon Beach 9 forts many times, but the other party refused to budge. They couldn't understand why they were targeting the rainforest people. Chapter 1131. He went to the Yi castle alone. Master, it's my fault. I didn't protect the old man well. Insha lowered her head and said. She was also covered in blood. Their opponents were at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, and they were only at the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. It's not your fault. They came prepared. Lin Ling took out a soul-protecting treasure and poured it into Patriarch Extreme Flame's mouth. During this period of time, Lai Qing had risen like a god of death, wiping out a large number of small factions. The 9 castles of Dragon Beach should have known about it, and they should have been wary of it. However, they did not expect the 9 castles of Dragon Beach to be even more outrageous. They did not attack openly, but launched a sneak attack. They still wanted to give the people of the rainforest a hellish feeling of oppression. How is the old man? Heaven Fiend Ming Wang asked worriedly. A part of his soul has been devoured. If we can't find that part, Grandpa will never wake up. Lin Ling said word by word. The clarity in his eyes disappeared, and in its place was thick killing intent. Other than Yu Yu and his mother, the most important family member in his life was his grandfather. When he was very young, his grandfather had protected him, nurtured him, shared his pride, and also went through trials and tribulations with him. Now, the old man wanted to enjoy his old age here, but the people here wouldn't allow it. The people from the House of Yi said that this is just the beginning. They also said that an old acquaintance is waiting for you. Insha recalled. Those people were arrogant and domineering as if they had nothing to fear. Bring Grandpa into the house. I'll go find them. Lin Ling took a deep breath. An old acquaintance? He wanted to see who this old acquaintance was. Moreover, Ancestor Extreme Flame's soul had been devoured, so he could ask that person for it. Lin Ling, the Fort Lord of Dragon Beach 9 Forts, is a Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer Master. The Holy King couldn't help but remind. The Dragon Shore 9 castles were too powerful. If the 9 castles worked together, how could Lin Ling be a match? As for Lin Ling's strength, although he knew that he was strong, he was still only at the first stage of the Transcendent Realm. They came prepared. If I don't go, they will come looking for trouble next time. Also, I want to see what they are waiting for. Lin Ling took down the Tyrant Song sword and gently wiped it before striding into the sky. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Seeing that Lin Ling had left, Yumun Yun immediately spoke. However, Lin Ling shook his head and stopped her. You and Lai Qing stay here. We need someone to protect the rainforest. Leave the Yi castle to me. Then how do you plan to negotiate with them? Rain Master Mo Ping was a little worried. Lin Ling was walking into a tiger's den. Lin Ling's soft laughter drifted through the sky. However, in the next moment, a cold voice rang out, parting the clouds. I want them to be plunged into misery and suffering. Everyone's hearts trembled. They could see that. Lin Ling was furious. Lai Qing was the one who had taken care of the small forces in the rainforest. This time, Lin Ling was the one who took the initiative to attack. At the same time, the people of the rainforest were ambushed. The major families and forces in the water territory had received the news. They also knew that the youngest ruler of the rainforest was going to the Yi castle alone. They were even more delighted. They knew that there would be a good show to watch. If the youngest ruler were to fall, the rainforest would probably fall apart. The youngest ruler of the rainforest, Lin Ling, is here. As for the Dragon Beach 9 forts, they had also received the news. During this period, the people of the rainforest had become famous. If it were not for a certain reason that prevented them from destroying the rainforest, they would have already plunged the rainforest into misery and suffering. He's going to the Yi castle alone. Interesting. The Lord sneered. They also knew that the Lord from the Millennium Ghost sect was at the Yi castle. The wind blew in the sky. The clouds were hazy and drizzling rain was constantly falling. On the ground, the water territory was still as mysterious as a painting. The islands were located one after another like a water town in Jianghu. Up in the sky, Lin Ling held a giant sword in his hand. The black and white blade emitted a cold light as he stared indifferently into the distance. Although the Dragon Beach 9 castles was very powerful, he wasn't afraid of them. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he felt that there was something more important that was about to happen. He didn't want to be implicated in it, so he didn't make the first move. But now, nothing was more important than his grandfather's matter. Even if all the powerhouses from Xianping province were to come, Lin Ling would still stir up trouble. Lu Feihu, get out here. A cold shout was heard. At the Bay of Reeds, a group of people appeared. They looked at the young man in the sky and their hearts skipped a beat. That was not the young man they met last time. He was a killer god. What had awakened this killer god? Sir, what's the matter? Lu Feihu appeared on a cliff and looked at Lin Ling in the sky. Where is the Yi Castle? Lin Ling asked coldly. Then, Lu Feihu quickly pointed out the direction. Lin Ling nodded and strode away. At the same time, he said, spread the news that I, Lin Ling, am going to destroy the Yi Castle. If the other 8 forts don't show up in 6 hours, they will never see the Yi Castle again. Sir, this is not good. If the 9 forts gather, we will have to face 9 Transcendental Stage 3 powerhouses. Lu Feihu gasped. Was this a warning to the enemy? Today, I am here to destroy the 9 forts. I will wait for them to appear. In the sky, Lin Ling's figure had disappeared. Only his frivolous words could be heard. Destroy the 9 forts? Everyone's face stiffened. That sir wanted to destroy the 9 forts? Not to mention the 9 forts, just 1 fort was already terrifying enough. Go, spread the news. Lu Feihu's heart skipped a beat. Then he shouted and ordered many people to leave in the boats. They had a feeling that the water realm was about to change. Of course, the House of Yi knew that Lin Ling was coming. They even knew that it was the mysterious lord who had led Lin Ling here. Therefore, they did not act as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Instead, they waited patiently for everything to unfold. This was because they knew that the other party had only sent 1 person. 1 person? No matter how strong he was, could he stop the entire Yi Castle? That young man named Lin Ling is here. What does Master Hu want from him? On the dragon warship, the lord of the Yi Castle asked. He has a treasure that even the Ghost King wants. That's why we want to kill him and get the treasure. On the other side, a figure hiding in the shadows laughed. The lord of the Yi Castle did not dare to ask any more questions. That guy dares to take responsibility for his actions. For his grandfather, he dares to go against the whole world. But if he sees me, he will be shocked. He will be even more shocked by how much my strength has increased. At most, he is only at the peak of the Holy Spirit stage. I'm afraid he is not even as strong as Lai Qing. Otherwise, he would have done it himself when we were eliminating the small factions. Why would he rely on Lai Qing? The person in the shadows was very confident. After all, it was only a few months until the heavenly meteor era in the rainforest sacred land. No matter how talented Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to break through 2 stages. Prepare a feast and welcome him. Chapter 1132. Welcome Lin Ling, prepare a feast. His voice rang out, and a large number of boats appeared. Every boat was filled with the aroma of wine, and flames soared into the sky. It was extremely lively, and upon closer inspection, there were hundreds of boats. They were like resplendent stars in the sky, and the surface of the water was lit with fireflies. A few large words were placed on the surface of the water. Old acquaintances, welcome, Lin Ling. It seemed like they were welcoming Lin Ling, but in reality, they were trying to intimidate him. Interesting. A large number of ships also appeared in the distance. They were all from various factions. They were all here to watch a good show. At the same time, a black-robed figure appeared in the sky. He held a sword and moved forward slowly. That's the youngest king of the rainforest. He's so handsome. The crowd's pupils constricted. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling. After a single glance, they felt that Lin Ling was a talented person. Unfortunately, such a talented person was going to die here today. Welcome me. Stopping in midair, Lin Ling looked down at the flaming words floating on the water. Then he looked at the large number of ships. Are you Lin Ling? Go to the biggest ship, there is a surprise waiting for you. Someone saw Lin Ling and immediately laughed. You're from the Yi clan? Lin Ling looked at that person with contempt and asked softly. That's right. I'm a disciple of the star-picking sect, and I'm of the Yi clan's bloodline. That person puffed out his chest proudly. These outsiders thought they were very powerful, but in reality, the Dragon Beach 9 castles didn't make a move. Otherwise, how could these outsiders be so arrogant? You're quite lucky to have the chance to meet our fort master. On the other boats, a large number of people were drinking and cheering. They weren't weak, as they were all at the Holy Spirit realm. However, they soon couldn't laugh anymore. In the sky, Lin Ling nodded. The tyrant's song in his hand slashed downwards in a domineering manner. It was as if a battle axe had descended from the heavens, splitting the clouds apart. Rumble! The surface of the water exploded, and waves surged into the sky. The giant sword turned into a black and white sword beam, and wherever it passed, life was lost. Hundreds of small boats were turned into dust, and countless lives were slain by the sword. Lin Ling did not attack the Dragon Beach 9 castles because he wanted to see what was going to happen here. However, the other party did not give him time, so Lin Ling drew his sword and killed everything. Rumble! The shockwaves shook the surroundings, and the people who were watching the show from afar narrowed their eyes. What a terrifying sword strike! There were several tens of thousands of Holy Spirit realm experts there, but none of them could withstand a single sword strike. How could they know that Lin Ling had awakened 500,000 small worlds in his body? His power was vast, and his sword strike was comparable to the profound meaning of martial arts. As long as it was a low-level profound meaning world, Lin Ling's sword strike would be able to break it. Puff, puff. Water fell from the sky like rain. Lin Ling gripped his great sword and walked forward step by step in the rain. His gaze was fixed on the largest bronze ship in the distance. You killed them? Even more small boats rushed out, and a large number of experts appeared. They were both furious and shocked. Are you from the House of Yi? Lin Ling asked indifferently. His eyes were cold and emotionless. It was as if he was asking them a question, but at the same time, it was as if he was talking to himself. Needless to say, this kind of disdain infuriated the people from the Yi clan. This young man had killed a member of the Yi clan. The House of Yi will not allow you to do as you please. These people unleashed a powerful aura. When had the House of Yi ever been looked down upon like this? So, you're from the House of Yi? Lin Ling nodded again. His eyes were cold and murderous, and the sword in his hands swept out. The sword beam was in the shape of a crescent moon, and everyone saw a black and white sword beam slashing out. Clang, clang, puff, puff, puff. Any weapon or martial arts technique was cut in half. In just one move, thousands of people who just appeared were killed. There was no way to stop this. How can this young man be so strong? The crowd in the distance seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. They did not expect the youngest king of the rainforest to be so powerful. At the same time, the news spread to the other 8 houses, and the lords were shocked. One man with one sword defeated everyone in the House of Yi? They had guessed that only Holy King and a young girl named Lai Qing were powerful in the rainforest. As for Lin Ling, they had guessed that he was quite strong as well. However, they did not expect him to be so strong that it exceeded their expectations. There was no entanglement, nor was there a battle to the death. It was a one-hit kill. A transcendent. No wonder you're so arrogant. Let us meet you. As one of the 9 houses, the House of Yi naturally had more than just Holy Spirit-level cultivators. They had many transcendents as well. Kid, you've killed so many of my people. You're dead meat. Your sword is good, but let's see who's stronger when it comes to my saber. Don't blame me for not reminding you, my Water King's Dipper Saber is a high-grade spirit weapon. Hundreds of First Realm transcendents rushed out. There were old men, middle-aged men, men and women. Under the lead of an armored old man, they rushed towards Lin Ling. These people were the top forces of the Yi family. From this, it could be seen that the Yi family was much stronger than the people of the rainforest. After all, among the people of the rainforest, how many transcendents were there? There were not even 50 of them. Water King's dipper saber. One of them was the fastest. Holding the saber with both hands, he appeared in front of Lin Ling as if he had stepped through the void. The dazzling saber slashed down. From afar, it looked like the silver moon descending from the sky. A high-grade spirit weapon. Many people in the distance narrowed their eyes. A transcendent first-realm cultivator was already scary enough. Coupled with the heaven-grade weapon in his hand, how could the young man block it? It's the Water King's saber. It single-handedly annihilated the Iron Shark Gang and the He clan. More people recognized the powerful old man. Apparently, he was quite famous in the Dragon Beach 9 forts. His saber was unpredictable. As long as one was around him, they would immediately enter a world of saber. Any martial arts would be destroyed. The profound meaning of martial arts allowed a cultivator to create a small world of martial arts and control the vast power of heaven and earth. I wonder if that kid's sword can compare to that saber. How can it compare? Everyone looked on with anticipation and excitement. However, was a high-grade spirit weapon that powerful? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not even raise his sword. Instead, he threw a punch towards the sky. Kacha! The giant saber collided with the fist. It was as if it had hit a steel mountain. An ear-piercing sound was heard. Then the glittering saber cracked. What? He broke a high-grade spirit weapon with his fist? Everyone looked as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Could that young man's fist be an existence that surpassed a spirit weapon? How could they know that Lin Ling had been tempered by treasures and the 500,000 small worlds in his body had awakened? Only a saint weapon could harm him. A spirit weapon? My saber. The old man held the broken saber. His expression changed drastically. This was the first time he had seen someone break his saber with their fist. This made his martial arts heart, which had always been confident, crumble at this moment. You can die now. Chapter 1133. The Mysterious Man-Boom. As if he was hit by an ancient elephant, the old man was reduced to dust. Blood splattered all over Lin Ling's body. It was a ghastly sight. One punch and the old man was reduced to dust. This power was terrifying. How terrifying! The Transcendent Realm Masters who were rushing towards Lin Ling all stopped at this moment, all of them a little scared. I'm here to see an old acquaintance. Lin Ling's target was still the largest warship. He took a step forward and the sword in his hand emitted a black and white light. He swung it down viciously. The life and death mysteries were unleashed like the most mysterious force. Swoosh! Before everyone's eyes, the sword split the sky and earth. It even severed the martial mysteries that made them famous. Hundreds of transcendents were unable to block it and were completely annihilated. Lin Ling's morality mysteries could reach level 7 or even 8 by borrowing the power of the Tyrant's Song Sword. Coupled with his murderous intent, he was at least at level 7 of life and death mysteries. How could they block it? The entire body of water was dead silent. Only those who were watching from afar widened their eyes. They had a feeling that the Yi clan had summoned a grim reaper from hell. The most ironic thing was that the Yi clan actually wrote big words on the surface of the water. Old acquaintances welcome you, Lin Ling. And this was the price to pay for the welcome. In less than 3 incense sticks worth of time, there was no one left around the Yi clan. Everyone was dead except for Lin Ling. He stepped on the waves and walked towards the largest bronze warship. I'm here. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. He swung the sword in his hand like a thunderstorm, splitting the water and rushing towards the warship. At this moment, inside the dragon warship, the lord of the castle and the mysterious man were drinking wine and watching erotic dances. They knew that Lin Ling was here, but they also knew that the Yi clan would humiliate Lin Ling and delay Lin Ling's arrival. Therefore, they were not in a hurry and were enjoying themselves. However, at this moment, the warship shook violently. Then, the bronze plate cracked and the entire warship was split into 2. The lord of the castle was still sitting in his chair and drinking wine. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The mysterious man was the same. After 3 breaths, they finally reacted. The warship was cut in half. "I'm here." The indifferent voice was like a battle horn. At this moment, it floated in their ears. They knew that Lin Ling was here. "Men, capture this person for me." The lord of the Yi clan was still sitting in his chair. His forehead was full of veins. He was furious. How dare someone cut his warship in half? This was enough to make him furious. However, after his voice floated out, there was only silence outside. The lively drinking scene that he expected did not happen. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. The lord of the castle looked over and his pupils constricted. The world outside was a mess. All the warships were broken. Wooden planks and other objects floated on the water. Everyone was dead. The water was dyed red with blood and many bodies floated. The Yi clan was completely wiped out. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The most frightening thing was that this happened too quickly. Not even 3 incense sticks worth of time was enough for the lord of the castle to know what had happened. Did Lin Ling do it alone? As for the mysterious man, his pupils constricted. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. To be able to wipe out everyone in the Yi clan, he must have reached the first realm of the transcendent realm. Moreover, he must be a rare powerhouse among the first realm of the transcendent realm. This result was beyond his expectations. In his mind, Lin Ling was at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm at most. Who knew that Lin Ling had reached the transcendent realm like him? This caused his wishful thinking to be disrupted. An indescribable anger rose in his heart. Ha! But soon, the mysterious man laughed out loud. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Lin Ling, I didn't expect that my strength would increase, but so would yours. For you. Lin Ling continued to walk on the water. However, when he looked at the mysterious man, there was a hint of doubt in his cold eyes. Was the mysterious man an old acquaintance of his? Back then, during the great gathering of the Holy Sons, I was the star of the Holy Sons. Unfortunately, you appeared and defeated me, making me a laughingstock. After that, when the rainforest Holy Land was destroyed, my father led his people to kill you. Who knew that they would all die? My father died, my people died. This is a blood feud that I will never forget. And you, Lin Ling, have become a person that I must kill. Ha, ha. A cold voice drifted out and fell into the sky. Many people in the distance felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being invaded by yin qi. This meant that the mysterious man's strength was terrifying. For revenge, I joined the 1,000 Generations Ghost sect and experienced the 10,000 ghosts devouring my heart. I also entered the 18 hells to steal the hearts of ghosts and exchanged my soul for this body. The voice sounded out again, causing many people's expressions to change. 10,000 ghosts devouring my heart. This meant that millions of ghosts had devoured one's soul and entered the 18 hells. It was said that the 18 hells contained all kinds of hell tribulations, for example, the 5 horses dismemberment tribulation, the tongue-tearing tribulation, etc. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, the mysterious man had succeeded and obtained the hearts of ghosts, turning into a ghost king. This mysterious man was indeed terrifying. For revenge, he had gone through countless trials and tribulations. You also know that there are strong and weak transcendents. Although I am only at the transcendence, my profound martial arts have reached the large success stage. With the ghost Tao in my body, if I enter the cycle of reincarnation, I can become a ghost king. The sinister voice was still talking about his sufferings, but also about his strength. If there was a price, there would be a reward. The greater the price, the greater the reward. That mysterious man had paid so much, how could his strength be weak? Xiu xiu xiu. At the same time, a large number of experts appeared. They were the lords of the Dragon Beach 9 castle. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all sneered. It was undeniable that the youngest king of the rainforest was very strong. However, the descendant of the ghost sect was even stronger. Even the transcendents like them didn't dare to provoke the descendant. However, they could also see that the mysterious man was acquainted with Lin Ling. In that case, they would leave Lin Ling to the mysterious man. I said that I would give you a surprise. You can see it now. That mysterious man was wearing a black robe, like a ghost king. At this moment he slowly took off his cloak, revealing a sinister face. His face was as white as a corpse's, and there seemed to be ghosts moving under his skin. It was a ghastly sight, especially his pair of strange green eyes, as if they wanted to devour the souls of others. With just a glance, many people in the distance felt their legs go soft, as if they had seen the descent of a ghost king. However, although that person's face was ugly, Lin Ling still recognized the outline. It was indeed an old acquaintance. He didn't expect that guy to still be alive. Young barbarian King Fujitor. In the past, Lin Ling had defeated his opponent in the ancient tomb during the Holy Sun Assembly. Afterwards, during the great calamity of the Rainforest Holy Land, the barbarian king had brought his clansmen to kill Lin Ling and the others. But when the ancient flame devil descended, all of them had died. Only the young barbarian King Fujitor had luckily survived. At that time, Lin Ling had been facing too many enemies, so he hadn't paid attention to whether the young barbarian King Fujitor was alive or dead. Aren't you surprised? Chapter 1134. Here I am, old acquaintance. No. However, Lin Ling shook his head instead. He didn't feel surprised at all. Instead, the killing intent in his heart grew even denser. As expected, if I don't annihilate my enemies, then there will be endless troubles in the future. His grandfather had been injured because of this enemy, and he was already half dead. If Lin Ling hadn't visualized the 9 heavenly fish diagrams and had his own understanding of the cultivation of the soul, his grandfather might have really died. Could this person still be allowed to live? The House of Yi must not be allowed to live either. Is that so? You're just pretending. Or maybe you think you have that trump card, so you're not afraid of me. But I can tell you that in order to defend against your trump card, I've prepared a lot. It can be said that you can't use your trump card at all, and without it, how can you be my opponent? Young barbarian King Fujitor's fear of Lin Ling was undoubtedly the ancient flame devil. However, he seemed to have complete confidence in himself. Soon after, he spread out his hands. Buddha Ghost World, seal all living things under the heavens. Woo! Endless yin chi spread out from his body. It was as if he had sealed a ghost path world, turning the area within 1,000 meters into a ghost domain. The ghost domain was like the Yellow Springs, and a large number of corpses walked out of the void. Tens of thousands of ghosts wept, and it was a shocking scene. Some people who got too close were instantly swallowed up, and they cried out in pain. Some people reacted faster. They wanted to escape, but they found that they couldn't escape from the ghost domain. Entering the ghost domain was like entering the Yellow Springs. Who could leave the Yellow Springs alive? How terrifying! As expected of the Ghost King's successor. As for the people outside the ghost domain, they were secretly feeling lucky. Even the 8 fort masters were trembling with fear, thinking about how they would escape if they entered the world of the ghost domain. However, they discovered that they couldn't escape at all. Although the opponent's realm was lower than theirs, the control of the Ghost Dao's profound martial arts was too strong. The transcendent realm was divided into strong and weak. For example, a rare saint physique could easily kill a transcendent even if there was a difference of 2 realms between them. This was because a saint physique was an absolute power bestowed by the heavens. Profound martial skills were also very important as they allowed a transcendent to fight across realms. Most importantly, the Ghost Dao was strange and mysterious. Apart from a limited number of profound meanings, such as thunder, fire, and other yang profound meanings, it was difficult for a transcendent to defeat an opponent even if their profound meanings were the same. My Buddha Ghost realm can seal all living things under the heavens, creating a world of its own. It's an 8th level Buddha profound meaning, but your trump card is sealed, so you can't summon it. If you don't believe me, you can try. Young barbarian King Fujitor's clothes fluttered in the air. He was like the king of ghosts and gods. He was brimming with boundless confidence. Why bother? However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he spoke nonchalantly. You don't dare to try, do you? Fine, you've seen my enormous strength. You don't have the power to fight back. Your fate can only be to become my ghost soldier. Before you die, I want to ask you if you have any regrets? Young barbarian King Fujitor floated towards Lin Ling. He was incomparably excited because he was about to kill his enemy. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Therefore, he wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful expression. Even more so, he wanted to see Lin Ling be shocked by his strength. Only in this way would he feel refreshed after killing Lin Ling. How pitiful! You've prepared so much, but it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Although you've bitterly cultivated in the 1,000 Generations Ghost sect and your strength has greatly increased, don't forget where I've bitterly cultivated? Compared to me, can you even compare? Lin Ling coldly shouted. He raised the tyrant song sword in his hand. The black light on the sword disappeared and a white light bloomed. It was as if the most dazzling sun had risen in the world of the ghost domain. I'll break your ghost domain. Everyone heard that heroic voice. In their eyes, an endless radiance passed through the ghost domain. 10,000 ghosts rushed towards the dazzling sun, but they were immediately turned into ashes. Many ghosts let out terrified cries as if they had seen the most terrifying thing. It was righteous energy, a total of 8 layers of righteous energy. Righteous energy was also a kind of heaven and earth power. It was extremely firm and yang, as if it would never bend. With righteous energy in one's body, the defense and attack of any martial arts would be greatly increased. This was the advantage of righteous energy. The most important thing was that righteous energy could restrain ghosts. Since ancient times, there was a saying that evil could never prevail over righteousness. Swoosh! The sword ray was like a pair of scissors, cutting open the terrifying world of the ghost domain. All the ghosts and devils were like paper. What? Young barbarian King Fujitor's eyes widened. He sensed that Lin Ling's martial profoundness wasn't weaker than his. How could this be? One must know that he had comprehended the Ghost Dao's profoundness after entering the 18 levels of hell. Lin Ling hadn't experienced that kind of pain, so how could his martial profoundness not be weaker than his? All of this was too ironic for him. He thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to do anything to him after he sealed Lin Ling's ancient flame devil. However, everything was as Lin Ling had said. Facing him, Lin Ling didn't need to use the ancient flame devil. 9 Netherworld Sky Tyrant. Soon after, the young barbarian King Fujitor shouted angrily. A ghost claw suddenly stretched out of his chest and collided with the incoming sword. A loud clanging sound was heard, and billowing black smoke gushed out. It seemed as if his ghost claw had encountered the hottest flame. Everything was as fragile as paper. Moreover, that huge white light sword was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. It seemed as if there was nothing it couldn't cut. An ear-piercing sound rang out, causing young barbarian King Fujitor to let out a sharp cry. It seemed as if a soul had been cut off from his body, causing him to firmly stand in midair. I'm coming, old acquaintance. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from behind him. The huge sword in his hand blossomed with a dazzling golden radiance, making him feel as if he was holding a huge sea urchin. His sword had previously passed young barbarian King Fujitor, and had even cut off the soul within his body. That was the soul of a Rakshasa god from the 18 levels of hell. It was also the root of young barbarian King's strength. I'm coming, old acquaintance. Young barbarian King Fujitor was still standing in midair as he muttered to himself. He sensed that the ghost energy within his body was frantically pouring out. This made him lower his head to look, and he saw a golden sword scar on his chest. That sword scar had split him into 2. Evil couldn't triumph over righteousness. He possessed powerful Ghost Dao martial arts, but everything was just a joke in front of Lin Ling's overwhelming righteousness. I can't accept this. Young barbarian King Fujitor let out the last roar of his life. His face became distorted as he was burned to death by righteousness. However, he couldn't accept this. He was extremely unwilling. He had set up this trap to shock Lin Ling and make him regret killing his barbarian King clan's people. Unfortunately, he had never thought that he couldn't kill Lin Ling. Boom. In the end, an explosion resounded, and the boundless ghost energy dissipated in the sky. He died just like that. The pupils of the people of the 8 forts in the distance condensed. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Young barbarian King Fujitora was talking about his sufferings and how he could become stronger, but now he was killed by a single sword strike. This young barbarian King Fujitor's encounter with Lin Ling was simply his misfortune. Yi Castle. Lin Ling stepped into the sky and slowly walked toward the Lord of the Nine Forts. The Lord's complexion changed drastically. He didn't expect that even young barbarian King Fujitora wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was so powerful, but why didn't he destroy the 9 forts of the Dragon Beach? I'm a 3rd stage transcendent, and I have 3 spiritual sources. Chapter 1135. Come near me and you die faster. I don't need you to tell me. However, in midair, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. His face was indifferent and unmoved. You want to kill me? The Lord's expression turned even colder. When he saw that Lin Ling did not bother to say anything more, he knew what Lin Ling was trying to do. He said coldly, I don't actually have much of a grudge against you. You killed the Yi clan, but I didn't kill anyone from the rainforest. What more do you want? You were originally going to die, but I didn't kill you. You should be lucky, but you touched my reverse scale. Lin Ling finally said indifferently. Reverse scale? In the distance, many people's expressions changed. They finally understood why Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. It was because of the reverse scale, because of that old man. Lin Ling was also telling everyone that the reverse scale should not be touched. 3rd stage of Transcendent Realm has 3 spiritual sources, which can increase the power of profound martial arts by 3 times. Being threatened in front of so many people, the Lord of Yi Castle felt that he could not swallow his pride. Was he being threatened with his life? This was a joke. Starlight Great Wheel. He stretched out his hands, and a large amount of starlight shot down from the clouds in the sky. He grasped it with both hands and spun it, forming a huge starlight disk. This martial art was similar to the martial arts of the Void Star Divine Palace. It was also the power to control the stars in the sky. 8th level. The 8 lords sucked in a breath of cold air. The Lord of the House of Yi was enraged and had finally unleashed his full potential. Lin Ling's morality enlightenment was also at level 8, but the Lord of the House of Yi was at a higher level. Therefore, he had a chance to win. Holding the gigantic starlight disk in his hands, the Lord of the Yi Castle revealed a ferocious look on his face. He wanted to see how arrogant Lin Ling was and how he could kill him. Rumble. It was as if the heavens and earth were merciless rolling wheels, bringing with it a divine and dazzling radiance as it pressed down on Lin Ling. The violent spiritual yuan energy fused within it, making it difficult for many people to breathe. The Dragon Beach 9 Castle clan's strength was indeed not undeserved. This martial art was different from the young barbarian King Fujitora's. It was more vigorous, and its strength could crush everything. On the other hand, the young barbarian King Fujitora's martial art was strange and cold. It belonged to 2 different types of attack. The profound meaning of morality can destroy the path of ghosts, that's normal, but it definitely can't destroy the power of the starlight divinity. More people became confident. Lin Ling raised his sword. Black and white light leaked out, as if it was the most mysterious way of the sword in the world. Killing intent and righteousness merged in midair, forming a sword that no one dared to look directly at. Then it slashed out heavily. Rumble. The starlight wheel collided with the black and white sword energy, and a deafening sound erupted. The 2 forces intertwined, causing countless people to clench their fists and feel nervous. However, in the next moment, the starlight will seem to be unable to withstand the friction between the black and white sword energy. With a cracking sound, it was split in half like a moon. Amazing! Staring at the scene, the crowd forgot how to breathe. In the sky, Lin Ling's footsteps didn't stop as he slowly advanced. It was as if the previous slash was as easy as lifting a finger to him. That calm and dominating aura made even more people secretly admire him. His reverse scale was touched and he slashed the world. Although that young man was an outsider, his heart of martial arts that protected everything was admired by them. Damn it, die! Starlight Whirlpool. The Fort Lord roared angrily again and displayed his mysterious martial arts. Pushing out both palms, countless stars turned into mysterious trajectories and blasted towards Lin Ling. Slash! Lin Ling coldly shouted and slashed out with his sword. Any starlight that came into contact with the sword instantly turned into ashes. Lin Ling continued to advance. Crushing. Lin Ling was crushing the Fort Lord step by step. He was also telling the Fort Lord that he was a powerful third-stage transcendent realm cultivator. Whatever other powerful martial arts he had, he could use them all. This was the arrogance of the strong. 2 spiritual sources. When he slashed out with his sword, I vaguely saw 2 spiritual sources and they were extremely huge. Some of the 9 Fort Lords exclaimed. Lin Ling wasn't an ordinary first-stage transcendent realm cultivator. He was a strange kind of cultivator and the strong kind. Of course, they weren't wrong. Lin Ling had 2 spiritual sources and was already comparable to a second-stage transcendent realm cultivator. On top of that, his spiritual sources had been strengthened before. Naturally, he was much stronger than an ordinary second-stage transcendent realm cultivator. How could 100,000 military points exchange for an undeserved reputation? What else do you have to be proud of? Use them all. Lin Ling was like the Grim Reaper pressing down on the Yi Fort Lord. Save me! The Yi Fort Lord was finally afraid. He had never been so afraid of someone before. He even regretted attacking the people of the rainforest because he had touched his reverse scale. He was going to be crushed by Lin Ling. Little bastard, since when did you have the right to be so arrogant? The Dragon Beach 9 forts were all from the same place. Naturally, they couldn't just watch the Yi Fort Lord die. 2 of the Fort Lords charged towards Lin Ling. Mixed star technique. Both of them moved strangely. Dense energy exploded, turning the sky into a starry sky. Like shooting stars, they instantly appeared behind Lin Ling and hugged Lin Ling tightly. Got him! The other Fort Lords were overjoyed. This was the secret technique of the star-plucking descendants. Once caught by this technique, they would immediately enter the universe and be turned into dust by the swirling starry sky. This martial art was very strange, but it was extremely powerful. In the past, when they first came to the water realm, they relied on this unique skill to kill many experts. The most terrifying thing about this unique skill was that when the 9 of them joined forces, they could form a 9-star alignment formation, which increased their power by 9 times. Got him! The Lord of Yi Castle saw a glimmer of hope for victory. As for the people watching from afar, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Amongst them, there were a few older cultivators who immediately recalled that it was the most terrifying 9-star alignment array. In that case, Lin Ling would have to face off against 9 transcendent realm cultivators. Lin Ling was very proud. For the sake of his reverse scale, he fought against the world. That kind of unyielding fighting spirit won the respect of many people. They were from the water domain and naturally knew that it was a merciless world. It was a blessing to have a strong cultivator protecting you. However, this strong cultivator who was about to rise would still be ruthlessly killed by the veteran cultivators. 9 against 1, it was an unfair victory. However, in this world, the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. If given more time, this kid would be able to conquer the water domain. Many people secretly sighed. Why don't you try and see if you can move? At this moment, the 2 Fort Lords were like stars twirling around Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling to frown. What a strange martial art. Moreover, these 2 seemed to have fused their cultivation base together. Originally, they were both Transcendental Realm 3rd stage cultivators. Once they fused their cultivation base together, their power would increase by another 10%. Most importantly, there were still 7 people waiting outside, ready to make a move. The Dragon Beach 9 forts isn't as simple as you think. The other fort master also sneered. Is that so? Lin Ling softly replied before closing his eyes. This caused many people to be puzzled. What was the youngest king of the rainforest doing? Come closer to me and you'll die faster. However, at the next moment, a cold voice drifted out, causing even more people's pupils to constrict. Come closer to Lin Ling and you'll die faster? At the same time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. That pair of eyes were blue and two flames were quietly dancing within. When one of the fort lords looked at him, his heart inexplicably trembled. It was as if he was looking at the most ancient sea. The surface of the sea was calm, causing his heart to calm down as well. However, the sea began to surge with waves. The fury of the sea made him feel terrified. He felt incomparably small and insignificant. What shocked him the most was that he actually wanted to embrace the sea. Moreover, this wasn't the sea. Boom. Chapter 1136. Qianhal's men. Two bodies of water appeared between heaven and earth. One originally existed on earth while the other was a sea that belonged to the sky. But when many people looked carefully, it wasn't a sea but a sea of flames. As for the two fort lords, they had turned into ashes without even making a sound. Come closer to me and you'll die faster. Many people suddenly recalled this saying and finally understood what it meant. Kill. In the sky, Lin Ling's entire body was wrapped in blue flames. He turned into a shooting star and shot towards the other fort lords. Obviously, he knew that if these fort lords were to join forces, he would have to avoid them. After all, they were all in the third stage of Transcendent Realm. If it was one person, he wouldn't be afraid, but if there were too many of them, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he chose to destroy them one by one. With his sea heart flame, he could do this. What kind of flame is that? The crowd looked at the tranquil flame. They couldn't feel any heat from it as if they were looking at a tranquil sea. But the more it was so, the more they felt terrified. After all, was there a flame in the world that didn't have any heat? Therefore, that flame was definitely not ordinary. Everyone be careful, this kid wants to destroy us one by one. Things happened too quickly. While the fort lords were still in shock, one of them guessed Lin Ling's intention. Shua. However, just as the lord of the castle shouted, a palm covered in blue flames landed on his body. The flames burned and took his life. Sadly, his warning was the last thing he said in his life. Fort Lord Ning. The remaining fort lords narrowed their eyes. One must know that Fort Lord Ning possessed the half-step saint artifact Qilin's enraged sky armor. He was the existence with the strongest defense, but he was instantly killed. Gather together. The fort lords anxiously shouted. If there were 9 of you, I would still be afraid. But now there are only 6 of you left. Moreover, there's one more on the other side. Lin Ling said indifferently. He raised his hands and the sea heart flame in his body turned into an ocean and floated in the air, shocking everyone. Try the power of the ocean. Boom. The sea heart flame was an earth-grade flame that even Sky Hill City's experts feared. Although Lin Ling only had a preliminary control over it, once this flame was released, it was enough to sweep away the fort lords. Crash. Under countless gazes, the sea waves surged. The expressions of those few allied fort lords changed drastically. In a single exchange, another 3 fort lords had died. The remaining 2 fort lords were relatively stronger, so they were barely able to hold on. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The sea heart flame was indeed strong, but it had one flaw, which was that it consumed a great deal of his spiritual qi. One had to know that a transcendent couldn't compare to a saint spirit realm cultivator, so each attack consumed a great deal of spiritual qi. However, Yang Kai still smiled. Although his spiritual qi continued to be consumed, as time passed, killing the 2 fort masters wouldn't be a problem. Amazing! He's only a 7-star saint realm, but he has a saint physique. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. In the void, a spear stirred up the winds and clouds, bringing with it hundreds of wind dragons that descended from the skies. These wind dragons roared and emitted layers of halos. Rumble! When the wind dragon arrived, the sea seemed to be sucked in as well, but it was only a little bit. Clearly, although the wind dragon was powerful, it wasn't enough to instantly suppress the sea heart flame. What a huge force! Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze towards the sky. At some unknown time, a large number of figures had appeared. These people wore golden robes embroidered with royal serpents, their origins extremely mysterious. The one leading them was a young man wearing a jade crown. His martial arts were somewhat strange, not a profound martial art, but with every movement he made, He seemed to be able to control the purest energy in the world. One had to know that on the martial Tao, first one's martial instinct, then true intent, then great true intent, which was the martial true intent, and then profound martial arts. This was the division of martial arts comprehension, but right now, the martial arts displayed by this young man seemed to surpass profound martial arts. First realm transcendent. The strength of this young man was comparable to Lin Ling, but he was obviously much stronger than the fort masters. Millions of wind dragons roared as they revolved around the sea, each time drawing out a wisp of sea fire. Gradually, the two forces began to dissipate. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of vast martial arts collision was simply beyond their imagination. It wasn't until the two forces had dissipated that they turned their attention to the mysterious young man in the sky. Interesting, Earth-grade Saint Physique. What a terrifying talent. Are you interested in following me? In the sky, the young man wearing the royal serpent robe looked at Lin Ling and said, obviously he was very interested in Lin Ling's talent. No. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the young man. Although their cultivation levels were the same, the young man gave him a sense of pressure. With the appearance of his eye of time, he calmly analyzed the situation. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he and the young man were tied. This was very terrifying. One had to know that Lin Ling had 2 strands of spiritual source, 500,000 small worlds, an Earth-grade Saint Physique, and a King-grade Saint artifact as his trump cards. However, it was still a tie. This meant that the young man had a trump card that Lin Ling didn't know about. Very arrogant. Do you know who I am? This king is Lu Ruffing from the Qian Palace. The young man's face turned gloomy. Qian Palace? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Of course, he knew about this place. It was a huge banner that gathered tens of millions of forces and sections. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Even the Dinghai heavenly abode was just one of the forces. However, Lin Ling still shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the 2 lords. At this moment, there were only 3 lords left. The lord of the Yi clan was still on the other side, trembling with fear. You can't kill them. Lu Ruffing shouted coldly. This is between me and them. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ling said without looking at the young man. This shocked many people. His reverse scale had been touched. Lin Ling was decisive in killing. Even if the young man had the protection of a strong cultivator, he would not compromise. If I say no, it means no. Their lives are more valuable than yours. Lu Ruffing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The people behind him sneered. These young men from the countryside were very bold. They thought that they could look down on everyone just because they had an Earth-rank holy physique. Little did they know that they had provoked an extremely powerful existence from the Qian Palace. I know that you're here for the star-picking Violet Palace, and they're the key. But what does that have to do with me? Lin Ling continued to move forward, arriving in front of the 2 fort lords. With a cold smile, the sword in his hand slashed out. At that moment, the 2 fort lords had already been severely injured by the flames. If Lu Ruffing had not stepped in to save them, they would have died. Save me! The 2 lords shouted at the same time. They were completely terrified. They finally understood why Lin Ling came to the Yi clan but informed them of the other 9 castles. It turned out that Lin Ling's plan was to kill all of them in one fell swoop and get rid of future troubles. How dare you! At this moment, Lu Ruffing was shocked by Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling knew about that secret? That's right, the Dragon Beach 9 castles was like an ant to him. He wouldn't stop Lin Ling just to prove his strength. However, the Dragon Beach 9 castles was related to that place and had attracted the attention of the Qianhao. That was why he was here to protect it. Unfortunately, it was too late when he reacted. The remaining 2 lords were killed by Lin Ling's sword. Lu Ruffing was furious. There was only 1 lord left. Chapter 1137. Demon God Confrontation. As for the crowd in the distance, they were even more shocked. Their reverse scale had been touched. In their hearts, the people of the rainforest had become existences that could not be provoked. You're forcing me to kill you. Lu Ruffing gently floated down. Lin Ling had killed someone in front of him, so how could he let Lin Ling go? Your talent is good, but unfortunately, your realm is too low. Plus, you've already exhausted all your spiritual yuan in the previous battle. How can you be my opponent? Xiu. Without any nonsense, Lu Rufeng disappeared into the sky, leaving behind a gust of wind that was capable of directly shredding a transcendent realm master to dust. He made his move. Many people stared at the front. They didn't know where Lu Rufeng came from, but they could feel that his origin and strength were terrifying. Lin Ling had indeed exhausted a lot of his spiritual yuan in the previous battle. He was no match for Lu Rufeng. You can't kill me. Lin Ling couldn't see Lu Rufeng's body at all, but he said lightly. His words made the people of Lu King's mansion in the distance sneer. Was this brat still so stubborn? Wind spear condensed sound. The strongest wind in the world appeared. In Lin Ling's eyes, thousands of wind spears came straight at him. The power of the wind was so great that Lin Ling frowned. He moved his feet and dodged. At the same time, he condensed the remaining spiritual yuan in his body and turned it into a sword slash. Xiu. However, after the sword slash, it passed through the wind, which made Lin Ling's face change slightly. What kind of martial art was this? Why was it so powerful? One had to know that his sword had reached the 8th level of life and death profound, but it couldn't cut through the wind? The comprehension of profound martial arts is very deep, but profound martial arts only control the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth is vast and complex. Only by removing the crudity and leaving the essence can one dominate everything. A disdainful voice drifted out in the wind. In the end, a spear shot straight at Lin Ling, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. Clang. Lin Ling pointed his giant sword. A deafening sound rang out as the tip of the sword collided with the tip of the spear. Did you see my gun? Lu Rufeng's surprised voice rang out. He thought that Lin Ling could not see through his martial arts. Your spear seems to carry the power of heaven and earth. After fusing with it, I couldn't see through it at first, but now I can feel a thing or two. Lin Ling said indifferently. So what if you can see through it? You can still block it. Lu Rufeng's voice was filled with anger. The spiritual source on the tip of the spear became even more vast, suppressing Lin Ling with force. Who is this kid? How can he see through the 9th prince's spear? Those people in the distance were also shocked, but they soon sneered. Lin Ling had consumed a lot of spiritual yuan, so even if he could see the spear, it was useless. I can still block your gun. However, at that moment, Lin Ling said softly. He stepped into the air, as if he had become one with the sky. His huge sword was still thrusting forward, making it difficult for Lu Rufeng's spear to advance any further. Physical strength. Lu Rufeng sucked in a breath of cold air. Unless one faced it personally, one would not be able to see through the physical strength. Previously, he thought that Lin Ling only had a saint body. I forgot to tell you that my spiritual yuan recovers very quickly. At the same time, Lin Ling said indifferently. His spiritual yuan in his dantian had recovered 10% of his strength. Coupled with the strength of his physical body, his sword became even heavier this time. He slashed out fiercely. With a cracking sound, the majestic power sent Lu Rufeng's body flying. He floated in the distance with an ugly expression on his face. He, a famous genius from the Qian Temple, had personally suppressed a young man from the countryside, but it was to no avail. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. Most importantly, his opponent was someone who had fought several times before. Amazing! It seems that I have to use my trump card to kill you. Lu Rufeng obviously did not want to waste time. After all, the longer he delayed, the more embarrassed he would be. Is the 9th prince going to use that? Those behind him were looking forward to it. Although Lu Rufeng was only a stage 1 transcendent, which was the lowest level in the Qian Temple, there was a reason why the Lu Mansion still valued him so much. And the reason was the wind demon lion. With a furious roar, the clouds in the sky were blown away, and the water on the ground was blown away until the bottom of the water could be seen. An unstoppable force from the ancient times erupted in a mighty manner. Under countless gazes, a 100-meter-tall ancient lion appeared. The lion was green in color and there were many mysterious patterns on its body. Its mane was formed by a green gale. The roar was earth-shattering. A large number of people in the distance were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They quickly ran away from this terrifying world. The wind demon lion ranked 65th among the 72 demon gods in the sky. As for the people wearing the imperial python robes, they spoke proudly. Now, do you still have the right to be arrogant? The lion spoke in a low voice like a king, as if it was the king of all beasts in the world. In the distance, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. The 72 demon gods in the sky? This was the first time he had seen a demon god other than the 6 guardian gods. Although he was surprised, he wasn't too shocked. Previously, his eye of time had detected a mysterious aura in the other party's body. Therefore, he estimated that he couldn't defeat the other party, but the other party couldn't defeat him either. I said, "You can't kill me." Lin Ling slowly carried the tyrannical song sword on his back. His words made those on Lu Rufeng's side laugh. Can't kill him? That's a fool's dream. Come out, ancient flame demon. Lin Ling let out a low roar, and an ancient aura emanated from him. Smoke spewed out, causing him to disappear from the sky. Then, the demonic flames spread out, and the 7-tailed fox desolate beast appeared before everyone's eyes. Its demonic eyes stared at everyone with a bloodthirsty look. What? This guy still has a trump card. He's also one of the 72 demon gods in the sky. Horrified voices erupted. Some of them came from the water realm, while others came from Lu Rufeng's side. Of course, the wind demon lion was the most surprised. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be one of the demon gods. The ancient flame demon ranked 69th among the 72 demon gods in the sky. After a moment of shock, the wind demon lion finally spoke in a serious voice. He no longer had the arrogance from before. I'm wind and you're flame. However, in the ancient demon god rankings, you're weaker than me. I can kill you. Is that so? As far as I know, it's difficult for a stage 1 transcendent to display the power of a demon god. Since your cultivation is the same as mine, your wind demon lion might not be able to defeat me. As for your ranking, it's based on the ancient rankings. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he spoke from the ancient flame demon's neck. The wind demon lion fell silent. Lin Ling's words made sense. The ancient rankings were based on the demon god's heyday. However, they obviously couldn't display their full strength now. Even though the wind demon lion was ranked higher than the ancient flame demon, if Lin Ling performed better, it was possible that he could kill the wind demon lion. As such, Lu Rufeng hesitated. Then he sensed a powerful aura coming towards them. In the end, he recalled the wind demon lion. Chapter 1138. Strive hard, brat, you're lucky. Lu Rufeng returned to normal, but he looked coldly at Lin Ling. He, the 9th prince, had failed. I told you, you can't kill me. Lin Ling smiled faintly as if he didn't care at all. This made Lu Rufeng and his men's faces turn pale as if they had been slapped in the face. They, the Lu mansion, had never suffered such a big loss before. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the Lord of the House of Yi. That one glance caused the Lord of the House of Yi to tremble and almost kneel down. Only now did he realize that he had provoked such a terrifying existence. The Lord of the Dragon Beach 9 Castles is here? At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. Their auras were powerful as if they were ancient war gods. Lin Ling. A furious roar was heard. A man in a black robe stared at Lin Ling from the crowd. It was the Tri-Era Ghost King. You killed my son. Apart from that, Dark North Evil God came as well. He stared at Lin Ling with killing intent. The two of you better not spoil the big picture. The Kuan Palace has already found out that the descendant of the star-plucking Violet Mansion has appeared here. Therefore, no one here can be killed at will. The 3 Lives Ghost King and Evil God North Sea didn't dare to say a word. This was the gathering place of all the experts of the Kuan Palace. How could they dare to offend them? Obviously, they'd come for the star-seizing Violet Palace, and the key to the secret realm was the fort master of the Dragon Beach 9 forts. Because the fort master was the only bloodline descendant of the star-seizing Violet Palace. This was something they had only discovered recently. Don't worry, the fort master of the Dragon Beach 9 castles has been confirmed. Only the fort master with the surname Yi is left, and the rest were killed by that junior. At that moment, an ancient voice rang out, causing many people to frown. They recognized that voice, so they gave some face. How dare you? How dare you kill the fort lord? All the experts were looking at Lin Ling. These people had powerful auras, and every one of them was an existence that surpassed Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. He didn't make a move against the Dragon Shore 9 castles because he had already guessed that the star-seizing Violet Manor was related to them. It was only after his grandfather was ambushed that he let go of everything and came to wipe out the Dragon Shore 9 castles. But now, he had become everyone's enemy. The most terrifying thing was that there were experts from the Kuan Hall gathered here. Moreover, the experts currently treated him like an ant. If they knew that he had the ancient flame devil, there would be even more people who would want to kill him. Even Lu Ruffing kept a low profile at this moment, not letting others know that he had the 72 demonic gods. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to grow so much in such a short period of time. In the sky, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. The expressions of the experts from the Kuan Hall changed slightly. This ancient expert actually knew that ant? This surprised them greatly. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he stared at the pair of eyes in the sky. An unprecedented anger arose spontaneously. It's him, the owner of the Void Star Divine Palace, Celestial Venerable Void Star. Celestial Venerable Void Star's position in the Kuan Hall wasn't low, so when he appeared, the experts fell silent. Only the Three Lives Ghost King and Northern Darkness Demon God sneered. How could Lin Ling still be alive? The only regret was that they couldn't obtain Lin Ling's 72 demonic gods. The situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for Lin Ling. Numerous eyes stared at Lin Ling as if they wanted to see through Lin Ling, making Lin Ling feel pressured. How about joining my Void Star Divine Palace? In the sky, the pair of eyes said indifferently. It was as if he had seen through all of Lin Ling's secrets. That was why he knew how strong Lin Ling's talent was, especially his saint body. One had to know that not long ago, Lin Ling's talent was extremely ordinary. It's impossible. Lin Ling raised his head. His clear eyes were filled with determination and even killing intent. I see that your talent is not bad, so I'm giving you a chance. But you won't take it? The pair of eyes in the sky revealed a cold expression. It's impossible. Lin Ling still said the same thing. He still remembered the deaths of the saints. In order to let the 6 guardian gods leave, those saints had died in the charge. His hometown had also been destroyed by the other party. The Qingyun's sacred ground had been completely annihilated. How could he not take revenge? Even if the other party wanted to recruit Lin Ling would never compromise. This enmity was irreconcilable. Kneel. The pair of eyes exuded a strong sense of majesty. It was as if Lin Ling had violated his dignity by rejecting him in front of the experts of the Kuan Hall. This kid is courting death. How dare he go against Celestial Venerable Void Star? The experts of the Kuan Hall came from various sects and kings of various countries. They didn't know Lin Ling, but they felt that Lin Ling was extraordinarily courageous. Rumble. Boundless majesty shrouded Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to kneel. The power was too strong, as if it was the eye of a god. As for Lin Ling, he felt as if his pupils had been cut by a knife. Pain shot through him, making it so that he could no longer open his eyes. The last time Lin Ling dared to look Empyrean Void Star in the eye, Empyrean Void Star wanted to destroy Lin Ling's eyes. Serves him right. His eyes are blind. The Three Lives Ghost King sneered coldly. The others also revealed a cold expression. That young man was blind, so he should be kneeling next. Unfortunately, in the face of an ancient expert, no matter how strong his backbone was, it was useless. At this moment, Lin Ling felt a piercing pain in his eyes. It was as if he had returned to Gu Yen's sect and become blind again. Most importantly, the majestic heavenly aura enveloped his body, causing his bones to creak as if they were about to break. He was forced to kneel. However, he couldn't kneel. Even if his eyes were blind and his bones were broken, he still couldn't kneel. Lin Ling's body trembled as he stubbornly resisted. Many people in the distance who were watching a good show gradually became surprised. This young man was terrifying. His willpower was too great. My obsession is as arrogant as ever. How can I fall here? Lin Ling shouted angrily in his heart. Scenes from his childhood flashed through his mind. Every time he faced a life or death crisis, every time he was oppressed by a powerful cultivator, every time he was in the vast expanse of the world, he never gave in. The sound of glass shattering could be heard. Lin Ling felt as if his soul was about to explode. The 9 heavenly fish diagrams appeared in his sea of consciousness, causing the sea to erupt with sky-high waves. His soul continued to grow stronger, and above the sea, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see things that were thousands of miles away. He saw a large number of experts coming in his direction. He also saw Venerable Si Kaming and Old Man Dongfu. This mysterious power was too terrifying. It was like the eye of clairvoyance. No, it should be the eye of 10,000 miles. Could it be that the eye of time had awakened another divine ability under the pressure? At this moment, the crowd in the outside world didn't know what was happening to Lin Ling's soul, but they were becoming more and more shocked. This young man was still not kneeling. He had resisted for a long time. One had to know that Heavenly Venerable Su Xing had the divine eye. Even high-grade transcendents like them didn't dare to face it. He definitely can't hold on. He'll kneel in an incense stick's worth of time. The 3 Lives Ghost King sneered, believing that Lin Ling couldn't hold on. A cultivator has 3 qualities. First, backbone, second, pride, and third, courage. If you compromise, how can you talk about the martial Tao? Chapter 1139. The gathering of experts man strives for 3 breaths, backbone, pride, and courage. These 3 breaths will never be extinguished. These breaths will exist forever with the world. At the same time, Lin Ling didn't kneel. Instead, he finally opened his eyes and stared at the sky god eye. These 3 breaths will exist forever with the world. Countless people were shocked, and their faces stiffened. That weak little ant stared at the heavens. Just how strong was his backbone and arrogance? Could it be that his courage was boundless? The sky god eye was also shocked. He didn't kneel, and his blinded eyes had recovered. He stared at him like he did in the past. Man strives for 3 breaths. At the same time, a large amount of ancient aura appeared. Ocean waves erupted and separated the world, preventing the sky god eye from displaying its power. Venerable Si Kaming had arrived. A large number of experts from the Qian Hall had arrived. However, they all stared at Lin Ling in shock. What had they just seen? They had seen Lin Ling stare at celestial Venerable Void Star and not lose out at all. Who was this youth? Venerable Si Kaming. The sky god eye roared furiously. He sensed that not only had he failed to kill Lin Ling today, but Lin Ling had also awakened under his pressure. This meant that he had been helping Lin Ling grow. Now that Venerable Si Kaming had arrived, he couldn't do anything. Celestial Venerable Void Star, I've said before that Lin Ling is my general. Don't you know that? Venerable Si Kaming coldly stared at the sky, causing the sky god eye to slowly close. I was reckless before. I apologize to you. He had to compromise. After all, Venerable Si Kaming was an extremely troublesome existence for the Qian Hall. Moreover, more and more experts had arrived. He couldn't hide the truth from the masses. Venerable Si Kaming glanced at the experts from the Qian Hall and suppressed his anger. He then looked at Lin Ling in shock. Not long ago, he wanted to inform Lin Ling to come here, but Lin Ling had already left. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would find the Dragon Beach 9 castles before him? This Lin Ling was truly mysterious. It was as if everything in the world revolved around him. Venerable Si Kaming, is this kid a general of your Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture? A powerful old man from the Qian Hall laughed. When he saw Venerable Si Kaming nod his head, he couldn't help but say with envy, amazing. He doesn't fear Empyrean Voidstar with just his willpower and backbone. Ha! Venerable Sea Calming's face was full of pride. He waved at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling walked towards him. Lin Ling knew that his plan to kill the Yi clan's lord had to be delayed. Today, the experts from the Qian Hall and Kuan Hall were here for the star-plucking Purple Mansion. This was a major event that Lin Ling couldn't stop at the moment. The crowd also waited quietly, each with their own thoughts. Lu Rufeng's expression was ugly. He thought that Lin Ling was a nameless ant, but who knew that Lin Ling dared to look directly at Celestial Master Voidstar and was even a general under Venerable Sea Calming? Lu Rufeng's status and feat were like a slap to his face. Other than him, the experts who arrived first also stared deeply at Lin Ling. They would remember this stubborn young man. As for the experts who arrived later, they didn't pay attention to Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling was just an ordinary cultivator below them. Among the experts here, the weakest was at least a first-realm transcendent. There were even many that Lin Ling couldn't see through. They were probably at the transcendent realm or above, and that realm should be the Saint Realm. The Misty Evil sect is here. Their sect master has a high position in the Kuan Hall. His strength is also unparalleled. They're from the Heavenly King Palace. The crowd exclaimed from time to time. Today, in Xianping Province, thousands of sects and experts had gathered. These people are all here for the star-plucking Purple Mansion. Lin Ling was shocked as he looked into the distance. 10,000 kilometers away, he could see that there were still many great forces arriving. That's right. In ancient times, there was no Xianping Province. At that time, the 4 great countries ruled everything. Later on, for some unknown reason, the 4 great ancient countries disappeared and became fragmented. The star-plucking Great Emperor's country was one of the 4 great countries. According to legend, one could obtain the 5 great inheritances from there. In ancient times, the 5 great inheritances were the most powerful forces that ruled the world. Therefore, when the star-plucking Purple Mansion appeared, all the experts of Xianping Province came here for it. Beside Lin Ling, a woman in purple clothes said lightly. Her face was covered with a purple veil, only revealing a pair of autumn moon-like eyes. Her voice was extremely gentle, and she looked at Lin Ling as if she was looking at a junior. Lin Ling didn't know this woman. Little sister Meng Yun, are you all right? The purple-clothed woman smiled and spoke again. This made Lin Ling even more surprised. She knew you, Meng Yun? Ling Shan, this is my father's red-armored general, Lin Ling. Venerable Sea Calming said with a smile. Lin Ling immediately reacted and greeted politely, Sister Ling Shan. In fact, he hadn't stayed in the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture for long. He wasn't even as long as you Meng Yun, so this was his first time meeting Venerable Sea Calming's daughter. However, since Sister Ling Shan's eyes were so beautiful, her face must be devastatingly beautiful. I'm not like what you think. Ling Shan smiled and removed the purple veil. Immediately, a centipede-like claw mark was revealed. It was a ghastly sight. Ling Shan's face wasn't bad to begin with. However, because of the claw mark, it made her extremely ugly. Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Ling Shan to be so magnanimous as to let him see her face. However, he also sighed in his heart. Sister Ling Shan was also a rare beauty. It was a pity that she had a scar on her face. This injury can't be healed. Venerable Sea Calming sighed with a hint of anger in his eyes. Father, it's been so long. I'm used to it. Ling Shan put the veil back on as if she didn't care at all. However, Lin Ling felt that it wasn't that she didn't care. Instead, she was helpless. This Sister Ling Shan probably had a past that she couldn't bear to look back on. The 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace. At this time, the crowd began to move. Countless gazes looked towards the sky. The sunset had risen and countless fragrant flower petals drifted down like rain, causing the world to be filled with a fragrance. Under the sunset, a large number of women wearing palace dresses and bare feet came over. Each of these women was very beautiful. It was as if the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden had descended to the mortal world. The Qian Temple is so good. With the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace, even if I can't get close to her, it's good to see her every day. Many people laughed. In particular, some warriors who were free and easy stared unscrupulously at these fairy-like women. They knew that the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace was recruiting the most beautiful women in the world. Is that the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden? Then, many people looked at a woman in a palace dress with a jade belt fluttering in the wind. That woman was holy and noble, and she had the most beautiful face in the world. She also had the most alluring figure. It made people wonder how the world could give birth to such a beautiful woman. Chapter 1140. Mysterious Maiden of Nine Heavens, beautiful. She's really beautiful. If I can admire the moon with her in this life, even death would be worth it. Many people were shocked. Even some cultivators who didn't care about women's charms were shaken at this moment. If you want to die, then try to get close to her. She's a woman of the Langya 10 temples. Only that man is worthy of her. Someone said disdainfully, causing many people's hearts to beat violently. The 10 most terrifying existences of the Langya 10 temples were the heavenly seers. Although they were young, they were all existences above the transcendent realm. They were as famous as the Kuan Temple and the unfettered 10 temples. That bitch is here. Venerable Si Kaming glared at the fairy in the sky and shouted angrily. Ling Shan pulled him back and shook her head. Father, it's been so many years. Why do you care? Although she said so, Lin Ling could still feel her emotions fluctuating. It was a kind of anger and helplessness. Mysterious Maiden of Nine Heavens. Lin Ling also looked at the fairy-like woman. He didn't know what kind of grudge this woman had with Sister Ling Shan. Ling Shan, I haven't seen you for many years. You're still the same. Ignoring the gazes around her, the fairy-like woman looked at Ling Shan. She seemed to know her. Thank you. Ling Shan looked up at the mysterious Maiden of Nine Heavens with a touch of persistence in her eyes and smiled. Bitch! Venerable Si Kaming bellowed and scolded Xian Envy of the Ninth Heaven in front of countless people. This action surprised many people. However, Venerable Si Kaming had a high status behind the Qian Palace, so no one dared to say anything. How can you force things? He loves me. What's the use of pestering him? The mysterious Maiden of Nine Heavens didn't get angry and smiled gently. Her smile was like a spring breeze, causing more people to lean towards her. Is it because of that rumor? There was no lack of older experts in the heaven and earth palaces. At this moment, they recalled that 10 years ago, Venerable Si Kaming's daughter fell in love with an outstanding talent. The two of them were in love, and Venerable Si Kaming thought highly of his son-in-law and gave him a lot of guidance. After that, as their relationship became better and better, the two of them also announced their marriage. The news spread in the heaven and earth palaces in a grandiose manner. However, on the day of the wedding, the hero still refused and publicly announced that the woman he loved was the Nine Heavens Maiden. He was ashamed of Venerable Si Kaming's nurturing and Ling Shan's feelings. Thus, on that day, he refused in front of everyone and ended up with the Nine Heavens Maiden. That experience was undoubtedly a huge blow to Ling Shan and Venerable Si Kaming. It had to be known that the entire world was watching the marriage, but the female side had been rejected. How humiliating was that? No wonder Venerable Si Kaming hates the Empyrean maidens so much. Many people came to a realization, but they still mocked. After all, love couldn't be forced. If Venerable Si Kaming wanted to seek justice for his wronged daughter, it would be even more humiliating for them. Ling Shan clenched her fists as the crowd discussed animatedly. The Empyrean maiden, on the other hand, smiled faintly and didn't look at Ling Shan anymore. Her attitude undoubtedly made people miss her even more and made Ling Shan a clown. This is too much. Venerable Si Kaming was so angry that his face turned red, but there was nothing he could do. The Empyrean Maiden Palace wasn't any weaker than the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture. In addition, the hero was one of the 10 palaces in Langya. He couldn't seek justice even if he wanted to. It's not what you think. In the past, I treated that hero like my own son and even gave him the Dragon Roar elixir. Who knew that his goal was that precious elixir? After getting the elixir, he immediately broke the engagement and made my daughter the laughingstock of Xianpeng province. It's humiliating for a man to be rejected, but it's even more humiliating for a woman to be rejected. Venerable Si Kaming looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling could also sense the bitterness in Sister Lingshan's heart. After being rejected in public, the hero even said that he loved the Empyrean maiden. Naturally, everyone would compare Sister Lingshan with the Empyrean maiden and think that Sister Lingshan was a toad lusting after a swan's meat. She couldn't see through herself. After that, my daughter went to get the dragon roar elixir for me, but she was slapped by that man. He even called my daughter a toad. The shame of that slap is still there to this day. Venerable Si Kaming said word by word. The scar on Lingshan's face came from that. What a shameless man. Lin Ling's voice sank. Love was indeed something that could not be forced. But since that man had chosen the Empyrean maiden, then everything that he owed Lingshan should be returned. However, not only did that man not return it, he even ruined Sister Lingshan's face, causing her to never have the face to see anyone again. The wound on her face was painful, but how could the wound in her heart be healed? After that, the Empyrean maiden also met Lingshan. She was very arrogant and said that Lingshan wasn't worthy of that hero. Lingshan was a toad, so they were both bitches. Venerable Si Kaming shouted again. The Empyrean maiden was happy to be with that hero, and she was also the winner. However, she shouldn't have reprimanded Lingshan, because Lingshan was the victim. Love couldn't be forced, but the way the Empyrean maiden handled it was wrong. She didn't care about Lingshan's self-esteem. Venerable Si Kaming looked at Lin Ling. You promised me 3 things, and you've already fulfilled one. As for the second, I want you to pursue the second Empyrean maiden and dump her. What? Lin Ling's expression changed. He looked at the Empyrean maiden and saw a young girl beside her. She was as pure as a fairy, so she must be the next Empyrean maiden. However, how could Lin Ling possibly pursue such a fairy-like existence? Moreover, the young girl raised her head high like a noble swan. She must be a supercilious existence, so Lin Ling didn't care about pursuing her. I just want to take revenge on the Empyrean maiden, so you don't have to like her. You just need to make the Empyrean maiden lose face. Can you do the second thing? Venerable Si Kaming knew that his condition was a bit too much, but he still looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Father, this is our business. Don't involve Lin Ling. Lingshan persuaded. Her voice was still gentle. Perhaps she had been hurt for so many years that she had become numb. Venerable Si Kaming sighed and shook his head. Whether you succeed or not, I'll take it that you've completed the second thing. You just need to have the heart. In the end, he didn't force Lin Ling to complete the task. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, feelings couldn't be forced. Lin Ling also didn't like to play with feelings. Lin Ling nodded. He just needed to do his best. Whether he succeeded or failed, the second thing would be considered completed. Of course, he didn't take it to heart. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. They were all from the Qian Temple and the Kuan Temple. They even started fighting. Finally, the experts from the 2 temples appeared and ended the battle. The last bloodline of the star-seizing Violet Mansion has been found. 1 month later, the star-seizing Violet Mansion will be opened. During this month, the experts from the 2 temples can't casually attack each other. The powerful martial artists discussed and finally came to a consensus. Chapter 1141. Return. Come on. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed one after another. Lin Ling's gaze fell upon the Trail Era's ghostly lord and the evil god of North Sea. He smirked coldly. His cultivation was not very strong at the moment, but he had only been cultivating in Xianping province for a short time. Therefore, he was confident that it would not take long for him to surpass the Trail Era's ghostly lord and the rest. On the other hand, the 3 Lives Ghost King and 3 Lives Ghost King had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had escaped another calamity. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength had risen too quickly. If they didn't kill him now, there would be no end to his troubles in the future. The various powerhouses gradually left. Only the native warriors were left in the water domain. They looked at the ground that was riddled with holes, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Today, their sanctuary had welcomed countless powerhouses. The youngest king of the rainforest, how terrifying! However, soon after, an old martial artist sighed, causing many people to recall the past. Only now did they remember that the former overlords, the Dragon Beach 9 castles, were all wiped out. The last person was only alive because he was protected by so many experts. That youth's reverse scale was touched, and as expected, he was killed without mercy. In the hazy clouds, a large number of figures walked towards the island on the other side of the rainforest. Experts are as common as clouds in the universe and Kuan palaces. You've seen it for yourself today, right? Venerable Si Kaming said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. There were many strong cultivators. The Qin Kuan Palace, and thousands of sects had gathered. Many of them were not weaker than the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture. The strength of Xianpeng Province was beyond his imagination. However, you don't have to belittle yourself because your natural talent is extremely formidable. In the future, your name will surely shake the Qin Hall. Venerable Si Kaming added. In the past, when Lin Ling had first arrived at the Si Kaming Sky Prefecture, he hadn't been the strongest. Venerable Si Kaming thought that Lin Ling would need some time to grow. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would gain a firm foothold in the Si Kaming Sky Prefecture in such a short time? This meant that the Si Kaming Sky Prefecture could no longer accommodate Lin Ling. If this speed continued, Lin Ling's name would definitely spread throughout the Qin Hall. In addition, Lin Ling's innate talent was very terrifying. He had 2 great demon gods in his body, and he had an earth-rank innate talent, holy physique. A large number of red-armored and orange-armored generals followed behind Venerable Si Kaming. They all looked at Lin Ling with reverence in their eyes. We're here. At this moment, Lin Ling chuckled. In the water ahead, a large number of islands appeared. On the largest island, there was a flag with the words, Rainforest, written on it. Who is it? At this moment, everyone on the island looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The aura in front of them was too strong. Could it be that an expert had come to kill them? Everyone tensed up. Holy King, it's me. Lin Ling bellowed when he saw how nervous the crowd was. This caused the 4 clan leaders, the Holy King, and the others to relax. Lin Ling had returned, which meant that the House of Yi had been eradicated by Lin Ling. This news shocked many. Lin Ling's strength was indeed more powerful than they had imagined. Are these people from your hometown? Venerable Si Kaming and the others landed and looked at the crowd. Venerable Si Kaming, in particular, had a look of indifference on his face. After all, to these experts from Xianpeng Province, the Holy King and the others were like ants. If it were not for Lin Ling, they would not even bother to come here. The 4 clan leaders, the Holy King, and the others inhaled sharply. They could sense that these people were very powerful. They could not see through them at all. I'll be staying here for a month. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. Venerable Si Kaming glanced at Lin Ling. Eventually, he put away the indifference of a powerhouse and smiled. The 4 clan leaders were relieved. They looked at Lin Ling, knowing that he was giving Lin Ling face. Venerable One, Madame Yuqin, Sister Lingshan, why are you here? At this time, Yumun Yun's voice was heard. She and Lai Qing were walking side by side from afar. Venerable Si Kaming's eyes fell on Lai Qing and nodded slightly. This woman has a strong murderous aura. I have a set of martial arts techniques that nobody wants to practice. It's very suitable for her. At this moment, Yu Mingyun had already walked towards Madame Yuqin while Lai Qing was staring coldly at Venerable Si Kaming. The sword by her waist let out a sword hum as the killing intent on her body intensified. Facing an expert like Venerable Si Kaming, she was not afraid at all. However, she looked at Lin Ling and suppressed the murderous aura in her sword. Lai Qing, he's my master. Lin Ling explained with a smile. At the same time, he explained why Venerable Si Kaming and the others were here. Many people's expressions changed. So this was the reason why the star-plucking Purple Mansion was here. This girl has a strong murderous aura. Her sword skills are also very high. Jun Luya, try fighting with her. Venerable Si Kaming smiled and said with interest. Yes, my master. A young man in red armor walked out from behind him and looked at Lai Qing indifferently. Lai Qing looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling nod. She didn't say anything and walked out as well. The sword in her hand finally flashed. The dense murderous aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Clang. The two looked at each other and instantly tangled together. Jianghu, Transcendent Realm Level 3. You have a yellow saint physique and your profound martial arts have reached level 10. Who do you think will win? Venerable C. Calming said to Lin Ling as he waved his right hand. The blue ocean turned into a light film and covered the two of them so that their battle wouldn't affect the others. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Lai Qing was a Transcendent Realm Level 2. Her saint physique wasn't as strong as her opponent's and her profound martial arts were the same. No matter how one looked at it, Lai Qing would lose. However, there was something about Lai Qing that Lin Ling couldn't see through. In the end, Lin Ling said, if Jianghu doesn't lose within 10 moves, he wins. 10 moves? Why are you so confident? You should know that Jianghu is a famous existence among the 7-colored generals. Venerable C. Calming laughed. It's half intuition and half analysis. Lin Ling said indifferently, Lai Qing's sword is very sharp and his killing intent is dense. Each strike is more powerful than the last, and on the 10th strike, that strike will reach its peak. This is a kind of momentum that will perish together with the opponent. Therefore, if Jianghu cannot withstand 10 strikes, he will lose. But the first burst of energy, the second will weaken, and the third will exhaust. Lai Qing's attacking style is too fierce, and after 10 strikes, his momentum will weaken. Therefore at that time, Jianghu will win. Lin Ling, you're so strong. Yuman Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Even Ling Shan's beautiful eyes flickered. She couldn't tell who would win, but Lin Ling seemed to have analyzed it. What about intuition? Venerable C. Calming was shocked. Lin Ling's analytical ability was very strong. Intuition says that Lai Qing will win. Her sword gives me a strange feeling. It seems to control the power of heaven and earth, but that power is even more extreme. Lin Ling frowned. Kill! At this moment, Lai Qing shouted coldly. She slashed out with the sword of slaughter. The momentum of this sword rose steadily, forming a power that many people had never seen before. Even Jianghu's pupils changed drastically. He lost. Venerable C. Calming's eyes flashed. The surrounding ocean formed a shield and blocked the sword for Jianghu. Even so, everyone saw that the sword almost split the ocean. It was extremely sharp. What sword is that? Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Lai Qing's sword was indeed powerful. It was a sword that gave up on her own life and focused on killing the enemy. You can try it with her. Chapter 1142. Extreme Martial Arts? Alright. Lin Ling nodded. Lai Qing was at Transcendent Realm Stage 2 while Lin Ling was at Transcendent Realm Stage 1. Although there was a gap of 1 stage between them, Lin Ling was still confident. My lord, even I couldn't block that sword. I'm afraid Lin Ling will have a hard time. Jianghu walked back and said. Only he knew how terrifying Lai Qing's sword was. The gap between stages is important, but one's foundation can make up for it. Moreover, Lin Ling isn't as simple as you think. Don't underestimate him. Venerable C. Calming shook his head. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't lose. Lai Qing. After Lin Ling walked out, hesitation appeared in Lai Qing's eyes. Her sword was very sharp, and once it was drawn, it would definitely kill. However, in this world, there were some people she didn't want to kill, and Lin Ling was one of them. She knew that Lin Ling was the only one who wouldn't harm her. Don't worry. With Venerable C. Calming there, we won't be hurt. Moreover, he'll be teaching us martial arts. Lin Ling said with a smile. Alright. Lai Qing nodded heavily. She drew her sword and without saying anything, she shot it over. The moment the sword was drawn, it shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. Lin Ling didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He raised his tyrant song and released his level 8 profound meaning of life and death. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. Lai Qing's sword became crazier and crazier. Lin Ling wasn't her opponent when it came to sword fighting. Sea Heart Flame. Lin Ling shouted and used his Flame Dao. After all, Sword Dao wasn't his only Flame Dao. Flame was his main focus. Boom. The combination of Flame Dao and Sword Dao started to block Lai Qing's crazy sword. 8th move, 9th move. Junluya kept watching with a solemn expression. He finally understood why Venerable C. Kangming valued Lin Ling's foundation was too solid. An Earth-class holy body is of a higher level than your holy body. In addition to that sword, although it hasn't displayed its full power, its defense is extremely strong. Most importantly, his physical strength has reached 500 million. Reverend C. Kangming explained, his words causing Junluya to draw in a breath of cold air. How terrifying! If Lin Ling broke through to the second level of the Transcendent Realm, how high would his combat prowess be? Sea of Fire. Level 9 Profound Meaning of Life and Death, 1 sword cleaving space. The 10th sword appeared, forcing Lin Ling to explode with his full strength. All of the sea heart flame turned into waves that surged towards Lai Qing. At the same time, the strongest life and death profound had also appeared. It had to be known that the overwhelming righteousness was hidden within the tyrannical Song sword, and Lin Ling could not easily control it. Only at certain moments would he be able to unleash its full might. Lai Qing's sword was so terrifying that it split the sea and collided with Lin Ling's sword. At the side, everyone was shocked. Lai Qing was indeed terrifying, and so was Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation level was 1 level lower. But in the end, Lin Ling blocked the 10th sword. Next, Lai Qing would lose without a doubt. Alright, it's useless to continue fighting. Lin Ling sheathed his sword and stood up. He had won this battle. Lai Qing breathed heavily and looked deeply at Lin Ling. She had wandered Xianping province and battled with many experts, but Lin Ling was the only one she could not see through. However, she was very happy because Lin Ling came from the same hometown as her. This meant that the geniuses from the 6 Saint Domains were not weak. Most importantly, although her killing intent was firm, she was still a woman after all. Subconsciously, she didn't want to stand at the top and shoulder everything because it would be very tiring. It was only because the world was heartless that she was forced to be cold-blooded and emotionless. But now, she didn't have to shoulder everything. In the 6 sacred regions, there was a man who was stronger than her, who resisted and shouldered even more experts. Your sword is very powerful. I almost couldn't block it. Take this. Lin Ling recovered his spiritual source quickly, so after smiling he threw a bottle of pills to Lai Qing. Lai Qing caught it with a ruthless expression and swallowed it without even looking at the pill bottle. She trusted Lin Ling completely. Do you know why her sword is so powerful? Venerable C. Kangming said indifferently, which made Lin Ling curious. Then, Venerable C. Kangming said, it's because she has unknowingly cultivated the profound of killing to the peak. Moreover, she has taken half a step into the realm of extreme martial arts. Extreme martial arts? Lin Ling's pupils shrank. No wonder Lai Qing's sword didn't seem like the profound of killing. It turned out that she had stepped into a new realm. He couldn't help but think of Lu Ruffing. That guy's martial arts were also very mysterious. The profound of martial arts is to control the power of heaven and earth. The extreme martial arts are to retain the essence of the power of heaven and earth and form a great momentum. Its power is even more terrifying. However, the extreme martial arts are very difficult to control. The first thing is to reach the peak of the profound of martial arts. Venerable C. Kangming explained. In this world, the power of martial arts is vast and boundless. Most of the martial artists cultivate step by step. For example, martial instinct, true intent, great true intent, profound, and so on. However, there are always some exceptions. They skip the previous martial arts comprehension and directly cultivate a more profound comprehension. Lai Qing is one of them. Venerable C. Kangming said. Lai Qing was also listening. She knew that Venerable C. Kangming was also giving her pointers. Extreme mark. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought of Immortal again. Immortal's soul attack was very strange. It was different from his soul attack. Perhaps, it was also a extreme martial arts, but Immortal didn't know about it. Perhaps, she had comprehended it herself after some mutation. Extreme martial arts are the great momentum of heaven and earth. The power formed between a punch and a palm is stronger than the profound of martial arts. However, it has to be specialized. Venerable C calming threw a book to Lai Qing. Lai Qing caught it and read it carefully. Her eyes narrowed. That martial art was about cultivating murderous aura. Don't thank me. My principle is very simple. If you receive help, you just need to repay it in the future. Venerable C calming said again. He then looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you have an earth-rank saint body. From a certain point of view, you have a great chance of cultivating the profound of fire into an extreme martial art. There is also the profound of righteousness. When you reach the peak of the profound of righteousness, you can come to me. Lin Ling nodded. Venerable C calming chuckled and said, Your strength isn't very strong in Xianping province, but your talent is very good. You can enter the star-plucking purple mansion. Perhaps, it will allow you to transform into a dragon. The star-plucking purple mansion is one of the 4 great nations of the ancient era. There are many secrets hidden inside. Not to mention you, even experts like us are interested in it. Especially the 5 great inheritances. If we can obtain them, the throne of the human sovereign will be within reach. However, there will be countless experts in the star-plucking purple mansion this time. You have to be careful. Not only do you have to be wary of the people from the Kun Palace, you also have to be wary of the people from the Qian Palace. Although the people from the Qian Palace seem to be under the same banner, they are not united. Venerable C calming continued to speak, which made Lin Ling and the others nod. Obviously, the star-plucking purple mansion would welcome the arrival of the experts from Xianpeng province. Everyone wanted to explore the ancient secrets and be reborn. The days passed quietly. Venerable C calming would give pointers to Lin Ling and the others from time to time. At the same time, he helped Lin Ling to cure Ancestor Tin. Then he went into seclusion. Obviously, he didn't have much confidence in entering the star-plucking purple mansion with his strength. As my physical strength increases, my comprehension of the profound of righteousness also deepens. Chapter 1143. Di Shitian's return. Unfortunately, the higher the level of the small world, the harder it was to upgrade, and more treasures were needed. Currently, I can release the 8th level of morality profound as I wish. The tyrannical song sword hid the peak of morality profound, but Lin Ling couldn't control it at any time. He could only continue to comprehend and train. Currently, he could only control the 8th level. As for the murderous profound, it was still at the 1st level. Unless he was lucky, it would be very difficult to upgrade it. Rumble. On this day, the water in the distant waters soared into the sky, and in the sky, 5 figures were chasing a young man. Run, let's see where you can run to. The 5 people sneered, like a cat catching a mouse. If you have the ability, fight one-on-one. Bullying others with numbers, what kind of hero are you? The young man in front held a white bone sword and said angrily to the people behind him. His gaze fell on the rainforest island, and after seeing the flag, he couldn't help but laugh. You're not as good as others, so why find excuses? The 5 people also saw the island in front and sneered. Are you trying to get reinforcements? Unfortunately, who can save you in this rural 7-star sanctuary? See how I destroy it. Another person slammed his palm, and a full 7 levels of profound martial arts turned into a giant flaming palm, covering the rainforest island. Rumble. It was as if the island was about to split apart. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That person was so rude, attacking their island without saying anything. Bastard. The young man who was running stopped and looked at the 5 people coldly. Hee, looks like you're related to that island. However, you came here to ask for reinforcements. Do you think the people here can save you? The 5 people also stopped and sneered at the young man. However, at this moment, the flames on the island became strange, as if they had met a real infernal god, and turned into a whirlpool and disappeared. At the same time, 3 figures stepped on the clouds and shot into the sky, causing many people on the island to laugh. Lin Ling came out. Big brother. A surprised voice was heard, and the people who came looked at the young man with smiles on their faces. I finally found you. That youth also couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was Sakura. Obviously, he was the same as Lin Ling, possessing the male and female insects that could search for everyone in the rainforest. That was why he found this place. Sakura. Yuman Yun and Lai Qing also smiled. The 4 guardian deities of the 4 great holy lands had gathered. Big brother, are you his younger brother? Looks like you guys are very unlucky. Of all the people you could be brothers with, you just had to be his brother. Those 5 indifferently looked at Lin Ling and the others. They had enmity with Sakura, so they chased him all the way here. However, they didn't expect that Sakura would finally escape here. However, what was the use of escaping here? It would only implicate more people. Also, who let you extinguish my fire? Who is it? Get out here. The person who had attacked earlier shouted coldly. Big brother, who are these people? Lin Ling's gaze also looked at those 5 people. Just 5 bastards. I have no enmity with them, but they chased me all the way here because I blocked their way in the restaurant. Sakura said angrily. These people seemed to be disciples of some sect, but they were overbearing and rude as if their sect was the biggest in the world. You dare to block the people of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect from the Qian Temple. Naturally, you have to die, and the 3 of you will also be punished. As for the ants on the island, as long as you kneel down, you can still live. Among the 5 people, one said coldly. They were the people of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect from the Qian Temple. They had a great reputation in the Qian Temple. It was fine if Sakura didn't bow when he saw them, but he actually blocked their way. If they didn't kill him, what else could they do? Sir, why are you so aggressive? It's just a small conflict. How about we both compromise? Lin Ling took a step forward and said indifferently. The other party was from the Qian Temple, so he gave them some face. Compromise? You must be joking. The 5 of them revealed a smile on their faces. They felt that this was extremely laughable. They wanted to give in? Then what do you want? Lin Ling's face turned cold, but one of the 5 people said with a smile, Didn't I say before? Of course, you can compromise if you want to, but you just have to defeat me. If you win, I will leave with my senior brothers immediately. Otherwise, you all have to die. Okay, as you wish. Lin Ling took a step forward in the sky and finally nodded. The young man shrugged and said with a smile, You can only send 2 people, not all 4. Otherwise, you will have the advantage. Tianyu is still so confident. 1 against 2. The other 4 people also laughed and were extremely proud and confident. Second brother, I will go with you. Sakura couldn't stand the other party's arrogance and stepped forward. No need. You have been rushing all the way here, so you must be tired. Let me do it. Lin Ling stopped him and looked at the 4 people. The person who was going to fight smiled disdainfully and said, You plan to fight alone? Against you, 1 person is enough. Lin Ling didn't say anything else. His body was like a sword as he punched out. You think too highly of yourself. If you want to die, your big brother will die too. The young man snorted and clapped his hands. 3 different colored spiritual sources were released and formed into a cone of light. It collided with Lin Ling's fist in the air. He had already seen that Lin Ling was only at the 1st level of Transcendent Realm. The strongest of the other 3 was only at the 2nd level of Transcendent Realm. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. One must know that the 5 of them were all at the 3rd level of Transcendent Realm. Killing the other party was extremely easy. Bang! A dull sound rang out and the young man's eyes changed. He felt that although the other party was only at the 1st level of Transcendent Realm, the strength of the fist was extremely terrifying. It was like a mountain. Ka-ka-ka. That young man's bones emitted a crisp sound as his body flew backwards, landing more than 10 meters away. His expression turned icy cold and the eyes of the 4 people beside him also hardened. In their first exchange, Tianyu was actually at a disadvantage. How was this possible? You're so useless and you dare to be arrogant here? Lin Ling floated in the air and looked at the young man with cold eyes. I'm just looking down on you. The young man snorted and an even more powerful aura exploded out. Golden flames appeared on his body and he turned into a meteor as he flew towards Lin Ling. 7th level fire profound, 3rd elemental flame. The other 4 people sneered. Previously, Jianghu was just looking down on his opponent. Now, he was finally serious. Chi-chi-chi. Majestic flames accompanied the fist as it appeared in front of Lin Ling. These were the 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human. They were no longer ordinary flames. Overwhelming righteousness. Lin Ling shouted softly and threw out a punch as well. Golden light appeared on his fist as the great righteous energy protected everything. Bang. Chapter 1144. Star-plucking violet palace opening. That's all? I only used 1 flame from the 3 primordial flames and you already used all your strength to block it. If I use all 3 of them, how will you block it? Golden light blossomed in front of him, but the young man ignored it and sneered, "You should be regretting it, you shouldn't have fought me alone." Scram. 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 However, just as he finished speaking, a cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. The 8th level of the righteous profound exploded, golden light shone brightly, destroying everything in its path. My profound has leveled up again, I can now release it as I wish. Scram. Lai Qing's pupils constricted. She had fought with Lin Ling before and knew that Lin Ling couldn't control the righteous qi as he wished. But now he could. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was really fast. The 4 people's indifferent smiles froze at this moment. That 1st level Transcendent Junior actually had the 8th level of the martial profound. What kind of cultivation method was that? One must know that they were all in the 3rd level of the Transcendent Realm, but they were only on par with Lin Ling's profound. What? Scram. The young man's expression changed, he was once again sent flying by the enormous power. This was the 2nd time. One must know that he was from the 3 primordial Golden Dipper sect and was chasing after another young man. Then, Lin Ling came out to stop him. He originally wanted to show Lin Ling how strong he was and who he was stopping. However, Lin Ling showed him how weak he was. "You've angered me." Scram. An angry roar echoed out. 3 types of terrifying flames exploded and entangled with each other. The 3 primordial flames had completely appeared. Flame Meteor, Flame Luyun, Flame Luhen. 3 types of flames, one was like a meteor, one was like a flowing cloud, and the last one was the most mysterious. It flew across the sky and left a beautiful trail in the sky. These flames had officially entered the yellow rank. Rumble. The entire sky was occupied by the 3 types of flames, majestically surging towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Sakura was somewhat nervous. Could it be that Lin Ling was going to use the Guardian God? 3rd stage Transcendent Realm. His spiritual source isn't as large as mine, but he has more spiritual source than me. Plus, he has a yellow class saint physique, so he's pretty strong. Lin Ling said calmly. He stretched out his right hand, and a tranquil and sacred blue flame appeared, dancing slowly. From the surface, it didn't look as big as the 3rd elemental flame, but Lin Ling held the blue flame in his hand and pounced forward. So he also plays with fire. Then the fire that Jianghu used to attack the island should have been extinguished by him. But playing with fire in front of Jianghu, he's still too inexperienced. The 4 of them were slightly startled, but they quickly sneered. Pung ping pung. Under everyone's gazes, the flames collided. In the sky, several types of flames tumbled like heavenly tribulation, forming a vast vortex. Everyone below sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the 4 patriarchs. At this moment, their faces were extremely nervous. Tianyu had a cold smile on his face. His opponent also played with fire, but could he compare to him? He sensed that his 3 flames were still as huge as ever, as if they were going to devour his opponent's flames. But this pride didn't last long. In the next moment, he sensed a terrifying roar of seawater. The seawater seemed to be released from the weak flames. How is this possible? Tianyu's eyes narrowed. And the most terrifying thing was that his flames had occupied the world before, but now they had all turned blue and were assimilated by the sea of fire. At the same time, the boundless ocean turned into a palm and slammed down heavily on him. In the sky, there were no longer 3 colored flames, but only the blue flames of the ocean. This change made the 4 of them suck in a breath of cold air. A first-stage transcendent actually suppressed a third-stage transcendent, and Tianyu wasn't weak in the third elemental Golden Dipper sect. Even they had to bow down to him. Wait, I admit defeat. Surrender. At this moment, Tianyu kept retreating, watching the ocean's palm coming down on him. You should regret this, you shouldn't have fought me alone. Cold. However, a cold voice rang out, causing Tianyu's countenance to stiffen. He had thought that this was merely the 7-star sacred region, and the people here were like ants. Who would have thought that a random young man who appeared here would be stronger than him? I'm a disciple of the third elemental Golden Dipper sect. Roar. Tianyu roared angrily again. You've already said it. Yes. However, Lin Ling's voice was still cold. The blue flames instantly drowned Tianyu, and finally turned him into ashes. Pop pop pop. The mighty ocean's flames were still floating in the air. Below the island, many people were excited. They knew Lin Ling was strong, but this was the first time they saw Lin Ling use blue flames. Especially Ancestor Yin, he was the most excited. The name, Yin, seemed to have risen in Xianping province. How terrifying! Yes. As for the 4 from the third elemental Golden Dipper sect, they were still in a daze. Then, they realized that the flames were surging towards them like the ocean. Wait, we concede. Yes. The 4 of them shouted at the same time, causing the sea in the sky to stop for a moment. In the vast sea, Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. When these people were strong, they were domineering and dominating everything. Now that they saw that they were inferior to the other party, they immediately gave way? Conceded? You must be joking. Lin Ling's voice floated out. This was what the 4 of them had said before. The 4 of them turned deathly pale. We're from the Qian Hall. They knew that it was useless to use the third elemental Golden Dipper sect, so they could only use the Qian Hall. Sorry, me too. The ocean, accompanied by a cold shout, drowned them in an instant, and the 5 of them were completely wiped out. Then, the vast ocean turned into a whirlpool, rolling towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling stepped in the sky, walking towards Sakura and the others step by step. Amazing! The 4 patriarchs were excited. To them, the 5 youths were incomparably strong. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they could have easily swept through all the islands. However, Lin Ling was alone, and the 5 of them were wiped out. Lin Ling was worthy of being the #1 king of the rainforest. Second brother, when did you become so powerful? Among the crowd, the one who was the most surprised was Sakura. He thought that Lin Ling would have to use the ancient flame devil to win. Who knew that he would win with his own strength, and even surpass his realm? They aren't geniuses, they are just ordinary transcendent realm 3rd layer. Lin Ling smiled modestly. He thought of Lu Ruffing. That person had mastered an extreme martial art. It would be difficult to win against him. With your current strength, even the strongest transcendent realm 1st layer wouldn't be your opponent. Yes. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared. It was Venerable C. Calming and the others. Venerable C. Calming's expression turned serious. The opening of the star-seizing Violet Palace has been brought forward. Let's go. Opened? Let's go. Lin Ling and the others became serious. Then they smiled. With the opening of the secret realm, it was time for them to increase their strength again. My wife and Lingshan, as well as some generals, will stay on your island to protect your family. Therefore, you can do whatever you want. Yes. Chapter 1145. Gathering again after half a day of traveling, a huge vortex appeared in front of them. Endless amounts of water flowed into the vortex, and the rumbling sounds were deafening. It was as if this was the final destination of the water domain. The area around the vortex was densely packed with high-level transcendent realm cultivators and even saint realm cultivators. Their eyes were filled with greed. Everyone yearned for the ancient 4 great countries. There seems to be more people than before. Venerable C. Calming said lightly as he led Lin Ling and the others to a stop. Is that the Lin Ling who provoked the heavenly venerables? Don't let me see him in the purple mansion, or I'll kill him. Venerable C. Calming is strong, But if Heavenly Venerable Void Star obtains an opportunity in the Purple Mansion, he'll definitely kill Venerable Sea Calming. In the distance, a large number of cold gazes were directed at them. They were from the Void Star Divine Palace, and Heavenly Venerable Void Star was among them. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Lin Ling Yumun Yun and the others looked over angrily, suppressing the murderous intent in their hearts. This was also Lin Ling's first time seeing Empyrean Void Star's true appearance. This person was around 40 years old and had a head of white hair. He wore a starry moon robe and seemed to disappear into space. His eyes were closed, and what was most shocking was that there were 2 eyes on his forehead. This was a strange person with 4 eyes. Thousand Era Ghost Sect, listen up. If you see them, kill them without mercy. The same goes for the Northern Dark Nether Territory. The 3 Era Ghost King and Northern Dark Demon God also shouted coldly. The 6 sacred regions were just ants, but they had failed to kill them several times, which made them lose face, so they had to kill them. The Kuan Temple is different from the Heaven Temple. They can kill us at any time, so you have to rely on yourselves in the star-seizing Purple Mansion. Remember, kill those who are hostile. Venerable Sea Calming said indifferently. Lin Ling and the others nodded coldly. It's getting more and more interesting. Many people are planning to settle their personal grudges in the star-seizing Purple Mansion. Today, the Heaven Temple and Earth Temple will meet. Who knows how many masters and geniuses will fall and how many will rise again? The experts of the other forces spoke plainly. Inside the star-picking Violet Mansion, it could be said that a great battle had broken out. Those people are very weak. Since they offended the Void Star Divine Palace, they're dead for sure. Many experts from the Qian Hall looked at Lin Ling and the others and shook their heads in disdain. To them, Lin Ling and the others were not famous at all. They were like ants. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's better for you to die early. There's no need to implicate your family. A young man from the Qian Hall looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. His words caused the eyes of Lin Ling and the others to narrow. Although they were all under the Qian Hall, they weren't actually from the same sect. Thus, they didn't expect the other party to help them. However, if the other party didn't want to help them, then so be it. What nonsense are you talking about? Sakura coldly shouted, his words causing the young man to frown. This ant was shouting at him? He said indifferently, I'm just giving you a piece of advice. You're too bold. After saying that, a powerful aura burst out from the young man's body. He was a transcendent third realm expert. The crowd sneered. That was a disciple of the Black Tortoise War God sect. His strength was extremely strong. These nameless people actually dared to refute him? They were simply overestimating themselves. Lai Qing. Lin Ling's face was ice cold as he shouted in a low voice. Clang. Sword light flashed as Lai Qing's sword slashed out. A sword filled with killing intent slashed towards the young man, causing the latter's eyes to widen. What a terrifying sword! Bastard! An ancient expert from the Qian Hall shouted in anger. His powerful aura caused the void to fluctuate, causing Lai Qing's sword to distort. Although it didn't kill the young man, it still cut off a strand of his hair, causing his face to turn extremely pale. What a sharp sword! Many people were inwardly shocked. Previously, when the young man provoked Lin Ling's group, Lin Ling ordered one of his subordinates to attack. A single slash almost took the young man's life. Lin Ling's group wasn't some soft persimmon. Black Tortoise War God, why are you interfering in the matters of the younger generation? At this moment, Venerable Sea Calming's deep voice drifted out, causing the ancient expert to be enraged. However, he had nothing to say. Indeed, this was a matter of the younger generation. If he interfered, it would cause the Black Tortoise War God sect to lose face. Not to mention, the entire matter was caused by their disciple's big mouth. As for the young man from the Black Tortoise War God sect, he was extremely embarrassed. He had arrogantly warned Lin Ling's group, but in the end, his hair was cut off by Lai Qing, causing him to lose even more face. If you don't have the strength, then don't talk nonsense. However, while he was fuming, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over, causing him to gnash his teeth in anger. This subordinate of Venerable Sea Calming is really arrogant. Many ancient experts commented indifferently. However, they didn't care. Their goal was still the star-plucking Violet Palace. The Nine Heavens Maiden Palace has arrived. More experts arrived, instantly attracting the attention of countless people, especially a young girl among them. She was the next fairy of Nine Heavens, and she was the focus of everyone. She wore a long white dress and was devastatingly beautiful. Her indifferent eyes seemed to be unmoved by the world. How beautiful! Many people were secretly shocked. They knew that after the star-plucking Violet Palace opened, the Nine Heavens Maiden would definitely obtain great benefits. The unfettered Heavenly Palace of the Unfettered 10 Halls has arrived. More experts arrived. They were the famous forces of the Heavenly Kuan Palace. The Guidance Palace has arrived. Many people quieted down. Because the forces that appeared were too powerful, and the experts were as numerous as clouds. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. The Heavenly Kuan Palace has arrived. In the end, an ancient force that surpassed the Heavenly Kuan Palace and the Heavenly Kuan Palace appeared. Everyone knew about the Heavenly Kuan Palace. It was the most famous auction in Shenpeng province, and it was said that its backer was related to the human sovereign. However, the people of the Heavenly Kuan Palace and the Heavenly Kuan Palace didn't expect that this ancient force would appear when the star-plucking Violet Palace opened. Hee, I'm just here to join in the fun. Everyone, don't pay attention to me. There were only 3 people. The leader was a woman in a long black robe. She had an exquisite figure and her laughter was as seductive as a fox's. Obviously, she was a peerless beauty, which formed a huge contrast with the Nine Heavens Maiden. Vixen. Compared to the Nine Heavens Maiden's aura that made people admire her, the fox-like beauty gave people a sense of masculinity. Especially the long robe that revealed a pair of white jade-like legs, which made people's imaginations run wild. Sakura, Lai Qing, and the others looked at the experts around them and suddenly felt a strong pressure in their hearts. On the other hand, Lin Ling was extremely calm because he was already prepared. Therefore, after the shock, there was a strong desire to fight. Currently, Lin Ling's cultivation realm was the weakest, but his combat strength wasn't weak. If he could increase his cultivation realm, his strength would increase by several times. Alright, everyone gather. Let's open the star-plucking Violet Palace. An old man walked out and arranged the heaven and earth formation. Then, with the blood of the Yi Castle's fort master, he sprinkled it in the sky. Rumble. In front of them, the huge water pit fluctuated in the void. Then, a huge crack appeared, and an ancient aura drifted out from the crack. It was quiet and mysterious, and it made the greed in many people's eyes thicken. The 4 great countries that had passed away opened today. Sush. Chapter 1146. The Shattered Continent. Idiot, how dare you underestimate the power of the void? You're courting death. Those who remained motionless sneered. How terrifying. Sakura and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know that many of those who had died earlier were in the transcendent realm. The 4 great nations that have passed away, how mighty were they in ancient times? Then, the fall of these great nations is unknown. Venerable Si Kaming sighed, ignoring those greedy people. Until now, no one knew how the great Emperor Zhai Xing's kingdom was destroyed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered with curiosity. After all, the great Emperor Zhai Xing's kingdom must have been extremely powerful and dominated the ancient times. However, it still disappeared in the long river of history. This meant that there was someone who surpassed the great Emperor Zhai Xing in this world. Alright, let's go in. Remember, although the secret territory is dangerous, the human heart is the most terrifying. Venerable Si Kaming reminded and then shot into the crack in the void. At the same time, a large number of experts also shot into the crack. You guys go first, Lin Ling said to Sakura and the rest. He then took a step forward and headed towards the Lord of Yi Castle. At this moment, the Lord of Yi Castle didn't know that Lin Ling was coming to kill him. He was still lucky that he survived. You shouldn't have touched my grandfather. But at this moment, a cold voice drifted out and a sword slashed towards him. Swoosh! A sword mark appeared on the Lord of Yi Castle's neck. He stared at the young man who was leaving and wanted to say something, but nothing came out in the end. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone was rushing towards the crack. This world was so heartless. After using him, no one cared whether he lived or died. Remember, once you enter the Violet Palace realm, if you see Lin Ling, you must kill him. Many people stared at Lin Ling with evil intentions and then entered the crack. Yun Meng, hold my hand. Ignoring those people who were revealing their killing intent, Lin Ling shot towards Yuman Yun. In midair, he held onto Yuman Yun's hand. Yun quickly held onto Lai Qing's hand, and Sakura did the same. After all, the world inside was full of dangers. If the four of them took care of each other, their combat power would increase by several times. Rumble. After entering the void, sound, light, and time all seemed to be frozen. Everyone was sealed, except for Lin Ling. His eye of time was still looking ahead. It was as if he could see the river of time. He also saw that the great Emperor Zhai Xing's kingdom had fallen. The reason was very simple. It had been obliterated by a powerful expert. Lin Ling only saw this point, but it made him suck in a breath of cold air. In the next moment, all of them appeared in a starry sky. It was extremely dark here, and it was completely silent, causing them to be utterly unaccustomed to it. However, just as they stepped onto the ground, several ice-cold voices were heard. Clearly, these people had arrived here before Lin Ling and the rest, and had adapted to the surrounding darkness. And they were from the Dark North Territory. Level 9 Profound Meaning of Life and Death. One sword cleaves the sky. Sigh. Unfortunately, they thought that Lin Ling and the rest had to adapt to the darkness, so they couldn't block their sneak attack. However, they didn't know that the darkness didn't affect Lin Ling at all. Even everything that was thousands of miles away could be seen clearly by Lin Ling. This was the newly awakened ability of his Eye of Time, which he called the Psychic Eye. Swish. With a slash of his sword, those people who were trying to sneak attack him were split into two. The remaining people's expressions changed, and they immediately fled. Lin Ling didn't chase after them. It was better to be careful in this mysterious place. Looking around, Lin Ling's expression suddenly changed. This was a continent floating in the void. No, it should be a continent fragment. The former four kingdoms were now fragmented. Yuman Yun and the rest gradually adapted, and they all looked around in horror. It seems that the entire kingdom has shattered and is floating in the void. Lin Ling explained with a smile. Terrifying. I don't know who broke this continent and made it float in the void. Sakura sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene in front of him was beyond his knowledge. That kind of expert isn't something we can understand. Let's go. Lin Ling led the group forward slowly. This continent revealed an ancient aura. Mottled city walls, broken ruins, and white bones could be seen everywhere. It seemed that the great battle that happened here back then had happened in an instant, causing many people to not be able to react in time. Where are Venerable Si Calming and the rest? Yuman Yun asked curiously. Although there were people around, they obviously weren't very strong. They should have gone to another continent. There are quite a lot of continents floating in the void. Lin Ling's pupils looked into the distance. The Eye of Time appeared, and he also saw the process of the continent's collapse. Second brother, it's as if this is your home. You even know all this. Sakura was extremely surprised. Lin Ling smiled but didn't explain further. Vitality Stone. At this moment, Lai Qing, who had been silent, suddenly shouted. On the ground in front of them, a dazzling stone was lying there. It was a Vitality Stone. Vitality Stones were more valuable than spirit crystals. They could also assist in cultivation. However, compared to the assistance of heaven and earth treasures and pills, they lacked some attributes. Vitality Stones contain the purest spiritual energy. It seems that the collapse of this country was too sudden. Many cultivators didn't have time to collect their treasures and then died. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled. Yuman Yun walked over with light steps. She wanted to collect the Vitality Stone with her small hands. However, at this moment, a murderous saber slashed at her. Lin Ling's face changed. He shot out and raised his sword in midair to block the saber slash, pushing him more than 10 meters away. If it weren't for his strong defense, he would have suffered a small loss even if he could block this sudden slash. As for Yumun Yun, she was powerful because of her guardian god. Without her guardian god, she was just an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator. Those who see the treasures of the sealed world have a share. This is the rule. In the darkness ahead, several figures slowly walked over. The person in the lead held a broadsword in his hand and rested it on his shoulder. His footsteps were steady, and they wore long green robes with 2 large words embroidered on their chests, broadsword. These people were the disciples of the Great Saber sect of the Heavenly Temple. They were also famous in Shenpeng province. You've gone too far. Even if those who see it have a share, you don't have to kill them all of a sudden. Di Shitian took a step forward and looked coldly at these people. The other party's previous attack was simply to kill Yumun Yun. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to speak to eldest senior brother? The few of them coldly cried out. However, the leader of the group, the young man with a large blade on his back, indifferently said, I was a little reckless previously. Allow me to apologize here. However, no one is injured, so this matter can be settled. However, the yuan stones from before must be split equally between everyone. You're lucky. Eldest senior brother is a righteous person and won't bicker with you. Now, everyone, take out the treasures and divide them with vitality stones. The others coldly snorted and didn't care about Di Shitian's words because they also saw that these people seemed to be from the Heavenly Temple. Sky-severing sword. At this moment, a dazzling sword slash broke through the air. The 9-fold life and death mysteries revealed their sharpness and cut through everything. Bastard. Chapter 1147. In the ancient temple. Clang. The young man raised his saber to block, but unfortunately, the sword was too sharp and came out without any warning, causing him to be unable to use his martial arts to block in time, causing his saber to split open instantly, and the sword cut off his head. You! The rest of the Great Saber sect's people narrowed their eyes. Their eldest senior brother was killed. Then, they looked ahead and saw the young man who blocked the saber earlier. He was holding his sword diagonally and walking over slowly. His cold face was like the awakening of a killing god. We are from the Qian Hall. You actually attacked your own people. The Great Saber sect's people felt a chill in their hearts. That black-robed young man was terrifying. Sky-severing sword. However, what answered them was a sword that revealed its sharpness. They killed people earlier and acted as if it had nothing to do with them. They even wanted to split the treasures. This kind of mentality was too shameless. Most importantly, if it wasn't for Lin Ling's timely reaction, Yumun Yun would have died. People like this should be killed without mercy. Righteousness? Qianhao? Kill them all. Wherever the sword passed, the 9 levels of the life and death quintessence bloomed. The heads of those people flew up, and only one person ran away crazily. You're dead. You attacked people from the Qian Hall. I'm going to tell all the experts. You don't have a chance. Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and stomped on the ground. The earth split open, and 500,000 small worlds exploded, causing him to shoot towards that person like a cannonball. Then, the sword light flashed and separated life and death. That person was killed by a sword. The Great Saber sect's disciples were all dead. Good. Sakura couldn't help but shout. People from the same alliance? Bullshit. When they wanted treasures, they killed people. When they failed, they wanted to use the alliance's righteousness to bind everyone. People like this should be killed to their heart's content. In the distance, Lin Ling carried the tyrant's song sword and slowly walked back. The people from the Kun Hall don't get along with us, but we have to be more careful of the people from the Qian Hall. We only trust the 4 of us. Everyone nodded. In the star-plucking Violet Mansion, no one cared about which hall you were from. They only cared about strength and treasures. As long as the treasures could move people, even brothers would help each other. The group continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered many people from the Qian Hall and Kun Hall. However, they were all wary of each other. Hence, they did not attack each other. Clearly, everyone was focused on obtaining the treasures. This way, Lin Ling's spiritual eyes could see very far, So he led the group in one of the directions. Obviously, no one had walked in that direction yet. Therefore, not long after, an ancient temple appeared in front of them. The temple emitted a faint light, like a bright lamp in the void. This place is rather mysterious. Sakura and the others were all excited. No one has discovered this place yet. Let's go in first. Lin Ling also smiled. The few of them followed the hill and arrived at the bottom of the temple. Instantly, they discovered that there were 5 stone statues outside the temple's main entrance, emitting a sacred and inviolable aura. I'm afraid these stone sculptures are extraordinary. Sakura's face was filled with joy. He came to the front of one of the stone statues and hugged it with both hands. At the same time, the stone statue swayed slightly and turned into dust. This made everyone's pupils constrict. Previously, they also saw that the stone statue's aura was enormous. However, who would have thought that in the long river of time, all of the spirit chi had disappeared? 5 stone statues. Could it be that all of them are like this? Sakura was stunned for a moment. He walked to another stone statue and hugged it with both hands. This stone statue did not turn into dust, but the stone statue's eyes emitted light. Lin Ling frowned slightly and subconsciously shouted, "Big brother, don't touch it." However, this reminder was too late. The stone statue erupted with light that soared into the sky. The sound was deafening. Even if it was thousands of miles away, it could be seen. Obviously, this stone statue was a warning and was responsible for guarding the temple. Now that the stone statue was emitting light, it undoubtedly attracted more people. At that time, it would naturally be troublesome. Search quickly. Don't miss out on any valuable treasures. Hurry. Sakura smiled awkwardly. He then angrily looked at the remaining stone statues and hugged them one by one. Among the stone statues, 2 of them turned into dust upon contact. Only 1 stone statue remained unscathed. Moreover, this stone statue had the outline of a pillar. The front corner was damaged. Lin Ling used the tyrant's song to slash at it, but the stone statue remained unscathed. This is a treasure. Ha! Lin Ling laughed, while Sakura was even more delighted. He held the stone pillar-like sculpture with one hand and brandished it with vigor. And when he brandished it to the limit, an ancient Buddha appeared, as though it wanted to suppress everything, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. Amazing! With this treasure, I dare to smash a Transcendent Realm 3rd layer expert to death. Sakura was even more excited. Lin Ling and the rest laughed. They hurriedly entered the temple. Inside the temple, it was mottled and ancient. Dust was everywhere. Those Buddha statues had all disappeared in the long river of time. Everyone spread out and searched around. After all, this place was similar to a temple. There shouldn't be anything terrifying happening here. This temple should be an extremely sacred place in the past. Lin Ling slowly walked along the temple. In front of him, there was an ancient oil lamp sitting on the ground. It seemed to be an incense lamp, a place for believers to offer incense. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. His right hand pointed forward. That millstone-sized oil lamp suddenly ignited and an illusion appeared. Kill! Great calamity of heaven and earth, the descent of gods and demons, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. The oil lamp recorded the scene before the fall of the star-picking country. At that moment, Lin Ling saw the descent of the demon race. It turned out that the fall of the star-picking country was due to the massacre of the demon race and the demon race. And in that scene, Lin Ling saw a familiar scene. Those demon race were very similar to the Yen he saw in the ancient tomb. Obviously, that race had existed since ancient times. They were similar to the people of the demon race. The incense oil quickly disappeared. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. However, in that huge oil lamp, there was a string of ancient Buddha beads quietly lying there. If the oil lamp didn't run out, Lin Ling wouldn't have noticed it. Buddha beads! Lin Ling frowned. He picked it up and used the Eye of Time to check it. This Buddha bead was called the Shadow Buddha Incense Bead. It carried millions of incense, allowing Buddha to save all living beings. Its effect was to transform into all living beings. It had the powerful ability to conceal one's presence and aura. It's even more powerful than the Three Realms cloak. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He put on the Buddha beads and poured his spiritual yuan into it. Suddenly, he found himself disappearing from the world. One had to know that the Three Realms cloak could also do this, but it couldn't block the prying eyes of Saint Realm Masters. It was only effective against transcendence. However, this string of Buddha beads could. It carried millions of incense and could transform into all living beings. This treasure is priceless. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He continued moving forward. At this time, a golden light shot out from the pillar in front of him. Lin Ling's whole body was in pain. The ancient Buddha light seemed to want to baptize him, but he couldn't move. He could only let the light baptize him. Chapter 1148. Swastika word. Lin Ling, what's wrong? At this moment, Lai Qing sensed something amiss and hurried over. Don't come over. Lin Ling immediately shouted coldly. He finally knew what the golden light was. It was a swastika, a word that could wash away the killing intent in one's body. If one's killing intent was too dense, they would be killed by the swastika word. Fortunately, Lin Ling's overwhelming righteousness was powerful, which allowed the swastika to recognize him. However, Lai Qing couldn't. Lai Qing's killing intent was even denser than Lin Ling's. If she was illuminated by the golden light, she would definitely die. Lin Ling hurriedly explained his thoughts, causing Lai Qing's expression to change drastically. Sure enough, in the land of Buddha, people with strong killing intent couldn't approach. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Lin Ling said again. He sensed that the killing intent in his body had completely disappeared. On the contrary, his overwhelming righteousness had reached an unprecedented peak. He even felt that he could freely control 10 layers of the righteousness profound from the tyrannical song sword. This meant that Lin Ling's killing intent had disappeared, and his righteousness profound had reached the Great Circle realm. If there was an extreme martial art, he might even be able to comprehend it. This swastika word is so powerful. It can kill people with strong killing intent. Only when the pressure disappeared did Lin Ling slowly walk forward. On the pillar, there was an ancient swastika word. However, as time passed, the golden paint had already fallen off. However, Lin Ling still carefully dug out the swastika word. This word was obviously left behind by an almighty expert. It could suppress demons and ghosts. Unfortunately, too much time had passed, and its power was about to dissipate at any time. After that, Lin Ling walked around again. Seeing that there was nothing special, he slowly walked towards Yun and the others. Lin Ling, what treasure is this? Sakura carried a plaque on his back as he walked over while laughing. This made Lin Ling speechless for a while. This seemed to be the plaque of a temple. Is this guy going to tear down other people's house? This treasure is very powerful. It is compatible with the stone pillars from before. They are both great treasures. After that, Lin Ling checked the plaque. The plaque had the words, Great Strength Hall, written on it. Although it was mottled and ancient, it had an inviolable majesty. The defense of this treasure was very strong. After all, the signboard of the temple had the power of protection. The stone pillar from before can be big or small. If you use the guardian deity, it will also be a rare weapon. Lin Ling said again. You seem to know everything. Sakura was shocked. Lin Ling actually knew these ancient treasures. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. It wasn't that he knew them, but it was the eyes of time that saw them. After his eyes of time transformed, his insight and replication ability became stronger. Moreover, there was a large amount of memories that didn't belong to him. It was as if a long time ago, this pair of eyes had seen through all the treasures in the world. Then what about this? Yun also took out a treasure. It was a sparkling and translucent red bead. Saraira! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In his eyes of time, this was a treasure left behind by an ancient almighty expert. The Saraira could protect its owner, and its defensive ability was even more terrifying than Sakura's plaque. After all, that plaque also had offensive ability, while the Saraira had pure defensive ability. Buddha's light could protect one's body. Yumun, this Saraira can withstand many attacks from experts, but there is also a limit to the number of times it can be used. Hang it around your neck. Lin Ling said with a smile, making Yumun immediately nod her head. I didn't find any treasure. How about this? Lai Qing also walked over. Her murderous aura was too strong, so she felt uncomfortable all over in the temple. She could only find a tattered praying mat. This treasure is used by senior monks. They recite Buddha's meditation every day, and it is equipped with a very dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you cultivate on the praying mat, you will get twice the result with half the effort. However, the spiritual energy is ultimately limited. After it is used up, the praying mat will turn into ashes. Lin Ling looked at it and said, making the few of them open their mouths wide. Lin Ling's eyes were really mysterious. There was simply nothing that he didn't know. It's enough. Lai Qing smiled. She was very satisfied. All right, let's leave this place. Most of the treasures here can no longer be used. It's our luck to be able to find a few. Lin Ling also smiled. He had obtained even more treasures. The Buddha beads that could conceal his aura, the mysterious swastika symbol, and his nature energy had reached the perfect realm. On the way, he had also passed the 3 realms cloak to Sakura. Originally, he wanted to give it to Yumun, but Yumun had the Saraira to protect her body. Her defense was strong, so there was no need for it. Just as the few of them were about to leave the temple, the mottled door was pushed open, and a few figures walked in. The person in the lead was a woman who was about 20 years old. After seeing the few of them, her face instantly turned cold, but her gaze finally landed on Yumun. She said in surprise, Sister Mengyun? Sister Nan. Yumun was also incomparably surprised, but Lin Ling and the others didn't know these people at all. Yumun hurriedly introduced them. They are the disciples of the South Pole Celestial Peng, which is a 6-star sacred region. Although it isn't big, they are very powerful. Most importantly, the South Pole Celestial Peng's Island Master and Venerable Si Kaming address each other as brothers, so when Madame Yuqin and I left Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture, we went there as guests. Sister Nan Ping treated me very well. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The last time he went to Dong Fu's old man's place, Yumun and Venerable Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture were out. They must have known each other at that time. Why are you all here? Nan Ping's gaze looked at everyone and finally landed on Yumun. She smiled at Yumun like an elder sister. The people behind her looked at the temple, and their eyes revealed a strange light. Someone gently pushed Nan Ping. Nan Ping reacted and immediately asked, You all came here faster than us. Did you find any treasures? When she said this, the expressions of Lin Ling and the others changed slightly. Normal people shouldn't ask this kind of question, because this was other people's privacy. Hee, we are close friends with Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, so you all don't have to be so vigilant. What's more, this temple is only because you all are close to it, that's why you all came here first. But if you obtained any treasures, that's also your opportunity. Nan Ping said with an extremely magnanimous smile, as if she was the big sister next door. Her cultivation was Transcendent Realm 3rd stage, so she was indeed qualified to be everyone's senior sister. Lin Ling thought in his heart, we are close to the temple, so we came here first. But is that really the case? If it wasn't for Di Shirtian accidentally touching that stone sculpture, perhaps these people from the South Pole Celestial Canopy might not know about this place. We indeed obtained some treasures. Yes. Yumun didn't think as much as Lin Ling and said frankly. The eyes of Nan Ping and the others flickered, and one of them asked curiously, What treasures are there? Yes. Hey, we've answered your question, but don't go overboard. Di Shirtian couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but open his mouth. The other party first asked if they obtained any treasures, then asked what treasures they obtained. What was the difference between this and asking about other people's martial arts? This was a taboo. From another point of view, Di Shirtian was embarrassed to ask what treasures they obtained, because this would affect their friendship. What does it have to do with you? Beside Nan Ping, a youth shouted coldly, This is a matter between our South Pole Celestial Canopy and Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. We are close friends, And our island master and your venerable are brothers. What qualifications do you have to speak? Chapter 1149. Discussion. Although Yumun Yun felt a little awkward, Madame Yuqin treated her very well and had a good relationship with the Madam of the South Pole Celestial Peng. Therefore, she said bluntly, I obtained a Saraira. It said that its defense is very strong and can protect the body with Buddha's light. They sucked in a breath of cold air and one of them said with a smile, Why don't you take it out and let us see? Sister Mengyun, treasures can move people's hearts. Be careful not to let others snatch it away. His gaze was fixed on Sakura and Lai Qing. It was obvious that he was talking about them. However, his words made it even more difficult for Yumun Yun. The other party wanted to see her Saraira, but how could she easily hand this treasure over to others? However, if she didn't take it out, the South Pole Celestial Peng would think that they were stingy and lose face. After all, the Island Master and Lord Venerable were brothers. The treasure is on Yumun Yun's neck. Because it's strung together, it's not easy to take it off. If you want to see it, go ahead. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. He took out the Saraira from Yumun Yun's neck and showed it to them. However, he didn't hand it over for them to see. A strange look appeared in their eyes, but they still smiled. Nanping's gaze was still flickering. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Sister Ming, your cultivation is only at Transcendent Realm. Why don't I help you keep this treasure? No need. This treasure is going to be handed over to Lord Venerable. Therefore, Yumun Yun can't hand it over. She also doesn't have the right. Lin Ling immediately said. Nanping's face revealed disappointment, but she secretly glared at Lin Ling. This brat had ruined her plans. Sister Nanping, the strongest among them, is only at Transcendent Realm. Moreover, there are only 2 of them. How about it? One of them secretly transmitted his voice with spiritual source. Nanping hesitated in her heart, but in the end she shook her head and replied, It's fine if it's others, but Venerable C. Calming's people will be difficult. If the Island Master knows about this, he will also blame us. Chi. Hearing this, that person felt helpless in his heart. Shio. At this moment, a large number of figures shot in from outside the temple. Clearly, the light of the temple had attracted many experts. Nanping and the others' expressions changed. They looked over and saw many people. There were people from the Qian Hall and the Kuan Hall. Since there is a temple here, there must be treasures. I was the one who discovered this place first. According to the rules, the treasures belong to me. We came here at the same time, the treasures should be divided equally. A large number of voices rang out. None of them were willing to submit to the other party, and the atmosphere was tense. Wait, there's already someone there. But at this time, everyone looked at the door of the temple. They found Lin Ling and the others. For you. Someone shouted coldly, his eyes full of greed. You came to the temple first. Did you find anything? Nanping and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces because these people thought that they'd obtained a treasure. Nanping was just about to speak when Lin Ling's light voice drifted out. No, we just arrived as well. If that's the case, get lost. A large number of people rushed in as if they were going to tear down the temple. They kept searching but found nothing. Lin Ling and the others slowly left the temple. There were too many people gathered here, so if they didn't leave now, when would they? What's more, there were no treasures in the temple. However, as soon as they walked out of the temple, a cold shout rang out. One of the young men from the 4 Symbols Coiling Dragon Mansion shouted coldly, The temple is empty, so I suspect that you didn't just arrive. Instead, you entered the temple a step earlier and stole all the treasures. Stole? Lin Ling and the others narrowed their eyes. The temple was an ownerless object, so the treasures naturally belonged to whoever came first. But according to these people, they were the ones who stole? Moreover, these people were accidentally attracted by Sakura, so they were the ones who stole. However, that person's reminder caused everyone to look at Lin Ling and the others. Everyone harbored malicious intentions. We didn't get any treasures. Sakura immediately explained. As long as they insisted that they didn't get any treasures, these people wouldn't be able to do anything about it. They did get some treasures, and one of them is a relic. However, as soon as Sakura finished speaking, Nanping spoke. Her indifferent look made Yun at a loss. She remembered the first time she went to the South Pole Celestial Pung. It was Nanping who entertained her. At that time, Nanping treated her like a younger sister and was extremely polite. The two of them hit it off at first sight, and their relationship was very good. Therefore, Yun satisfied Nanping's excessive request because she believed in Sister Nanping. However, Yun didn't expect that Nanping would betray her at the crucial moment. Relic. Many people's eyes were filled with excitement. Except for the relic, each of them got a treasure. A young man beside Lan Ping said indifferently. Because of the relationship between Venerable Si Kaming and their island master, they couldn't snatch the treasures, but they could borrow others' hands. After all, Yun was so weak, so how could she get the treasures? Sister Nan. Yun looked at Nanping in disbelief. Nanping smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, we're from the Qian Hall after all. From a righteous point of view, we shouldn't hide the treasures from them. Sister Mengyun, you should hand over the treasures and let everyone share the harvest. After all, we're under the same banner. Her attitude was righteous, as if she was thinking for everyone. Many people nodded, but Lin Ling and the others had cold expressions. Yes, we're all from the Qian Hall, but Senior Sister Nanping, don't forget that there are a lot of people from the Kuan Hall here. Lin Ling said word by word, causing Nanping's expression to instantly turn ugly. She wanted to set up a righteous plaque for herself, but Lin Ling exposed her hypocrisy. Since she was thinking for the Qian Hall, why did Nanping announce the news of the treasures when there were people from the Kuan Hall here? Shut up. Nanping was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She angrily shouted at Lin Ling, then looked at the crowd. I guess there are about 4 treasures. One for each of them. The problem now is how to divide them. However, we, the South Pole Celestial Canopy, want one. The Kuan Hall and the Tiger Fang Mansion also want one. If they don't give it to us, we'll kill them. The Qian Hall and the Zhongnan Mountain also want one. Although we're all from the Qian Hall, the people who stole the treasures have angered everyone. This time, we won't help them. If they don't hand it over, we'll kill them without mercy. The crowd shouted angrily, as if they were dividing the treasures. They completely ignored the existence of Lin Ling and the others, treating Lin Ling and the others as prey. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, causing everyone to fall silent. When they looked over, they realized that the person who spoke was actually the black-robed young man who had obtained the treasures. This guy was really bold. Everyone was talking about serious matters, and he actually dared to interrupt them? Chapter 1150. What happens when you have a bad mouth? You've discussed enough, but you seem to have forgotten that you should ask me, the owner of this treasure. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was extremely cold. These people were treating them as prey and were planning to kill them without handing over their treasures. This made him furious. Then, he raised the Tyrant Song sword in his hand and slashed out fiercely. The golden sword light turned into a huge sword light beam and broke through the air. Level 10 Morality Profound. The old man's pupils constricted. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Ling to dare to make a move. Just as he was about to say something, his head was already chopped off. However, he was still standing in the same place, his hands still playing with the 2 steel balls. He did not expect this place to be his taboo. As for those cultivators who were discussing how to divide the treasures, their eyes were wide open at this moment. Brother Long! An angry roar rang out. Another old man stomped on the ground and shot towards Lin Ling in midair. This person was the Tiger Leg of the Dragon Fist and Tiger Leg. The 2 brothers had moved unhindered in Shenpeng province for many years, and their fierce reputation was illustrious. Both of them were extremely powerful. In the Rainforest Holy Land, they were existences that surpassed the Bodhi Holy Palace's Holy King. Hu Kunlun. The kick stirred the wind and clouds, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Above the earth, Qi erupted, and the enormous soul of the foot rumbled towards Lin Ling. Die! At this moment, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He held the sword with both hands as if he was holding an axe and fiercely slashed out. The golden light turned into a crescent moon slash that met the huge foot. As if it was cutting tofu, it actually split the huge foot into two. Rumble. The voice shook everyone's hearts, causing the surrounding people's mouths to open wide. The dragon fist and tiger leg were actually killed? What's the use of you people if you don't die? After killing the old man with a single slash, Lin Ling took a step forward and slashed out with the sword in his hand. His morality profound, which had reached the great perfection stage, was unleashed, causing the entire space to be filled with dazzling sword rays. Clang, clang. Wherever the righteous chi passed, the heads of the greedy swordsmen flew up and blood gushed out. The people of the Kuan Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength of this young man was so powerful that those swords could not stop him. Kill! Lai Qing had been waiting for Lin Ling to make his move. Now that Lin Ling had made his move, she naturally unsheathed her sword of killing intent. Didn't you want to steal our treasures? Now, I'll show you what treasures we've obtained. At the same time, Sakura took a step forward and an ancient stone pillar appeared in his left hand while a huge signboard appeared in his right hand. As he waved it, it was as if he was controlling an ancient power. The strength of the three of them wasn't weak. Lai Qing was only a little weaker than Lin Ling, and after Sakura obtained the treasure, his strength increased greatly. His defense and attack had reached the pinnacle level. Although there were transcendent realm experts among the surrounding cultivators, they weren't exotic martial cultivators and were unable to withstand the trio's attacks. A large number of martial artists in the Kuan Hall let out miserable cries as they were slaughtered. Those who were still alive were frantically running away. These three people were too terrifying. Share my treasures. Lin Ling's sword of killing intent shone brightly. He had two spiritual sources, 500,000 small worlds in his body, and a perfect mastery of profound. Who could stop him? Good kill. The Qian Hall's people couldn't help but shout. The Kuan Hall's people wanted to share the treasures with them, they were simply courting death. You too. However, Lin Ling's eyes turned and landed on the Qian Hall's people. He also slashed out his sword of righteousness. Compared to the Kuan Hall's people, the Qian Hall's people were even more disgusting. After all, they were under the same banner, but they wanted to steal his treasures. This kind of people was even more hypocritical. You're crazy attacking us. Kill! The Qian Hall's people's faces stiffened. This young man was too much, he actually attacked his own people. Previously, all of you said that we had stolen your treasures. Even though we are all members of the Qian Hall, you would not help us and would still kill us. Now, why should we treat all of you as one of us? Our treasures, the Qian Hall wants one and the Kuan Hall wants one. You're too naive, I can take your lives. Lin Ling's eyes shone with a sharp light. His sword was like the sea, dazzling and colorful. Previously, he didn't want to cause any trouble, but these people blocked them and wanted to share their treasures. Since they were blocked and stayed behind, he would kill them all. An even more terrifying sword of righteousness broke through the air and slashed through the void, killing everything in its path. The Qian Hall's people's eyes narrowed. How could they still care about the treasures? They were already worried for their own lives. That sword of righteousness was too sharp. It cut through all evil hearts. Perfect mastery of the righteousness profound. Some transcendental realm experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Perfect mastery of the righteousness profound was very rare, only outstanding talents would have it. After all, it was already qualified to practice extreme pattern martial arts. They never thought that this young man would be so strong. The funniest thing was that they were discussing how to share the treasures and didn't even look at the young man. Swoosh. Wherever the sword of righteousness passed, life and death were separated. A large number of Qian Hall's people were cut into two. Little Sister Mengyun. The South Pole Celestial Canopy's people anxiously shouted. Lin Ling's sword of righteousness had already killed two of them. One of them begged for mercy. South Pole Celestial Canopy and Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture are close friends. However, Yuman Yun's expression turned cold. Previously, she trusted the other party and told him everything. However, the other party betrayed them. That friendship had also disappeared. When you betrayed us, you weren't close friends. Moreover, You actually colluded with the Kuan-Hall. For the sake of righteousness, I will kill you all. Lin Ling slashed out again, cutting the South Pole Celestial Canopy's people in two. Previously, these people's words were pleasant to hear. Everything was for the sake of righteousness. Now, Lin Ling returned the favor and killed them for the sake of righteousness. Let's see who was more shameless and hypocritical. You. Even if the South Pole Celestial Canopy's people weren't killed, they would be angered to death by Lin Ling's words. Killing them was actually for the sake of righteousness? The more you know, the faster you die. Previously, you shamelessly asked us about our harvest, which led to your deaths. This is the consequence of having a cheap mouth. Lin Ling's eyes were still emotionless. It was as though he had returned to the sacred ground of the rainforest. Then he slashed out and killed those people. And this was the consequence of having a cheap mouth. That Nanping ran away. After killing those people, Lin Ling looked carefully and realized that senior sister Nanping had disappeared. That woman was very sinister. After bewitching everyone, she immediately ran away when she saw that the situation wasn't right. That woman used them as scapegoats. Sakura still wasn't satisfied. If that woman didn't betray them, the tragedy before their eyes wouldn't have happened. Forget it. This kind of person won't live long. Lin Ling didn't care. Then he looked around again. There was no one around. Those who wanted to share the treasures had all been killed. Those who were still alive were hiding far away. Who are these people? Could they be heroes? What terrifying strength. Fortunately, we came late. Sigh. Chapter 1151. Please discipline me. Lin Ling looked at the people in the distance and pointed at the ground. If you're not afraid of death, then come and take the treasure. His expression was extremely frivolous and domineering because Lin Ling knew that only by displaying his domineering aura would he be able to intimidate these people. The people in the distance remained silent, not daring to speak as they endured Lin Ling's arrogant attitude. I heard that there are treasures here. However, at this moment, in the dusky sky, a meteor streaked across the ground and landed heavily on the ground. A handsome young man appeared, his entire body glowing with 5 different colors as if he was a celestial being. There was a jade token hanging on his waist that flickered from time to time, extremely dazzling. Are all of you dead? That's great, it saves me a lot of effort. Who obtained the treasure, hand it over. The young man walked as he looked around, ignoring everyone. The people in the distance frowned. Who was this person? However, when their gazes landed on the jade token, their expressions changed instantly. Although this person was only at the first level of Transcendent Realm, he was someone they had to respect. 100 Barbarian Mountains Yi Su. Many people secretly exclaimed. Did you all obtain the treasure? Not bad, too bad you killed too many people. It's fine if you killed the Kuan-Hall's people, but you even killed the Qian-Hall's people. That's too much. Hand over the treasure, I'll hand it over to the Qian-Hall. As for the people you killed, I'm in a good mood so I'll help you hide it. The young man looked at Lin Ling and the other 3 and said indifferently. He was somewhat satisfied in his heart. These 4 people had killed the Kuan and Qian-Hall's cultivators. In this way, the debt of death would fall on their heads. Not only could he obtain the treasure, he also wouldn't offend anyone. Lin Ling and the other 3 were also looking at the young man. Although the young man was only at the first level of the Transcendent Realm, the 5 colored lights surrounding his body gave them an immense pressure. Especially Sakura and Lai Qing, they felt the greatest pressure. On the contrary, Lin Ling's expression was calm. Through his eye of time, he could vaguely see that this young man was much stronger than the previous group. However, this wasn't the first time Lin Ling had met someone with such strength. Lu Ruffing was the same as well. At that time, Lu Ruffing was also a transcendent first realm cultivator, but according to Lin Ling's estimation, his battle with Lu Ruffing would at most end in a draw. This draw wasn't due to Lu Ruffing's strength, but rather, it was due to Lu Ruffing's 72 demon gods. This was the reason why Lin Ling was apprehensive. As for the person in front of him, he did not have a demon god and was only strong. In terms of strength, Lin Ling did not need to fear him. Are you here to deliver your head again? Lin Ling coldly snorted. How could he not know what Qin Wenyan was thinking? Impudent. Do you know who I am? I am one of the heroes of Jianghu, the king of heroes. That young man was stunned for a moment before he shouted angrily. The jade token at his waist emitted a dazzling light. That was the hero token. The hero token represented endless glory in Jianghu. It was a unique existence among millions of experts. In Shenpeng province, it could be called the king of any place. In some ancient cities and countries, it even had rare privileges. Heroes had to be assessed by Jianghu, and that jade token was a symbol. It was no wonder that those people were so respectful. Hero? I don't know. As for the king, you think too highly of yourself. I'll give you a choice. Scram. 2. Hand over your head. Lin Ling did not know what a hero was. He was fearless and arrogant. He was very clear that in star-picking nation, strength was everything. Status and Jianghu were just a joke. Furthermore, who didn't fight for treasures based on strength? Who didn't have blood on their hands? What an arrogant junior. Which sect are you from? Don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of your sect master. That young man's voice was low. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. After he spoke, the 5-colored aura around his body became even thicker. It was obvious that he was only at the first stage of Transcendent Realm, but he was also a unique martial cultivator like Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered. He kept his tyrant song and shot towards the young man like a shooting star. In midair, ancient flames appeared in his palm, sacred and tranquil. Crazy. Everyone in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack. Did he know what a hero was? One must know that those who could become a hero were definitely not people who were just there to make up the numbers. Their strength had to be recognized by Jianghu. Then, everyone looked towards that hero. As expected, that hero was furious. Insolent. I don't care whose disciple you are, I'll kill you. 2 flood dragons appeared on the young man's shoulders. They were violent and crazy, causing his arms to look like 2 flood dragons. He also shot towards Lin Ling like 2 flood dragons emerging from the sea. Then I'll ask senior hero to give me a few pointers. Lin Ling was unrestrained. The flame in his right hand blossomed with blue light. His aura instantly became vast, causing Lin Ling to feel as if he was holding the eye of the sea. Vast and mighty seawater gushed out. Moreover, it wasn't water but fire. Obviously, Lin Ling also knew that this person wasn't weak. He had to use a stronger method. That terrifying aura finally made the young man's expression turn serious. He had fought in the north and south. Not to mention First Realm, he had even killed Fourth Realm experts. That was why he was incomparably confident. However, because of his rich battle experience, he also realized that the flame in Lin Ling's hand was very terrifying. It wasn't a supreme martial art, nor was it a perfect profound. It was a powerful innate saint physique that was at least earth rank. Radiance intertwined. The flood dragon collided with the sea. The flood dragon rolled endlessly in the sea. The flood dragon that was invincible in the past seemed lifeless at this moment. Looking carefully, the ancient flood dragon's body was wrapped in flames. The most terrifying thing was that it couldn't even make a sound. This person has the strength of a hero. The young man's expression changed drastically. He frantically retreated. He never thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be weaker than him even though he didn't have a hero card. However, was it just that he wasn't weaker than him? The title of hero is indeed not undeserved. Please teach me more. Seeing the young man retreating, Lin Ling's mocking voice drifted out. Controlling the flame of the sea, he took advantage of the young man's weakened aura and ruthlessly suppressed him. 5 flood dragons emerged from the sea. The young man's expression changed again. Regret filled his heart. He frantically pushed out his palms as if he wanted to destroy the sky. However, after encountering the flame of the sea, the 5 flood dragons were drowned again. Although the flood dragons were ferocious, could they escape the might of the sea? Hero, is that all? Floating in the vast sea, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. The endless sea turned into a whirlpool and once again condensed into a blue flame. He then sneered and slapped out his palm. Boundless sea. There was no need for any complicated martial art. This earth-rank flame represented everything. When the flame blasted out, it was like an endless wave surging towards the hero. The hero roared and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He was enveloped in the flame of the sea and burned into ashes. Only the dazzling jade token fell to the ground. It was incomparably ironic. Hero card. Chapter 1152. The Path of Departure, Hero? Lin Ling floated down and sucked the jade token from the ground over. He was secretly amazed. He didn't know what material this jade token was made of, but even the sea heart flame couldn't burn it. It seemed that the title of hero was indeed extraordinary. Hero killed, too terrifying. Let's go. Let's go. The people in the distance put away their greed and finally turned around to leave. When the hero came, they wanted to try their luck, but now they had completely given up. Provoking that young man was tantamount to sending themselves to death. Let's go too. Lin Ling looked around and then said softly. Lai Qing collected the treasures of the dead people and made a small fortune. The four of them stepped on the dark ground and continued forward. This was just a broken continent, and the area wasn't very big. As time passed, Lin Ling and the others had almost searched the entire continent. No one knew how many continents there were like this. This was also unexpected. There were also experts on other continents, especially the continent that Sea-Calming Celestial Lord and the others went to. It was probably the largest and oldest continent. And after experiencing the previous incident, the four of them were confident in their strength. They knew that it was useless to be patient here. They could only fight with the strong. Especially Sakura, he was the most excited at this moment. It was as if he had returned to the rainforest with Lin Ling, openly killing everything. However, they also had to leave this continent. Lin Ling stood quietly on a hill and used the psychic eye to look into the distance. Then his eyes lit up. He found the way out. Follow me. Lin Ling smiled and led Sakura and the others forward. In a moment, they came to the edge of the continent. In the distance, there was an endless void, and astral winds were rolling in. That's the way out. Lin Ling stared at the astral winds and smiled. One had to know that although this continent had been broken down, it was once a piece of the continent. Therefore, there was still a gravitational force between it and the other continents, forming a strange astral wind that connected the two continents. These astral winds were formed by the gravitational force. If used, they could leave. Big brother, those gravitational astral winds are approaching. We must stop them, Lin Ling said again, which made Sakura nod his head with a smile. Although he didn't know the reason, he believed in Lin Ling. Rumble. The gravitational astral wind was getting closer and closer. On the surface, it seemed to be covering the sky and the sun. It was so terrifying, and Sakura borrowed the power of the plaque to block off the onslaught of the astral wind. He also used that ancient pillar to support the gravitational astral wind. What are they doing? In the distance, many people also saw the gravitational squall. In fact, they had long been aware of this unusual storm, but they didn't know how strong it was, so they didn't dare to approach it. But now, when they saw Lin Ling approaching, they suddenly became curious. Could it be the way out? Many people strode towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Sakura borrowed the treasure in his hand to support the gravitational squall, preventing the wind from blowing too far. Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the Eye of Time appeared. That insight and analysis ability was constantly changing. He wanted to find the flaw of the gravitational squall and so on. The gravitational squall was actually one of the rare treasures in the world. It was just that ordinary people couldn't collect it. But as long as it was a treasure, Lin Ling could see the flaw. Are these people crazy? They are forcing the gravitational squall to stay. Be careful not to cause the collapse of the continent. In the distance, a middle-aged man who looked like a prince said indifferently. He also had a jade tablet on his waist. He was an outstanding person, and with his hands behind his back, he had an indescribable majesty. Prince, these people are trying to find the way out. A guard said respectfully to him. Nonsense. If those astral winds could leave, we would have already gone to another continent. These people are simply overestimating their capabilities. That prince shouted coldly, and his majesty became even stronger. The surrounding people didn't dare to be disrespectful to him. Some of them recognized that prince. He seemed to be someone from Qian Palace's Jade Void Emperor Palace. This palace was very famous, and it was said that it was under one of the 7 emperors, Emperor Luo. Prince Su, you are young but you like to do things that are difficult. Only when you suffer will you learn how to be cautious. At this time, a large number of experts walked over. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. He also had a jade tablet on his waist. He and that prince were both at Transcendent Realm 2nd layer, but they were clearly different cultivators. They could easily fight against ordinary Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. They saw that Lin Ling and the others didn't have a jade tablet, so they didn't take it to heart. After guessing Lin Ling's purpose, they laughed in disdain. The gravitational squall was extremely terrifying. Even they didn't dare to approach it for too long. These people actually wanted to use the squall to leave the continent. They were courting death. Elders of Triple Elemental Golden Dipper Sect. These people are from Dinghai Heavenly Palace, right? That old bastard Dinghai Heavenly Palace is really blind. He even dared to recruit such stupid subordinates. That prince obviously knew that middle-aged man. Although he and Dinghai Heavenly Palace were under the same banner, they didn't have a good relationship. The experts of the two forces discussed animatedly, but Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to them. He was still looking ahead. These people are crazy. Since they think that our efforts are useless, they should leave on their own. They want to watch and criticize us. If they aren't crazy, then what are they? Yuman Yun muttered softly. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, their mouths are on their bodies. They can say whatever they want. Lin Ling didn't care. He continued to look at the gravitational squall in the distance, trying to find the rules within. How dare you? What nonsense are you spouting in front of people from Jade Void Emperor Palace? A guard next to the prince shouted angrily. The Heaven Temple was all-encompassing. It had forces from 9-star Saint Domain to 4-star Saint Domain. Since when did the people from Dinghai Heavenly Palace have the right to speak? Although Dinghai Heavenly Palace was ranked in the 6-star Saint Domain, they were only afraid of Dinghai Heavenly Palace. They didn't care about the subordinates of Dinghai Heavenly Palace. Men Luo, why bother with these juniors? They will suffer for themselves. The prince waved his hand to stop his subordinate from saying anything unnecessary. For these masters, there were countless masters in heaven and earth temples, and those at the transcendent 3rd stage and above were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, but not every transcendent needed to be wary of them. Only those with talents, heroes, and legends tokens, as well as legendary great heroes were worthy of their attention. Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to them. At this moment he was thinking about how to leave this place. Lin Ling, how do we enter the gravitational squall? The squall is very strong. It is formed by gravity and world energy. Even if I have the plaque, I won't be able to hold on for long. Sakura was still resisting the squall. If it weren't for his treasures, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Those 2 treasures were obviously one of the reasons why so many people stayed here. However, his question was very important. How do we enter the gravitational squall? Idiot question. In the distance, many people laughed disdainfully. Was the gravitational squall so easy to get close to? You're young and ignorant. The elder from 3 Elements Golden Dipper Sect also mocked. Lin Ling still ignored them and said indifferently, although the squall is strong, there is a place where it is the weakest. That place is the eye of the squall. As long as we reach the eye of the squall, the pressure we face will be much less. Chapter 1153. The ancient battlefield. Ordinary people thought that the astral wind was powerful and couldn't be approached, but they didn't know that the pressure was the least at the eye of the wind. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's reminder, they wouldn't have known about this. Instantly, the faces of the Wuxia and the elder turned ugly. They had seen a lot and were highly respected, so they had been pointing and gossiping among themselves. However, Lin Ling's words were like a silent slap to their faces, making them dizzy and disoriented. However, the slap wasn't over yet. Alright, the time is just right. Follow me. Follow me. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He leaped into the air and shot towards the eye of the gravitational astral wind. Soon after, the pressure came. However, Lin Ling could still barely withstand this kind of pressure. Is this enough? Follow me. Yuman Yun's face lit up. She followed Lin Ling and leaped into the astral wind. Then, Sakura and the other two followed suit. These guys, what are they trying to do? Follow me. Many people looked at Lin Ling and the other three standing in the center of the astral wind, and their faces changed. Rumble. Without Sakura's resistance, the gravitational astral wind began to slowly leave the edge of the continent. At first, the speed wasn't fast, but it still let people know Lin Ling's purpose. These guys really wanted to borrow the gravitational astral wind to leave this continent. Is it really possible? Follow me. Everyone's hearts were shaken. Wait for this prince. Follow me. The prince of the Jade Void Royal Palace shouted. His face was filled with joy. He had long wanted to leave this continent. Only by going to a bigger continent could he obtain more benefits. Didn't you say that we're doing useless work? Why are you in such a hurry to follow us? Follow me. Stepping on the astral wind, Lin Ling put his hands behind his back. His long robe fluttered as he looked down at everyone in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, the face of the prince of the Jade Void Royal Palace turned as dark as the bottom of a nest. Previously, they were watching a good show, but now, they couldn't wait to follow. This made him unable to display his prestige as a prince. And you, people of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, you are very proud. If you have the ability, don't follow me. I forgot to tell you that the strong gravity wind will only appear after 98 hours. This means that you will be trapped on this continent for 98 hours. When you can go to another continent, I think that any treasure will have nothing to do with you. Lin Ling chuckled again. He had heard of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect. Not long ago, he had killed people from this sect in the sky above the rainforest island. Bastard! The elders of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect roared. They also stepped out and shot toward Lin Ling. It's too late for you to come over now. Lin Ling's smile remained unchanged. He slashed out with the tyrannical song sword in his hand. At the same time, Lai Qing and Sakura also made their moves. Even if they couldn't defeat the other party, it was enough as long as they could buy time, because the strong gravity wind was slowly leaving the continent. Rumble. When the 3 of them made their moves, the prince and the elders' expressions changed again. They thought that Lin Ling and the others didn't have any hero cards, and their strength was only SOSO. However, after they made their moves, they realized that these people were ridiculously strong. Although they weren't afraid of the other party, Lin Ling and the others delayed them. Wait for me. Those people in the distance ran over anxiously, but they were all stopped by the attacks of Lin Ling and the others. A bunch of idiots. Sakura was very pleased. Those people who had laughed at his misfortune earlier were now regretting it. That kind of expression was too beautiful. Rumble. The strong gravity wind was getting farther and farther away from the continent. In the end, the people on the continent were still too slow. They could only watch as Lin Ling and the others left. Juniors of the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. The prince roared angrily. Don't worry, they're going to die too. As far as I know, after the strong gravity wind leaves the continent, the wind force will be even more terrifying. Even if they stand in the eye of the wind, they'll be crushed to pieces. The elder of the Triple Element Golden Dipper sect said coldly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Buddhist light in front of them shone and enveloped Lin Ling and the others, blocking the strong gravity wind. It was Yuman Yun's Saraira. Sorry to disappoint you again. See you next time. Goodbye. Within the Buddhist light, Lin Ling waved his hand at the people on the continent. That look made everyone almost vomit blood. Damn it. To them, they were from the various powerful forces of the Qian Temple, and Lin Ling and the others were like ants. They were not famous at all, and they didn't have any hero cards. However, such a person dared to make fun of them. Haha, awesome. In the strong gravity wind, Sakura laughed loudly. Moreover, it felt very strange. He was stepping on the strong gravity wind, but he didn't feel any wind. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling in his life. Of course, What surprised him the most was that Lin Ling seemed to have planned everything long ago and had made sufficient preparations. In fact, Lin Ling didn't plan it long ago. Instead, he had assessed it in his heart after constantly observing through the eye of time. After the awakening of the eye of time, Lin Ling was calmer than usual. His insight and analytical ability had also become stronger. Of course, without Yumun Yun's Saraira, Lin Ling wouldn't have dared to be so bold. The defense of this Buddhist Saraira was indeed terrifying. However, we seem to have offended a powerful force. Yumun Yun smiled and said with some worry, "What will come will come. Even if we don't offend them, as long as we can leave the continent, they will still attack us. So, we just have to face it calmly." Lin Ling was not afraid at all. This was a treasure land. It was either you die or I live. There was no mercy. Previously, I also saw the trajectory of the gravitational astral wind. I'm guessing that we will reach the second largest continent next. Lin Ling looked into the distance. In the void, there were countless continents. Many of them had cultivators staying there and obtained great benefits. However, the one with the most benefits should be the largest continent. Of course, if they could find the star-plucking royal court, they might be able to touch the most powerful inheritance. Rumble. After the gravitational astral wind arrived in the void, its speed became even faster. It drew a mysterious trajectory across the void. 2 hours later, a vast and boundless continent appeared in front of them. This continent was the second largest in the entire country. It could be said to be the battlefield of an ancient country. Lin Ling and the others jumped down from the gravitational astral wind. The gravitational astral wind was attracted by the gravity of the other continents and slowly left. As soon as they landed, Lin Ling and the others saw a battle in the distance. It was a battle between the Qian Hall and the Qian Hall. Clearly, they were fighting for the treasures. The atmosphere here is very uncomfortable. Ignoring the battle in the distance, Lin Ling looked to the other side. This continent was even darker and gloomier. A gloomy and cold air pervaded the air, making people feel as if they were in the underworld. "Looks like we have to be more careful." Yumun Yun nodded. The few of them walked along the hills of different heights. Looking into the distance, they saw a huge monster sitting on the ground like a demon god, looking down at the world. On the other side, they saw a huge dragon lying dormant, glaring at them covetously in the darkness. Because of the oppressive aura, the mountains in the distance became strange. So many bones. Chapter 1154. The Battle of Tong Valley. "There's a spear over there." Lai Qing pointed to a mountain peak in the distance. Countless armors and bones were piled up there, and among them, a red-tasseled spear was blooming with ripples. It was extremely majestic, as if it was the weapon of a general. I didn't expect there to be so many treasures here, to encounter a peerless divine weapon so casually. Indra laughed out loud and ran over in large strides. Lin Ling, on the other hand, shook his head. His eyes of time had been staring at the front. As long as it was a dead object, he could see one or two things, so he knew that the spear was useless. Sure enough, as soon as Indra pulled out the spear turned into endless crystal light and disappeared. After so many years, even a divine weapon couldn't withstand the erosion of time and had long been annihilated. Lin Ling laughed, while Sakura shook his head helplessly. The four of them continued to move forward, and a huge empty city appeared in front of them. This city was lying on the ground, like an ancient qilin, but when they got closer, they realized that it was indeed a qilin, but it was just the skeleton of a qilin. This discovery made everyone gasp. After that, they saw the skeleton of a giant as huge as the Yaksha king, but it had a horn on its head, and they didn't know which demon it was. The ground was full of potholes, and many places were full of bones. Obviously, it was a burial mound. Walking further ahead, an ancient stone tablet towering into the clouds appeared. There were 4 large red words engraved on it, as if they were written with blood. However, with the passage of time, the blood words had already dimmed, but one could still vaguely make out what was written. The Battle of Tong Valley. This was indeed an ancient battlefield, the place where the star-picking nation and the demon god fought. No wonder there were ancient corpses everywhere. There are many people there, follow me. Lin Ling's vision was much further than Yu Mengyun and the others. He could see things that were thousands of miles away. Therefore, he saw a large number of people gathered in front of him. Those people were standing there quietly, as if they were trying to comprehend something. After a long time, Lin Ling brought the three of them to that place. Looking around, it was a vast valley, and there were many sword marks, footprints, and fists. These fists, footprints, and other relics were incomparably large, as if they were the fists of giants. That sword mark. Lai Qing carefully looked at the sword on the wall of the valley. Her pupils suddenly constricted. She could feel an endless killing intent from that sword. It made her killing intent become restless, and it showed signs of advancing towards a supreme martial art. The profoundness of martial arts allowed one to control the power of heaven and earth. As for extreme martial arts, it allowed one to retain the essence of the power they controlled to form the momentum of heaven and earth. It was also known as extreme momentum. What Lai Qing sensed was the killing intent. Lin Ling, I'll go first. After Lai Qing said this, she immediately walked to the bottom of the cliff and slowly began to comprehend. Everyone here is trying to comprehend ancient martial arts. Find something that suits you and quickly comprehend it. After all, these martial arts relics have existed for too long. No one can guarantee when they will disappear. Lin Ling looked at Yu Mengyun and said. A large number of people around them were also comprehending. They minded their own business. All right. Yu Mengyun and Lai Qing both walked away. Lin Ling continued forward. Currently, he wanted to comprehend two things. First, he needed to comprehend overwhelming righteousness. It would be best if he could comprehend the momentum of righteousness. Second, he needed to comprehend flames. What is that? He continued forward, ignoring the people around him. A moment later, in a corner of the huge valley, Lin Ling discovered a towering fire rising from the ground. It looked like an ordinary fire, but it gave him an indescribable feeling of shock. It had to be known that it had been tens of millions of years since the Battle of Tong Valley, but the fire was still burning. Therefore, even if it had turned into an ordinary fire, it still showed how glorious it was in ancient times. The flames formed a huge fist that was about 100 meters wide. It looked like an ancient expert had punched down from the sky. Undying Fire King's fist. Fire. Within the flames, there were scattered figures sitting cross-legged. These people were clearly fire attribute martial artists, and they were using this opportunity to comprehend something. Undying Fire King? Huh. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forward and walked towards the Fire Fist ruins. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people in the Fire Fist ruins, old and young. Sensing Lin Ling's arrival, they sneered and wanted to watch a good show. This was because there had been fire attribute martial artists who had overestimated themselves and wanted to comprehend the Fire Fist ruins, but in the end, they had played with fire and burned to death. These flames looked like ordinary fire, but in fact, they were the momentum of fire. And this young man was so confident. He did not comprehend from afar, but directly entered the Fire Fist ruins. He was simply courting death. However, they were surprised. Lin Ling took a step forward and slowly walked into the flames. This caused many fire attribute martial artists to frown. Another person had successfully entered the Fire Fist ruins. In this way, this person would have to share their resources. One had to know that these flames could be extinguished at any time. The more people comprehended, the faster the flames would be extinguished. Speed up the comprehension. Thus, many people secretly said, fire was the most young, mighty, and domineering. Fire attribute martial artists were also like fire. They were born with a fighting spirit that refused to admit defeat. They did not want to be surpassed by latecomers. These flames are so powerful. Wow! Just as Lin Ling stepped into the Fire Fist ruins, he immediately felt his entire body heat up. Through the eyes of time, he could even see the trajectory of the ancient undying Fire King's fist. In that fist, 10,000 flames condensed into a single fist, exploding into the earth. These movements seemed simple, but they carried with them a taste of the momentum of the world. Lin Ling was shocked. The simplest martial arts could also be the most complex martial arts. Like this, he calmly stood there. Lin Ling's sea heart flame gushed out from his body, causing the blue flames around him to seethe. The surrounding fire attribute martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow had actually relied on his own flames to resist the ancient fire fist. What they didn't know was that Lin Ling's comprehension was deeper than theirs. This was because not only had Lin Ling comprehended the Fire Fist ruins, but he had also personally witnessed the ancient Fire King's fist. The Undying Fire King was one of the 10 great generals under the command of the Great Emperor. His flames were eternally inextinguishable, and he was even fiercer than the Undying Phoenix. However, he had still perished. It was unknown just what secret was hidden behind this. Transcendent Fist. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forwards and the raging flames around his body became even thicker. At this time, his fire profound was crazily growing like a rising sea. So hot. The surrounding fire attribute martial artists' pupils shrank. They could feel the heat. But what surprised them was that this heat didn't come from the Fire Fist ruins, but from the flames around Lin Ling's body. These flames were like a boiling sea. At this time, they were boiling over. Who is this fellow? His fire attribute comprehension is too fierce. Many fire attribute martial artists withdrew from the Fire Fist ruins. As for Lin Ling, he had already entered into a wonderful state of comprehension. He slowly walked forwards, his eyes looking towards the skies. There, the Undying Fire King's fist constantly reappeared. Moreover, after Lin Ling's eyes of time had transformed, he could clearly see the birth and attack of the fist from every angle. Chapter 1155. Undying Fire King's Fire Fist ruins. It's getting hotter and hotter. Look, the surrounding flames have turned blue. More people retreated from the Fire Fist ruins, staring at Lin Ling. Why was this guy's comprehension so abnormal? Time passed quietly, and the ordinary flames disappeared. The blue flames occupied the entire Fire Fist ruins, and there was no one left in the Fire Fist ruins. Those people lingered outside the Fire Fist ruins with ugly expressions. They could feel that Lin Ling's fire attribute comprehension had reached the pinnacle, and they couldn't even get close. Bastard, what qualifications do you have to have a deeper comprehension than us? A red-robed old man shouted angrily. Fire attribute martial artists were the most unyielding. He didn't understand why Lin Ling's comprehension was deeper than his, but he was unhappy. 5 elements Sky Demon Flame. Red flames erupted from the old man's body, turning into an ancient sky demon. This sky demon didn't have a lower body, but the upper body had a ferocious expression. It was actually formed by flames. Then, it charged towards Lin Ling, and its fist was filled with raging flames. Outstanding talent, 5 elements Fire Elder. The surrounding fire attribute martial artists' pupils shrank. They recognized this old man. It was said that he was a fire demon that cultivated in 5 Elements Mountain. After cultivating for 50 years, he absorbed all the flames in 5 Elements Mountain for his own use, allowing his innate saint body to reach the rare mystic level. And the power of that fist was naturally terrifying, reaching the great perfection profound meaning. 5 Elements Fire Elder is interrupting him. Many people secretly sneered. Of course, they didn't like to see the latecomer gain more. Chi. The heavenly demon charged into the Fire Fist relic with a magnificent aura. There were no longer any ordinary flames in the Fire Fist relic. Instead, the flames were burning fiercely like the ocean. However, they gradually disappeared and Lin Ling's figure appeared. His eyes, which were looking at the sky, slowly looked up and reached out with one hand. Bang! It looked like a calm palm, but it made the 5 Elements Sky Demon roar as it was annihilated. Powerful! The crowd's expression changed drastically. They couldn't see how Lin Ling blocked that attack. The 5 Elements Fire Elder frowned slightly, then laughed and turned to leave. Although his attack didn't injure Lin Ling, it at least interrupted Lin Ling's comprehension. Extreme Pattern Martial Arts, the Heaven and Earth Grand Momentum, is also known as Extreme Momentum. It's divided into 4 stages: Small Stage, Large Stage, Peak, and Extraordinary. At this moment, a low voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the 5 elders to stop in their tracks. What are you saying? Fist stage fist. At the same time, the surging blue fire fist was overbearing and majestic. The 5 elements fire elder's pupils constricted. He could feel an innate flame pressure enveloping his body, causing his expression to change drastically. There was only a terrifying voice in his heart. Extreme pattern martial arts, extreme momentum was born. This was extremely terrifying. After all, even though his attainments in the fire element couldn't be considered to be at the top in Blackping region, it was renowned as well. However, an unfamiliar young man that had entered the Fire Fist ruins as a latecomer had comprehended extreme force in the fire element, the grand force of the flames of the heavens and the earth. Retreat! The 5 elements fire elder frantically retreated and shouted at the same time, "You can't touch me. I'm a founding elder of the 5 elements mountain. That place belongs to the Lu Wangfu." Unfortunately, if he told others about the Lu Wangfu, they would be afraid and stop. However, if he told Lin Ling wasn't familiar with the Qianhal's power, so he would still kill him. Boom! The blue fire fist was like a siege engine. Upon closer inspection, the fist wasn't just filled with flames, it was also formed by the sea. It swept across the 5 elements fire elders and finally smashed heavily on the valley's rock wall, leaving a huge fire fist mark on the valley's rock wall. The mark was burning with blue flames and was exactly the same as the undying Fire Emperor's fist. Of course, due to the difference in cultivation realm, it naturally couldn't be preserved for 10,000 years like the undying Fire Emperor. Sneak attack! Waving his arm, Lin Ling muttered to himself. He moved his feet slightly and slowly walked out of the Fire Fist ruins. Terrifying! The surrounding fire attribute martial artists were all silent. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the undying Fire King walking towards them. It wasn't until Lin Ling disappeared into the distance that they began to discuss amongst themselves. What surprised them was that this mysterious youth was so strong, but he didn't have a hero card. It had to be known that with such strength, he might even have obtained a hero card. Looks like we can't underestimate a martial artist without a hero card. Many people secretly said. The hero card was a division of strength. With this card, ordinary martial artists wouldn't dare to casually provoke them and would have to respectfully salute them. This was also a benefit of the hero card, the pride of the strong. I wonder where Meng Yun and the others are. Lin Ling slowly walked forward. Previously, with the help of the Eye of Time, his fire element comprehension had reached a new level. If he hadn't come to this ancient battlefield, he didn't know how much time he would have spent on this comprehension. This kind of comprehension was also called extreme force. Currently, Lin Ling had barely comprehended it to the small success stage. And this stage also allowed Lin Ling's strength to increase by 30%. As for the newly comprehended martial art, Lin Ling also named it Blazing Sea Flame. Because his sea heart flame was the flame of the sea, but it also contained fire, so the sea accompanied it. Moreover, this fist had become one of Lin Ling's strongest trump cards. Currently, Lin Ling had a lot of trump cards. Not to mention a first-stage Transcendent Realm hero, even a second-stage Transcendent Realm hero could be killed by him. Hee little girl, you're quite pretty. Are you alone? Arriving at a dense grassy forest in the valley, Lin Ling saw 2 men standing in front of Yumun Yun. These 2 men both had hero cards hanging on their waists. However, the colors were different. It seemed like they didn't come from the same palace. This place is like the underworld. There's actually a grassy land. It seems like in the ancient times, there was a strong martial artist who used a powerful martial art here, causing this place to be filled with vitality. Meng Yun is probably comprehending her own martial art path here. Lin Ling secretly thought. He continued to walk forward slowly. Although the 2 men were heroes, he didn't put them in his eyes. Comprehend it yourself. Why bother me? If my husband finds out, it'll be too late for you to regret it. Yumun Yun looked at the 2 men with disgust. Previously, she was comprehending, but they suddenly came and roared, almost causing her to go berserk. These people were despicable. Your husband? You have a husband at such a young age? The two men laughed disdainfully. That's me. Do you have any objections? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Yuman Yun couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling came at the right time. She turned her head and instantly realized that Lin Ling seemed to be different from before. In his aura, the will of fire was thicker, as if he would never admit defeat like fire. Only she could feel it because she was too familiar with Lin Ling. However, others didn't have such a feeling. Instead, they felt that Lin Ling was very arrogant. Aren't Qian Palace and Kuan Palace opposing each other? The two of you are walking together. Aren't you afraid of angering the public? Lin Ling's footsteps were steady and powerful. He came to Yuman Yun's side and said calmly. His expression was relaxed and fearless. Chapter 1156. Terrifying ancient soul, little brat, Qian Hall and Kuan Hall represent two great banners, but they are not enemies. The enemies are the powers within the banners. One of them said indifferently. However, that was indeed the case. To put it bluntly, they were two huge camps. Although they were not enemies, they were not against each other. Qian Hall and Kuan Hall were such mysterious existences. You don't have a masterpiece card? The other person asked casually. I don't have that plaything. Correct. Lin Ling said bluntly. However, that person was still not at ease and continued to ask. Some people purposely hide their masterpiece cards to make others lower their guard. Then, at the crucial moment, they would strike and snatch the treasure. You shouldn't be such a person, right? Correct. I'm not that bored. Correct. Lin Ling smiled honestly. He understood why the other party wanted to pursue this matter. Because he didn't have a masterpiece card. This meant that Lin Ling's strength wasn't that hard to deal with. However, it was a pity that Lin Ling didn't have a masterpiece card, but his strength was hard to deal with. Then I'm sorry, you stay behind. Correct. The two of them looked at each other and finally believed that Lin Ling didn't have a masterpiece card. Their self-confidence also became stronger. I forgot to say, a cultivator without a masterpiece card might not be weak. Lin Ling continued to smile. At this moment, two figures appeared beside Lin Ling. It was Sakura and Lai Qing. Their auras were clearly different. It was obvious that they had comprehended something here. They also don't have a masterpiece card. You can test their strength. Correct. Lin Ling suddenly glanced at Sakura and Lai Qing as he shrugged his shoulders. Lai Qing understood what he meant. They had just comprehended some insights and wanted to find someone to spar with. As for Lin Ling, the strength of these two wasn't enough to enter his eyes. Unless the other party was a genius at the second level of the transcendent realm, Lin Ling would still be interested. Although I don't know what you want to do, I'm sorry that you met us. Lai Qing and Indra moved and shot towards the two people, each executing a powerful attack. Lai Qing's sword became even sharper. She had actually comprehended the extreme martial arts. As for Sakura, his comprehension wasn't that deep. However, he held two ancient treasures in his hands. One for attack and one for defense. His attacks were bold and powerful, causing the complexion of those two to change drastically. These people were very powerful. If the two of them were already so powerful, wouldn't the young man who spoke be even stronger? As expected, not having a hero card did not mean that one was weak. Or you, why haven't I heard of your name before? The two of them were forced back again and again, humiliating themselves to the extreme. They were being suppressed by someone who didn't have a heroic tile. If news of this got out, it would be a great humiliation. Lin Ling of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Lin Ling said indifferently, which made the two people's pupils constrict. They had never heard of this name before. This name isn't famous at the moment, but it won't be long before it becomes famous in Xinping province. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to hear it. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He was like an abyss dragon that soared to the 9 heavens. Lin Ling of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. The two of them deeply remembered this name and then wanted to escape. But at this moment, just as the two of them moved, 3 white shadows floated out from the cliff behind them. These shadows passed through the mountain and were extremely mysterious. They wore broken armor and were expressionless. There was no color in their eyes. However, when the two of them saw the shadows, Their bodies trembled violently. Ancient soul. One of them let out a terrified cry as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. Ooh. One of the shadows floated forward in a strange manner and entered the body of one of them, causing that person's face to turn hideous. He had a splitting headache as if he had experienced the tribulation of 7 emotions and 6 desires in life. Then, his body exploded. "Don't come near me." The other person stood on the spot, trembling. He was an elite, but at this moment, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Obviously, he had come into contact with this kind of thing and it had become a nightmare. Ooh. Another shadow entered his body, and then his body exploded. This unforeseen event happened so quickly that Lin Ling and the others were stunned on the spot. "Lin Ling, what is this?" Sakura and Lai Qing's faces changed drastically. One had to know that their strength had increased greatly, but it would still take a long time to defeat the 2 elites. However, when that terrifying thing appeared, it instantly killed the 2 elites. This was too terrifying. The 2 of them immediately ran toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face turned solemn as he activated the Eye of Time and scanned the shadows. He immediately found that these shadows were souls, just like the souls in the second dream. The souls entered the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth, but the souls were trapped in the void. As time passed, they formed an ancient soul with enormous resentment. Think about it. After thousands of years, they stayed in the star-picking purple mansion every day and couldn't reincarnate. How could their strength be weak? The origin of these souls was the warriors who died in the Battle of Tong Valley. Sword of Death. Lai Qing was indeed cold and emotionless. After a moment of surprise, she slashed out with her sword. However, what was shocking was that the sword passed through the soul and couldn't cut it at all. "Let me!" Lin Ling shouted as the sea heart flame appeared in his hand. He waved it out like a fairy scattering flowers, turning the earth into a sea of fire. However, the shadows turned a blind eye to it and still slowly floated over. Any attack is useless. This should be the most terrifying thing in the second continent. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Any attack was useless, and if one was touched by the ancient soul, they would be killed instantly. No wonder the 2 people were so scared. This kind of ancient soul was unstoppable. Overwhelming righteousness. Lin Ling slashed out again. This time, it was effective, but it only slowed down the movement of the souls. Run quickly." Sakura's face was extremely pale. There was only one way, and that was to run. Then, he turned his head and saw that a large number of souls had appeared in the valley. Many people were running away, and those who were slow were killed instantly. At this moment, human lives were like weeds. A large number of people were cut down. Most importantly, the entrance of the valley was occupied by a large number of ancient souls. "There's no way out." Yuman Yun gritted her teeth and said. Their eyes were a little blank. "Brother, where's your stone pillar? Use this treasure." At the same time, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted. Then, he took out the swastika symbol that he obtained from the pillar of the temple and shone it at the ancient souls in front of him. Ear-piercing sounds floated out from the ancient souls' mouths. The light of the swastika symbol was like the light of Buddha, causing the faces of the ancient souls to become ferocious. The souls were corroded and gradually turned into wisps of smelly green smoke, disappearing from the earth. This Buddhist thing is effective. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling's face was filled with joy. Sakura also took out the stone pillar and the plaque of Great Strength's Hall. He took a step forward and shot forward, sweeping away an ancient soul with the plaque. Lai Qing took out an ancient praying mat, but the attack was not very effective. It could only deter the ancient souls from approaching. Chapter 1157. For great masters, we have Buddhist treasures, so those ancient souls won't dare to approach us easily. Let's leave the valley. Lin Ling finally relaxed. However, he still sighed in his heart. This world was too mysterious. There were actually souls that could ignore martial arts. This was too terrifying. After that, the few of them left the valley. Immediately, they realized that a large number of ancient souls had gathered outside the valley. However, with the Buddhist treasures, the ancient souls all made way for them. A moment later, the group of 4 continued forward. Along the way, they encountered many ancient souls, but they were all scattered about. Even if they didn't have any treasures on them, they were still able to easily avoid them. The most terrifying thing about ancient souls was their sheer numbers. If a group of them came at them, even a peak transcendent realm master would likely die. After passing through a vast canyon, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city was already in ruins. Even from afar, one could clearly see the inside of the city. A glittering pool of silver light appeared in the city, and a rich aura of life essence pervaded the air. As for outside the city walls, a large number of people gathered there. They were the masters of heaven and earth temple. They were eyeing the things in the city covetously, but they didn't dare to approach the city easily because ancient souls were everywhere in the city. Moreover, there were extremely terrifying existences at the city gate. This city was an armory during the ancient war. There must be countless treasures. When I looked from afar, the water in the city was rootless. It's even rarer than pinnacle life water. It said that it's rootless water that came from the beginning of the world. But senior brother, there are countless ancient souls in the city, and there are also giant beasts guarding the city. How are we going to seize it? Moreover, the northern nether evil territory, Heaven Temple, Qilin Palace, Heaven Temple, and 3 Yuan Dipper sects are also here. They're probably trying to get a share of the treasures in the city. In one direction, a large number of people in black clothes looked at a black-robed young man. These people were from the Thousand Eras Ghost sect. The leader of the group was a young man with a dark complexion. He wore a black robe and stood there with his hands behind his back. Although he gave off an extremely cold and gloomy aura, his facial features were extremely handsome. The 2 contrasting features formed a strange kind of coolness. On his waist hung a jade token with the word, Hero, engraved on it. The hero token was more glorious than the hero token. It represented supreme status and strength. This person was Gui Xuanzi. As the ghost king of the Thousand Era Ghost sect, he had reincarnated once and had seen through the flourishing desires of the human world. His shrewdness was so deep that no one could see through him. Meanwhile, the people around him were all gloomy and powerful. 5 of them had outstanding talents tablets, but they still listened to his orders. This also showed that this person's status in the Thousand Generations Ghost sect was very high. He, Brother Shenzi, the rootless water is in the city, but the ancient souls have occupied the city. Why don't we work together? On the other side, there were hundreds of people from the northern dark territory gathered there. A woman in her 20s smiled. Her voice was charming and seductive, making people feel weak in their bones. Especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which were as charming as spring, could make people have a male impulse. So beautiful! In the distance, many people stared at the woman in the pink dress, their hearts thumping. That is the Northern Dark Lady, the daughter of the Northern Dark Evil God. She is good at harvesting yang to nourish yin. Who knows how many people have died under her pomegranate skirt? If you want to die, then get close to her. Someone shouted in a low voice, causing those who were shaken to gasp. The daughter of the Northern Dark Evil God? They didn't dare to pick this thorny rose. It was as evil as the Northern Dark Evil God. Let's talk about it after we deal with it, Qiongqi, at the city gate. At this moment, Gui Xuanzi shouted in a low voice. He was not moved by the beauty of the Northern Dark Lady and was extremely cold. Qiongqi, Qiongqi. Many people looked at the city gate. There was a huge, ancient wild beast lying there. Although it had been there for tens of millions of years, its aura was still terrifying. This beast was like a tiger, and its skin was like black iron. There was a pair of wings on its back, and it was chained to the city gate by a blue chain. On the tiger's forehead, there was a dazzling word, demon. Obviously, this wild beast was not the guardian beast of Star Picking Country, but an enemy from the outside. After it was captured alive by the experts of Star Picking Country, it was tied to the city gate to prove its prestige. Although the Qiongqi was getting weaker by the day, it was still not something that they could resist. Otherwise, they would have entered the city long ago. Humph, we can only look at the treasures here and can't touch them. On the other side, the people of the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace sneered. They couldn't enter the city, but when they saw that the other forces couldn't enter, they felt better. The leader of the group held a fan in his hand and his white robe fluttered in the wind. He was Du Siyuan and had a transcendent stage 3 cultivation. It was said that in the Battle of Heroes held by the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Qian Temple, he had obtained a good ranking. The 4 pillars and 8 pillars were the strongest forces under the human sovereign. There were a total of 12 of them and they were in the Qian and Kun temples respectively. As a result, no one dared to provoke the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace in the Qian and Kun temples. On the other side was the 3 elemental Golden Dipper sect. This powerful force was extremely terrifying and anyone could become their disciple. Their disciples were all over Xianpeng province. Obviously, they were the kind of overlords who recruited disciples from all over the world. These 4 powerful forces were famous and they were all gathered here, eyeing the treasures in the ancient city covetously. As for the warriors in the distance, they weren't qualified to touch them. They could only look forward to seeing who would be the final winner. At this moment, on Lin Ling's side, the 4 of them were standing on a hill and looking at the lively scene below. Their faces were extremely cold. The people of the Millennia Ghost sect and the Northern Dark Territory were below. Lin Ling, why don't we kill them? Sakura said coldly. Their family feud was irreconcilable. When he saw the people from the 2 forces, he was furious. Clang. Lai Qing also raised the sword in her hand. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. Although he was furious, the eye of time made him extremely calm. He knew that sometimes, when facing one's enemy, it was better to kill them one by one. However, it wasn't as satisfying as seizing the good in the enemy's heart. Therefore, the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. How about being a fisherman for once? As soon as he said that, Yumun Yun and the other 2 looked at Lin Ling and suddenly laughed. They had guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. However, Yumun Yun was still worried. Then how do we enter the city? The huge creature at the city gate isn't easy to deal with. She knew what Lin Ling meant. It was to snatch the spoils of the 4 powerful forces. However, it was easy to say but difficult to do. They will settle it for us. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Moreover, that huge creature isn't a sacred spirit. It's a dead creature. Like the surrounding ancient souls, it's an ancient desolate beast that has lost its soul. Yumun Yun and the others didn't understand what he said. However, they had always followed Lin Ling as their leader. Since Lin Ling said that, he should have a plan in mind. Du Siyuan Mountain, in the past, when you fought with hero Hao Xinjian, you lost so shamefully that your martial heart was destroyed. I didn't expect you to make a comeback in such a short period of time. At this moment, outside the city, the various forces were still restraining themselves and waiting for an opportunity. Xiao Yun, a disciple of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect, said indifferently. This person was able to summon the disciples of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect. Obviously, he was extremely powerful and had a hero token. Then, do you want to test my strength? Chapter 1158. Blazing Sea Aya, don't fight. Let's talk it out. I heard that Brother Xiao Yun isn't a match for Du Siyuan Mountain. It's not good to hurt your relationship, Bei Xinyang said coquettishly. She sounded like she was trying to persuade them, but she was actually trying to drive a wedge between them. She couldn't wait for the 2 sides to fight to the death. Xiao Yun isn't a match for Du Siyuan Mountain? When such words fell on a hot-blooded young man, he naturally wouldn't dare to show weakness. Moreover, the one who spoke was a delicate beauty. Anyone would want to fight for their dignity. However, Xiao Yun snorted and calmed down. What a powerful control. Many people were secretly surprised. The 4 experts seemed to be unconvinced, but they all had their own ulterior motives. They could endure for the sake of the treasure. In this way, no one knew who would obtain the final treasure. Why don't the 4 of us join forces? At this moment, Gui Xuanzi, who had been silent, spoke. His words made everyone's expression change. Join forces? Previously, they wanted to see who would have the last laugh, but First Life Ghost King suggested that they join forces. Among the top 4, the 1000 Life Ghost sect was clearly stronger. The other three experts' expressions changed slightly. As you can see, this city has ancient protective runes. Only the city gate can be entered. If we don't deal with Jianghu, none of us can enter the city. So, let's join forces. Gui Xuanzi looked up and said calmly. The other three experts were a little moved, but they didn't believe Gui Xuanzi. After all, it was better to be careful in this place. To show my sincerity, I can be the first to attack Jianghu. Jianghu is dead, but its soul still exists. Although it's still fierce, it's not smart. Gui Xuanzi was worthy of being an expert of the Ghost Dao. He could see the real situation of Jianghu. If you attack first, aren't you afraid that we'll betray you at the critical moment? Du Siyuan Mountain of the Western Sea Dragon Kirin Palace said. He still didn't believe that Gui Xuanzi was sincere in joining forces. Perhaps he was using them as tools. He wasn't that stupid. Gui Xuanzi glanced at Du Siyuan Mountain indifferently and then laughed. His smile was extremely bright. You won't betray me because there are countless ancient souls in the city. Although I can't kill the ancient souls, I have a way to attract them to a place. What? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who didn't know how terrifying ancient souls were? However, Gui Xuanzi had a way to deal with the ancient souls. As expected of someone from the ghost sect. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. The ghost sect cultivated the ghost Dao, and ancient souls were a kind of soul. They did have a way, but compared to the restraining method on his side, Gui Xuanzi's method should not be as powerful. At least, it could not kill the ancient souls, but only attract them to a place. I see. Bei Xinyang and the others suddenly understood. One had to know that even if they killed the giant beast guarding the city, there were countless ancient souls in the city. In the end, they still had to rely on Gui Xuanzi. Therefore, Gui Xuanzi was not afraid of them stabbing him in the back. This Gui Xuanzi was indeed very shrewd. To show our sincerity, the Thousand Eras Ghost Sect will make the first move. Gui Xuanzi took a big step forward, and ghost chi spread out. A ghost head with two horns appeared on his left shoulder. He pulled the mouth of the ghost head, and a sword shining with cold light appeared. It was the sacred weapon, Soul Slayer Sword. With a slash of his sword, ghost chi gushed out, forming a twin-horned ghost king that was almost 100 meters tall. The twin-horned ghost king fiercely swept its claws. Rumble! The city wall rumbled, but there were runes protecting it. When the ghost claw fell on Jianghu's eyes shone with green light, and its ferocious nature burst out. People of the Thousand Eras Ghost Sect, go! Gui Xuanzi shouted again. The people of the ghost sect fearlessly rushed forward and blocked Jianghu's attack for Gui Xuanzi. However, many of them were burned to death by Jianghu's flames. The Thousand Eras Ghost Sect was such a ruthless sect. If one wanted to join the sect, one had to hand over his soul and obey the leader's orders, unless one was a ghost king. People of the Northern Nether Territory, go! Bei Xinyang also shouted. Since Gui Xuanzi had already made his move, she naturally could not hold back. Otherwise, after entering the city, she would not be able to share the treasures with them. Go! The other two powerful heroes were also red-eyed and made their moves. Rumble! Rumble! Sounds of explosions rang out continuously from the ancient city. The aura they exuded caused the gazes of the spectators to stiffen. What a terrifying group of 4 heroes! Their strength was enough to kill a transcendent 5th realm cultivator. Not only that, among the heroes, there weren't many who could match them. Obviously, those who possessed the hero token were all experts capable of challenging those of a higher realm. However, even with the 4 heroes working together, many people were still killed by Jianghu. Although Jianghu seemed to be chained up, its range of movement was not small. However, it had lost its intelligence, so it would not take the initiative to attack. Only when its territory was invaded would it open its bloody mouth. Amazing, after 10,000 years, this beast is still so terrifying. It's like 10,000 years ago. Gui Xuanzi was shocked to see the people of the ghost sect dying. He was almost injured because Jianghu's speed was too fast. The other 3 heroes were not any better. They tried their best to attack Jianghu, causing their men to die in large numbers. Their hearts were also bleeding. However, the treasures were right in front of their eyes. What they had to pay was 10 times the reward. Everyone, don't hide your trump cards. Suppress it with all your strength. Gradually, the aura of the 4 heroes became stronger and stronger, causing Jianghu to be suppressed. The chains on its body rumbled as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. This Jianghu can recover by itself, so we need to recover in one go. Gui Xuanzi shouted again and kept slashing with the sword in his hand. Indeed, Jianghu's ancient bloodline was too powerful. Its recovery ability was huge, so it only needed a breath's time to recover half of its aura. Now! Finally, Gui Xuanzi found a loophole in Jianghu's defense. He slashed with the gloomy ghost energy. Ghost City appears. It was as if the ghosts of the entire city came from the void. They moved mountains and seas and pounced on Jianghu. Jianghu's aura was weakened by everyone's attacks. It needed a short time to recover, but Gui Xuanzi's slash obviously would not allow it to recover. Blazing sea flame. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly changed. An ancient fist fell from the sky with blue flames, shocking everyone. The fist of the undying Fire King. Some fire elemental warriors narrowed their eyes. They had also been to the Fire Fist relic and even learned some things, so that fist felt very familiar to them. Did the attacker want to join the 4 heroes and get a share of the loot? Idiot! Idiot! Madame Bei and the others sneered disdainfully. That person suddenly attacked. Even if he helped to suppress Jianghu, they would not admit that he was qualified, so that person was an idiot. He helped them for nothing. However, that was their wishful thinking, but they did not know that they were thinking too much. Rumble. Chapter 1159. Great General Immortal Water Pop. When the 2 strong forces collided, surging spirit chi exploded out, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This was a collision between the forces of heaven and earth. The person who came actually also knew a extreme martial art? Very powerful. It's a pity that your cultivation level is a bit too low, resulting in your power still lacking a bit. Gui Xuanzi was stunned for a moment and then sneered. That mysterious man probably had the strength of a hero, but he was still no match for him, let alone compete with him. The ghosts in the Ghost City were still majestic. 2/3 of them were killed by the Fire Fist, but the remaining 1/3 of them were like moving mountains and seas. In the end, they destroyed the terrifying Fire Fist. However, Gui Xuanzi soon realized that the remaining Ghost City's momentum was no longer enough to suppress Jianghu. Moreover, the strange appearance of the Fire Fist gave Jianghu a moment of respite. Its injured body was recovering rapidly. Rumble. In the end, the sword slashed down onto Jianghu's body, and it blasted Jianghu's enormous body flying backwards. It smashed onto the other side of the city wall and left the city gate open. At this moment, 4 figures shot over like shooting stars, and they flew over the heads of everyone and shot towards the city with mocking voices. That aura was like the arrival of a king, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Bastard! The faces of the 4 heroes froze for a moment before they cursed angrily. They realized that they had been tricked. The other party did not intend to help them at all. Instead, they helped Jianghu. When Jianghu was sent flying by Gui Xuanzi's sword, they rushed into the ancient city. The 4 great heroes had been used as cannon fodder. Gui Xuanzi stared ahead and roared. His usually cold face was now filled with anger. His opponent was too cunning. Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture's Lin Ling. The frivolous voice was accompanied by arrogance. It reverberated in everyone's ears, causing many people to be at a loss. Who was this person? Only Bei Xinyang and Gui Xuanzi's expressions changed. They naturally knew who Lin Ling was. He was their enemy. Then, the 2 of them recalled the previous scene, and the anger in their hearts surged. Lin Ling, this person's intelligence was too terrifying. He had been holding back and did not make a move. When Jianghu's aura was at its weakest, he helped Jianghu. Then he took the opportunity when Jianghu was sent flying by Gui Xuanzi to enter the city. This also meant that the 4 heroes had helped Lin Ling enter the city. The most abominable, after Lin Ling had entered the city, Qiongqi was still blocking them, and Qiongqi was used to help Gue Xuanzi. That meant that the four heroes had helped Lin Ling into the city. That meant they helped Qiongqi. The entire plan was horrifying and extremely detailed. It made people wonder if Lin Ling had been preparing for 3 days and 3 nights. Just at this moment, the Qiongqi that was sent flying let out a furious roar and walked back to the city gate. Its furious eyes stared at the crowd. It had recovered to its peak. Seeing Qiongqi guarding the door again, the four heroes' faces became even uglier. So many of their people had died in vain. No, they didn't die in vain, because those people had helped Lin Ling and the others achieve their goals. Lin Ling, Bei Xinyang, will not live under the same sky as you. Bei Xinyang's charming face became ferocious at this moment. Hee, you came to my rainforest's sacred land to kill people. Do you think our hatred can be resolved? At this moment, Lin Ling's mocking voice came from the city. I will kill you. Bei Xinyang's body trembled when she heard that voice. Her killing intent became even stronger. Gue Xuanzi's face was also gloomy, but he was a shrewd person. He did not show his emotions on his face, so he did not say anything. Instead, he sneered, Lin Ling, if entering the city means winning, then you are dreaming. Don't forget, there are a lot of ancient souls in the city. As soon as he said this, many people sneered, especially those in the distance. They stood on the hill and could vaguely see the scene in the city. Therefore, they were looking forward to Lin Ling's group being surrounded and killed by the ancient souls. However, in their line of sight, the ancient city was rippling with Buddhist light. Not only did the densely packed ancient souls not surround Lin Ling's group, but they also avoided them. They have treasures. They are not afraid of the ancient souls. The people who saw this scene suddenly shouted in surprise. Gue Xuanzi and the other heroes were stunned for a moment. Then, blue veins appeared on their foreheads. Their last hope was shattered. The ancient souls could not stop Lin Ling and the others. Gue Xuanzi, in particular, felt the most uncomfortable. He had reincarnated for a lifetime and had seen all kinds of things in the world. He was confident that he could control everything. And that was indeed the case. Previously, he controlled the 3 heroes with a single sentence and asked them to join forces to kill Qiongqi. However, this was just a wedding dress for someone else. Compared to Lin Ling's wisdom, his shrewdness was like a petty trick. Interesting. This Lin Ling is really powerful. There was no lack of neutral martial artists in the distance. After seeing the situation in front of them, they could not help but smile faintly. They were full of expectations. Treasures that are not afraid of the ancient souls. We must pull this person over. On a mountain peak far away, a slender figure looked in the direction of the ancient city and smiled slightly. Kill, everyone go all out. At this moment, in front of the ancient city gate, the 4 heroes were going all out. First, they were played by Lin Ling. They had to take revenge for the humiliation. Second, if they did not enter the city, the treasures in the city would have nothing to do with them. However, when they first attacked Qiongqi, they had more people. After sacrificing a large number of people, they managed to weaken Qiongqi. This time, they had fewer people. If they wanted to achieve the same effect as before, it would take a longer time. Hi, Sakrashur Tian, will accept the treasures in the city for you. At the same time, a bold and domineering voice came from the ancient city. The 4 heroes were so angry that they gritted their teeth. At this moment in the city, there were countless ancient souls. However, they were all wandering in the distance like rootless duckweeds. Lin Ling and the other 3 walked along the streets. This ancient city seemed to be a resting place during the ancient war. Therefore, there were many treasures hidden in the city. However, as time passed, except for the vitality stones, everything else had been destroyed. Therefore, Lin Ling and the other 3 had collected a lot of vitality stones. As they walked towards the center of the city, they passed by a general's mansion. Lin Ling stopped. This general was the general who had guarded the city in the past. He was also one of the 10 generals under the Star Plucker Great Emperor, Immortal Water. This person's strength is comparable to the Undying Fire King. Unfortunately, he still could not stop the invasion of the ancient demon god. Lin Ling sighed inwardly as he stared at the entrance of the mansion. There was a statue there, carved out of a huge white rock. It exuded an icy aura. The man in the statue was about 20 years old. His features were cold and there was a sense of mystery. His nose was tall and sharp, and he looked cold and murderous. His eyes were indifferently looking at the flower in his hand, and there was an indescribable sadness in them. This was an extremely handsome man. His handsomeness did not come from his facial features. Instead, it came from his temperament. It was a temperament that was full of vicissitudes. This man is immortal water? Chapter 1160. Rootless water, heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things as dogs. He painstakingly guarded this place and finally died in battle. Before he died, he didn't even get to see his wife. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then he saw a large number of words below the stone sculpture. Chen Xian Shui, under the order of the great emperor, protected the south of Tong Valley. However, the demon god was fierce, and the people were in a terrible situation. He was at the end of the battle and was unable to reverse the situation. He wished to see Shao Qian again in his life. Sure enough, in order to protect this place, this general didn't even get to see his lover before he died. He died with grievances. The heavenly tribulation is coming, and life and death are in front of us. If we can't be together with the person we love, it will indeed be a regret in life. Yuman Yun said in a low voice. Sakura and the others nodded. Lin Ling was still looking at the stone sculpture. The appearance of the Eye of Time made him frown. This stone sculpture was actually carved by Xian Shui. However, Xian Shui didn't die here. At the crucial moment, he received a secret order from the great emperor to escort the treasure of heaven and earth away, leaving behind the star plucker's pride. This treasure wasn't the inheritance of heaven and earth that was passed down in the outside world. It was another treasure, the essence of the star plucker great emperor's life. As for what it wasn't written below the stone sculpture. It also didn't say where the treasure was. However, one could imagine that the treasure must be extremely powerful. The only thing that left an impression on Lin Ling was that the outline of the treasure was a small 9-floored ancient palace. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He led the group and continued forward. Finally, they arrived at the center of the city. A glittering pool of silver light appeared. This pool was a few hundred meters wide, and the essence of life was extremely rich. There were a large number of bones around the pool. Those people were running in the same direction, as if they wanted to run to the pool. However, they failed halfway. Some of their bones were broken. Obviously, the enemy killed them before they reached the pool. This water is the rootless water. It is said that there is no root in heaven and earth. It came from the moment when heaven and earth were created. From a drop of water, the second drop gradually formed a pool of water. This is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Lin Ling's Eye of Time appeared and scanned the ancient water. Then he smiled. So, we can soak ourselves in it as we wish? Sakura couldn't help but feel happy. Yes, the main function of this water is to recover. Although it can enhance your competence, it can strengthen your body and enhance your understanding of power Upanishads. Lin Ling nodded again. Everyone could no longer hold back the joy in their hearts and walked towards the rootless water. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. His eyes of time continued to check. In the end, he saw the drop of water that had no roots. The water in the entire huge pool was derived from that drop of water. That drop of water must be obtained. Golyulu. The four of them were soaking in the sparkling silver pool, and an indescribable feeling of comfort wrapped around them. The silver liquid was like a gentle hand, caressing their bodies. Calm, gol-gol-gol-gols gol-gol-gol-gol-gol-gol-gol-gulawoken gol-gulon-gon. Transcendent second layer. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before a faint smile appeared on his face. Sakura should have been stuck in the transcendent realm for a very long time. Therefore, the refinement of this heavenly treasure had finally pushed him to a new peak. Lin Ling then looked at Lai Qing and Yu Mengyun, only to see that both of them had entered a state of cultivation. Their bodies were continuously absorbing the rootless water, expelling the impurities in their bodies. Lin Ling didn't disturb them. He let little flame out to absorb the treasure of heaven and earth. He sank into the pool and searched for the first drop of rootless water. After all, that drop of water was the key. It could continuously produce new rootless water. Silver light flickered in the water. It was dreamy and one couldn't tell which drop was the true rootless water. However, Lin Ling's eye of time had always been heaven-defying. He sank into the water and continued to check. In the long river of time, he could find the first drop of water. After a long time, Lin Ling stopped at a spot in the water. He stood there quietly. The water in front of him rippled and the first drop of rootless water was in the middle. However, this water seemed to have a spirit and would often hide in other water. This required Lin Ling's patience to find it. Unmoving like a stone statue, Lin Ling released his mental energy and enveloped the surroundings. This was a test of patience. However, what Lin Ling didn't lack the most was patience. He was able to rely on himself to reach his current height. Patience and hard work were two of the most important factors for him. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling's pupils revealed a dazzling light. His right hand shot out from the water. His palm faced forward and he suddenly clenched his fist. He finally caught the first drop of rootless water. This water was extremely precious. It could be produced continuously. Moreover, the rootless water that was produced had a strong recovery power. It was more useful than any medicinal pill. Gurgle gurgle. After keeping that drop of rootless water, Lin Ling was ecstatic. He swam out of the water and found that Sakura and the rest had already woken up. It turned out that it had been 6 hours since he entered the water. The speed of time flow made Lin Ling surprised. He thought it had only passed in an instant. The rootless water is useless to us now, Sakura and Lai Qing said helplessly. After all, the rootless water was used to train the physical body. Although it could increase their strength, their bottleneck was limited. Therefore, they didn't absorb a lot of rootless water. This was just like the medicinal pill cultivation. No matter how good the medicinal pill was, it still needed time to digest it. Otherwise, no matter how many medicinal pills were swallowed, it would be useless. They were in such a state now. Then use your guardian deity. The guardian deity is stronger than you and can absorb more rootless water. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suggested. Sakura and Lai Qing's eyes lit up. Yeah, I'm so stupid. I can't absorb it myself, but the guardian deity can. After that, both of them released their guardian deity and immersed themselves in the sparkling silver water. Meng Yun, if you sense that the rootless water has reached its limit, release your guardian deity as well. Lin Ling said to Yuman Yun. Yuman Yun nodded and entered the state of cultivation again. Lin Ling released the ancient flame devil and crazily absorbed the surrounding water. After all, the water would only benefit others if it was left behind. It was better to absorb it all. Most importantly, the first drop of rootless water had been collected by Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling could freely absorb it. This water is used to train the physical body. I wonder how much of my small world can be awakened. The ancient flame devil's body was submerged in the water. On its neck, Lin Ling's upper body could be seen. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism. For this tempering, he wanted to strengthen his foundation and increase his strength once again. Absorb it! With a low roar, Lin Ling and the ancient flame devil seemed to have turned into the eye of a whirlpool. The surrounding water surged crazily. Sick! Chapter 1161. Appearing again. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. He sensed that the number of micro-worlds in his body had reached 600,000. This change made him ecstatic. One had to know that the higher the level of body tempering, the more difficult it was. Awakening a micro-world required a large amount of heavenly treasures, but now, in such a short period of time, he had awakened 100,000 micro-worlds. This rootless water was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling did not continue to cultivate. Currently, the four heroes were attacking Jianghu at the city gate. If they succeeded, then there would be trouble in the future. Wait for me here, I will be back soon. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then left the pool. He noticed that half of the water in the pool was gone. Then he used the green ring to store a large amount of water and shot towards the city gate. At this moment, the battle at the city gate was still in full swing. The four heroes were gasping for breath as they continued to attack the Qiongqi. Most of the people under their control had already died. The Qiongqi was indeed very powerful. However, they could not swallow their anger. Even if all of them died, they still had to take down the city gate. Especially when they thought of Lin Ling and the others plundering the treasures in the city, they felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Qiongqi's momentum is getting weaker and weaker. Gui Xuanzi's face was cold, and his whole body was emitting an icy aura. A name appeared in his mind from time to time, a name that he hated to the bone. It was Lin Ling. Once the city gate was breached, he must kill Lin Ling. Moreover, although Lin Ling and the others entered the ancient city first, they might not be able to take all the treasures. Therefore, as long as they killed Qiongqi quickly, they could still obtain a large amount of treasures. In fact, he did not know much about Lin Ling. He did not even know how powerful the other party was. He only knew that this person had an irreconcilable enmity with the Trail Era's Ghost King. As the Trail Era's Ghost King, he naturally had to help the Trail Era's Ghost King kill this ant. Unfortunately, he failed in their first meeting. Thank you for your hard work. At this moment, on top of the city wall, a slender figure stepped on the broken bricks and slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a handsome young man wearing a black robe and carrying a large sword on his back. He gave off an extremely strong visual impact. His expression was calm and he looked down from above. Even if he didn't have a hero card on him, he still had a majestic aura about him. It's him! Looking at the handsome young man, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. They still remembered the scene when the young man led 3 people into the ancient city. Furthermore, that young man was so arrogant that he dared to provoke the 4 great heroes. His boldness and courage were truly admirable. Lin Ling. The 4 heroes looked at the young man on the city wall with murderous intent in their eyes. This guy still dares to appear? The Thousand Lives Ghost Sect and the Northern Dark Evil Territory came to the Rainforest Holy Land and massacred us. You and I cannot live under the same sky. So, don't blame me for being merciless today. On the city wall, Lin Ling was looking at the 4 heroes coldly. Everyone's eyes twinkled. No wonder this guy wanted to fight against the 2 great powers. It turned out that they had a grudge against each other. However, they had never heard of the Rainforest Holy Land. The cultivators born there were not that strong. However, that young man dared to fight against the 2 great powers and even made them suffer losses. His ability was extremely powerful. Hatred can never be resolved. But don't think that you can be proud just because you took advantage of them. Gui Xuanzi's eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Ling. The corners of his mouth were curled up in a cold smile. The other 3 heroes were the same, especially the evil lady of the north. She smiled charmingly and said, "Little brother, after we break the city wall, sister will serve you well." Although her voice was seductive, the murderous intent in it was extremely thick. Many people trembled. It was said that the men who were captured by the evil lady of the north would suffer a fate worse than death. They would be locked up in the harem to nourish their young. That kind of suffering was unimaginable. That young man is in trouble. The crowd looked at Lin Ling on the city wall. He had offended the 4 heroes. His life would be worse than death. Sister? Are all the people of the Northern Dark Evil Territory so despicable? On the city wall, Lin Ling didn't care. His cold voice made the evil lady of the north's face turn gloomy. But soon she smiled and said, "You're so annoying. Don't worry, sister will serve you well." Her voice was even colder. It seemed like she had no choice but to kill Lin Ling. There was no way to compromise. "Let's talk after you break the city wall." Lin Ling's smile didn't change. He was fearless. He looked at Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun from the Western Sea Dragon Unicorn Palace and said, "You 2 are very pitiful. You have a hero card and can be considered a hero. However, you're working for someone else. Don't you feel ashamed?" Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun's eyes quietly changed. To be honest, Lin Ling clearly came for revenge. However, They had no enmity with Lin Ling. This is a grudge between me and the Thousand-Era Ghost sect. Do you want to be used as a tool? Lin Ling said again. Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun became even more silent. They were seriously considering this problem. After all, they were heroes. If they were used as tools, it would be a disgrace. So powerful. He defeated the 4 heroes with just a few words. In the distance, some older warriors were shocked. Lin Ling was a nameless junior, but his wisdom was extremely frightening. It seems like you're also struggling on your deathbed. At this moment, Gui Xuanzi laughed loudly. His voice shook the sky, causing Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun to react. Their eyes kept flashing. You're trying to drive a wedge between us. This also shows that you're afraid. You're afraid that once Qiongqi dies and the city gate is broken, you'll definitely die. Unfortunately, it's better if you don't say such words. Saying it shows us the weakness in your heart. Gui Xuanzi seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. His smile became even more relaxed. Du Xiuanshan and Xiao Yun's hearts jumped violently. Then they sneered. They almost fell for Lin Ling's trick. If they broke off their alliance with Gui Xuanzi, then Gui Xuanzi and the others would have to spend more time to kill Qiongqi. This would benefit Lin Ling. How cunning. Unfortunately, we can't do as you wish. Du Xiuanshan stared at Lin Ling and said coldly, You're courting death. Today, the city gate must be broken. How dare you steal from Du Xiuanshan? Do you think you can still live? Use you as a tool? You're just an ant. You haven't reached the point where I'm afraid of you. Xiao Yun also shouted coldly. The two of them snorted disdainfully, as if they knew Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling failed to drive a wedge between us. Instead, it made the 4 heroes even more united. I'm afraid that Qiongqi won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lin Ling has shot himself in the foot. The crowd in the distance sighed. After failing to drive a wedge between them, Lin Ling probably had no way to stop the 4 heroes. He was like a beast trapped in the city. This was the result of greed. Chapter 1162. A race against time. Hee, you must be proud now. The city gate is about to be breached. Let's see if you can still smile later. Gui Xuanzi saw Lin Ling's calmness, but he did not care at all. He guessed that Lin Ling was just pretending to be calm, but he was actually very nervous. It could only be said that in terms of shrewdness, Lin Ling was no match for him. Qiongqi's momentum has weakened greatly. Breaking the city gate is within sight. Gui Xuanzi ignored Lin Ling and ordered the other 3 heroes to attack Qiongqi. The other 3 heroes sneered and used their full strength. The city gate is about to be breached. The eyes of many people in the distance flickered. Lin Ling was probably doomed. However, at this moment, a calm voice drifted over from the city wall. It's been hard on you guys. However, fighting Qiongqi can increase your combat experience. So, for your future, it's better to fight Qiongqi a few more times. Especially Gui Xuanzi and that bitch. It's never wrong to fight more. This is what I'm reminding you guys. Fight more? Many people were puzzled. What did Lin Ling mean by this? On the other hand, Gui Xuanzi and Bei Xinyang's faces turned ugly. Lin Ling was instructing them like a senior? He even called himself older brother. Was he mocking them? However, they didn't quite understand what Lin Ling's words meant. Qiongqi, try harder. At the same time, Lin Ling waved his right hand. From the green ring, the rootless water that he had prepared earlier sprinkled down like rain. It was sparkling and translucent, as if a goddess was scattering flowers. Many people's eyes flickered. What was Lin Ling doing? However, when the rainwater landed on Qiongqi's body, something strange happened. Qiongqi's injured body rapidly recovered. The rootless water was a treasure used for recovery in the ancient war. Its effects were naturally terrifying. Furthermore, Qiongqi's recovery abilities were strong. Therefore, in just a few breaths' time, Qiongqi had fully recovered. Silence. The entire world was deathly silent. Qiongqi had recovered. This also meant that if Gui Xuanzi and the others wanted to break through the city gate, they would have to start all over again. No wonder Lin Ling said that it was good to fight more. How could they not fight now? The expressions of the four heroes froze as they stared at the revived Jianghu in disbelief. A sense of anger from being toyed with once again rose within them. "It's the city's rootless water," Gue Xuanzi roared. He knew what kind of treasure Lin Ling had used. "You guessed right, but it's a pity that there's no reward. You guys should continue to work hard. Remember my words. Fight more. You can't go wrong." On top of the city wall, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. His smile was mocking, but it was also cold. These people wanted to break into the city and kill him. This idea was good, but unfortunately, it couldn't be realized in the short term. After leaving these words, Lin Ling disappeared from the city wall. Outside the city gate, there was still complete silence. The crowd's pupils constricted. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling's last resort was to bewitch the four heroes and cause internal strife. Who would have thought that Lin Ling's purpose was not to bewitch them, but to restore Jianghu to its peak? If Jianghu was at its peak, the four heroes would have to spend a lot of time to destroy it. "Lin Ling!" Gue Xuanzi shouted again. After he entered the star-plucking purple mansion, there weren't many people he was afraid of. It was mainly those heroes and geniuses. Among the heroes, there were only a few who could make him feel fear. However, Lin Ling, whom he had only met once, had made him suffer twice. The four heroes held their breaths and furiously charged towards Jianghu. "Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. This kid looks reckless, but he's as meticulous as a needle. He's only at the first stage of Transcendent Realm, but he's able to make the four heroes run in circles. I'm looking forward to seeing how he'll face the four heroes after the city gate is broken." On top of a distant hill, a mysterious young man was drinking wine as he watched the scene in front of him. To him, the scene in front of him was too miraculous. The four heroes are all at the third stage of Transcendent Realm. Moreover, they have the hero token. Their strength must be incomparably strong. Lin Ling thought to himself as he rushed towards the city once more. He was well aware that a martial artist that possessed a hero card wasn't just there to make up the numbers. After all, this was a strength that had been proven after the trials of the Universe Temple and Kuan Temple. As of now, Lin Ling didn't fear powerhouses that possessed hero cards, but he had to be careful of those with hero cards. They still need some time to break through the city gate. I'll use this time to increase my strength. In this race of time, we'll see who's the king. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He returned to the rootless water pool and explained the situation outside the city. Yuman Yun and the rest nodded in agreement. This was a battle of life or death. What they needed was to increase their strength. However, they weren't worried at all. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. In this world, strength was everything. In order to become stronger, there were times when one had to put pressure on oneself. Moreover, if they didn't fight for the rootless water, others would become stronger after obtaining it while they would remain stagnant. Therefore, they were willing to take the risk. Natural selection. In this merciless world, it was all about who could run faster. Rumble. In the giant silver pool, Lin Ling summoned the ancient flame devil. At the same time, his miniature world awakened and absorbed the rootless water crazily. The water in the pool decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the path of martial arts, many people had already given up on cultivating their physical body because it was too difficult. If Lin Ling hadn't tempered his physical body before, he wouldn't have continued on this path. However, since he had started, he would continue on with determination. Rumble. It was as though endless lightning had exploded in his body. The 700,000 miniature worlds awakened at the same time. It was as though 700,000 resplendent lights had appeared in Lin Ling's body. Every light was filled with terrifying power. Moreover, these powers contained the power of fire. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with the control of spiritual energy. Obviously, the awakening of his miniature world allowed him to control his bones, organs, and everything else. Puff, puff, puff. At the same time, the ground began to sink. Dust soared into the sky, causing Yuman Yun and the other two's expressions to change drastically. In their eyes, Lin Ling sank into the ground with the pool. It was as though the ground couldn't hold up Lin Ling's weight. Is this guy going to transform into a demonic beast? Sakura's face was filled with horror. He looked at Little Flame and suddenly felt that Little Flame was no match for Lin Ling in terms of physical strength. Chirp, chirp. Little Flame waved its fist and was happy for Lin Ling obviously. It noticed that Lin Ling was transforming at a crazy speed. This transformation was different from ordinary martial artists becoming stronger. He was walking on another path of martial arts. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1163. Attacking the city. Looks like we can't cultivate anymore. Lai Qing shook her head helplessly. However, she had also reached her limit. No matter how much rootless water there was, she couldn't absorb it anymore. Moreover, she and the Guardian had stored a large amount of rootless water in their bodies. They needed to fight to digest those treasures. Yuman Yun sighed. In the Water Moon Holy Land, martial cultivators mainly cultivate their physical bodies. However, when they become stronger, they will realize that this path is very difficult. In the end, they can only follow the general trend and cultivate their spiritual energy. Lin Ling came to the Water Moon Holy Land in the past and cultivated the Tai True Body. I didn't expect him to persist on this path. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If the warriors of the Water Moon Holy Land learn from Lin Ling and persist on this path, they will discover another sky. Of course, the premise is that they have enough treasures to temper their physical bodies. Sakura also sighed. Then, they realized that not only the surroundings, but even the entire ancient city was surging toward the well as if it was being sucked in. This was caused by the continuous sinking of the earth. Has he awakened 800,000 small worlds? Yuman Yun was even more expectant. However, she didn't know that Lin Ling had already awakened 900,000 small worlds. His physical strength had reached 900 million. What kind of concept was that? With the strength of his physical body, he could break the sky with his fists and crack the earth with his feet. That kind of power was not inferior to spiritual source attacks at all. The most terrifying thing was that his defense was even more powerful. One had to know that the Tyrant Song Sword was a king-grade sacred artifact, but Lin Ling had never been able to unleash its power. That was because Lin Ling wasn't strong enough. Now that his physical strength had increased, the power of the Tyrant Song Sword was also constantly being dug out. At this moment, in the depths of the earth, the rootless water turned into a whirlpool and was crazily being absorbed by Lin Ling. Moreover, there was less and less of it. Puff, puff. As for Lin Ling, in his senses, the sound of thunder was constantly erupting. One small world after another was crazily awakening. The speed made Lin Ling excited as if he was drinking wine. Oh my God, look at the city! That huge pool has disappeared. At this moment, outside the city, the crowd on the hills pointed in horror. They had also seen the terrifying phenomenon in the city. Bastard! The four experts roared. Lin Ling was despicable. They didn't know what method he used to steal all the rootless water. And they were still attacking the city gate. The people who had died before had died in vain. We must kill Lin Ling. The four heroes also had ugly expressions. They wanted to kill Qiongqi and split the treasures in the city, but there were no treasures left for them. However, they still had a glimmer of hope. As long as the treasures were with Lin Ling, then they could take back everything they had lost. Unfortunately, they thought that Lin Ling had only collected the rootless water. They did not know that Lin Ling had directly refined it, and even stored what he could not refine in his body. Kill! The chilling aura around Gu Xuanzi's body became even more turbulent, causing countless ghosts to appear around him as if he was enraged by the Ghost King. Bei Xianyang looked at the people in the distance and said, their people were all dead, and it would take a long time for the four experts to kill Qiongqi, so she wanted the people in the distance to help. Are you using us as cannon fodder? An old woman in the distance sneered. She wasn't fooled at all. After all, this was the enmity between Lin Ling and Bei Xianyang. Lin Ling, a nameless person who doesn't even have a hero card or a hero card, how did he manage to obtain so many treasures? If this rootless water is used in battle, it can save one's life at a critical moment, and if it is used to temper one's physique and build a solid foundation, breaking through to the transcendent realm will increase one's chances by 1%. Bei Xianyang wasn't angry, but smiled charmingly. Many people's eyes flashed. At their level, it was difficult to break through, so even a 1% chance of breaking through was a great gift. In addition, they had seen the restorative power of the rootless water. The injured Qiongqi had recovered in a short time after being nourished by the rootless water. If they could get a drop of the rootless water, it would be equivalent to having a life-saving card in a life or death situation. Although her words are provocative and misleading, it is undeniable that she is right. Moreover, I have never heard of Linling. He doesn't even have a hero card. How can he take all the treasures? Yes, for now he has taken all the treasures, but leaving the ancient city is still a problem. Why don't we join Gui Xuanzi and the others and help them kill Linling in exchange for a drop of the rootless water? Many people whispered. Human nature was selfish. They were just watching the show, but now that it was related to their own interests, they were unwilling to give up. Perhaps after hearing Bei Xianyang's words, they thought that they should also have a share of the rootless water. How could they let Linling take it all for himself? We are killing Qiongqi now, but you can also treat Linling as Qiongqi. Only by killing Linling can we win the battle and get what we deserve. I promise you, those who help will be rewarded according to their contributions. This world is fair. No one can take all the treasures for himself. Gui Xuanzi also said proudly. His voice was full of emotion, which moved even more people. He is indeed a ghost king. With just a few words, he has pulled everyone to his side. Those who have reincarnated are indeed astute. How will Linling get out of the city? In the distance, the mysterious young man who had been watching the show smiled faintly. If Linling dies in battle, then I'll take his Buddhist treasure. If he doesn't die, his Buddhist treasure is indispensable when we go to that place. At this moment, more and more people rushed to the city gate to help deal with Qiongqi. Naturally, many people died in the process, but more people were blinded by greed. The commotion at the city gate is getting bigger and bigger. At this moment in the city, Yumun Yun and the other two frowned. Then they looked at the sunken well. The three of them finally decided to go out and stop the enemies from interrupting Linling's cultivation. Linling should be at the crucial moment. The three of us should be able to hold them off for a while. Let's go. A stone pillar appeared in Sakura's right hand as he strode forward. Yumun Yun and Lai Qing followed slowly. After a while, the three figures appeared on the ancient city wall. They looked at Qiongqi, who was gradually weakening, and frowned. No wonder Qiongqi couldn't hold them off in such a short period of time. It turned out that there were more people than expected. They have appeared. At the city gate, the crowd also saw Sakura and the other two. Many of them sneered. If Linling had countless experts on his side, they wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. However, there were only 4 people on Linling's side. Hence, the rootless water was equivalent to giving them a free gift. How could they not dare to provoke Linling? Hand over the rootless water. This treasure belongs to everyone. It doesn't belong to the 4 of you. One of the old men shouted coldly. Hand it over. As soon as the old man finished his words, the crowd roared with anger. Yumun Yun and the other 2 were stunned. Previously, when the 4 heroes attacked the city, no one dared to stand out to fight for it. However, Linling took the lead and fought for the treasure. In the end, he kept the treasure in his pocket. However, these people ran out and said that the treasure belonged to everyone. They were bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Chapter 1164. Share trials and tribulations, not riches and honor, scram. Scram. Di Shirtian disdained to say anything more, only one word, scram. You 4 are so greedy, are you really not afraid of death? Scram. The crowd was furious. Linling's group not only refused to hand over the treasure, but also wanted them to scram? So what if I die? If you want to fight, then let's fight to the end. I only hope that you won't regret your actions. Di Shirtian took a step forward, releasing the tyrannical aura he had back in the rainforest. These people were obviously greedy, but they said that the 4 of them were greedy. Then the only way was to fight to the end. Ignorant. Scram. Audacious juniors. Scram. The crowd was even more furious. They would still pay some attention to Lin Ling, but what qualifications did those three have to be so arrogant? Kill. Scram. Many people raised the weapons in their hands, releasing a powerful aura. It's getting more and more interesting. Scram. Looking at the scene of monstrous killing intent, Gui Xuanzi said indifferently, as if he was the military advisor behind the scenes. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would leave the city. Lai Qing, I heard that your sword is very sharp. Let's see who will kill more. Scram. Di Shirtian jumped down from the city wall, holding a huge stone pillar in his left hand and an ancient plaque in his right. The sword in Lai Qing's hand was filled with cold killing intent. She slashed out with the extreme force slash, like a reflection of a mirror, slashing out in a zigzag angle. Shio. With a single slash, dozens of people were beheaded. No martial arts profound could stop her slash. This woman is so powerful. Many people gasped. Lai Qing didn't have any outstanding cards, but her strength wasn't any weaker than an outstanding talent. There were few in the second layer of the transcendent realm who could be her match. Di Shirtian's attack was wide open. Although he didn't comprehend any extreme martial arts, the treasure in his hand was extremely sharp, as if it could destroy any martial arts. What kind of treasure does this person have? Why is it so powerful? Even more people were trembling with fear. They looked at Sakura as if they were seeing the descent of an ancient Buddha, as if they were seeing the most ancient overlord. In addition, Yuman Yun's relic bloomed with dazzling rays of light and its defense was extremely powerful. It helped Lai Qing and Di Shirtian to occasionally resist the attacks of the enemies. For a moment, the experts in the surroundings were actually helpless against Sakura and the others. Instead, many of them were killed by them. Compared to Cheongqi, Sakura, three people were also not much weaker. They all have treasures in their hands. If we kill them, those treasures will belong to us. At this moment, someone shouted. This caused the crowd, who were initially a little fearful, to go crazy once again. The rootless water and the precious treasure of the Buddhist sect were enough to make them go crazy. However, the crowd didn't notice that a white palanquin had appeared behind them. A skinny and weak figure walked out from the palanquin. The shout from before had come from the palanquin. This person was short and wore a white robe. His long hair was casually draped over his shoulders. Through his long hair, one could see that his face was extremely pale, as if he was suffering from a serious illness. His cold eyes stared ahead, filled with bloodlust. Cough cough. Suddenly, this person coughed and used a white handkerchief to cover his mouth. After a moment, the handkerchief was covered with blood. Many people also saw this person and were extremely puzzled. They noticed that this person didn't have any martial arts on him at all, as if he was a seriously ill ordinary person. Second Life Ghost King, you're here. However, Gui Xuanzi looked at the thin and weak youth and said. His eyes were filled with dense fear. Cough cough, I heard that the enemy of the Thousand Life Ghost sect is here, so I came to take a look. The man in white said softly. His voice was very soft as if it was very difficult to speak loudly. However, his weak appearance made Gui Xuanzi even more afraid. He was the first Life Ghost King and had reincarnated once. However, the man in white was the second Life Ghost King and had reincarnated twice. One should know that in the Thousand Life Ghost sect, the more reincarnations one had, the higher their status and the more mysterious they were. Moreover, there was a purple jade pendant hanging on his waist. This showed his proud identity even more. This person was a rare hero. Some people in the distance also saw the jade pendant and gasped. A hero was the most terrifying existence in the Qian and Kuan palaces. The man in white looked into the distance and said softly, the rootless water is also very important to me. I must get it. Don't worry, Gui Xuanzi will get it for the Second Life Ghost King. Gui Xuanzi said softly. He was unwilling to give up, but he believed that if his strength increased greatly, he still had a chance to surpass the other party and control his life and death. Go! The man in white nodded and walked back into the palanquin again. Kill! At this moment, at the city gate, the battle was still crazy and earth-shattering. Sakura and the other two were still blocking the crowd and were not afraid of death. Brother Sakura, Do you still remember us? At this moment, 7 figures also shot towards the city gate. The leader was a young man with a bright smile. He looked at Sakura as if he had met a soulmate in a foreign land. The smile on his face was extremely happy. Xiao Dao. Sakura was stunned for a moment, then a joyful smile appeared on his face. In the past, he and Lin Ling separated at the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling went to the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture while he trained in Xianpeng Province. Along the way, he got to know those 7 people. Those 7 people were the 7 swordsmen of Tianshan Mountain. They had fought side by side with him and had a good relationship. You brother Sakura, I didn't expect to meet you here. Under the lead of the young man, the 7 people all shot towards Sakura. Sakura, be careful. Lai Qing's face was cold as she reminded him coldly. Don't worry, I went through the Death Abyss forest with them in the past. That friendship was built through life and death. Sakura shook his head with a smile and strode towards the 7 swordsmen of Tianshan Mountain. Yeah, we went through thick and thin together. How can that friendship be explained in a few words? The young man in the lead also smiled slightly, but in the next moment, his smile became cold. You have a Buddhist treasure in your hands. In addition, you are surrounded by strong cultivators today. You will definitely die. Why don't you give the Buddhist treasure to us brothers? The friendly faces of the 7 people instantly changed and became ferocious. That's right, they went through thick and thin with Sakura. However, humans are the most complicated animals. Being able to go through thick and thin together didn't mean that they could share riches and honor together. Jealousy and the desire to become stronger would change people and make them more selfish. Kill! At this moment, Lai Qing's sword fiercely slashed over. She didn't trust anyone at all, so she had been paying attention to the surroundings. The head of the person who attacked flew up. He couldn't block Lai Qing's decisive slash. Although Sakura avoided his vital parts, his abdomen was still slashed by the sword. Blood spurted out. Fortunately, he had refined a large amount of rootless water before, so his self-recovery ability was stronger. Otherwise, this slash would have taken his life. You guys? Chapter 1165. Coming from the city, I'm selfish? Fine, I'm selfish. Sakura laughed crazily. His blood was flowing, but it was also boiling. Kill cleanly. Bang. Taking a step forward, the huge stone pillar became even bigger. Buddha's light shone, and with the stone pillar in his hand, Sakura swept through the army, which made the leader's face change drastically. In the past, they fought side by side, and everyone's strength was about the same. But now, Sakura was actually so much stronger than him. Buddha treasure, it must be the help of the Buddha treasure. If he got the Buddha treasure, then he could immediately be verified by the Qian and Kun temples and become an outstanding person, shaking Xianpeng province. I must get it. The leader laughed excitedly. Unfortunately, his mind was occupied by the joy of the Buddha treasure, but he forgot that he was no longer Sakura's opponent. Boom! Everywhere the stone pillar passed, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. The leader turned into powder, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. You killed Xiao Dao, you're crazy. The remaining people roared, and their eyes were red. Interesting. Gui Xuanzi sneered at the scene, then his low voice drifted out. Did you see that? This person didn't even care about brotherhood for the sake of treasure. What right does such a person have to stay in this world? Moreover, he dared to provoke the experts of the Qian and Kun temples, which is looking down on us. So, this person must not be left alive. The people here came from all over Xianpeng province and all kinds of sections. At this moment, when they saw others making a move, they all made a move. They seemed to be killing for the sake of righteousness, but in reality, they all had selfish motives, and that was to get Sakura's treasure. This scene was familiar. Previously, Lin Ling and the rest were enemies of everyone in the First Mainland, and now they were enemies again. In the end, it was because Lin Ling and the other three's reputation was too weak, and no one had heard of them. The arrow was already on the bow, and it had to be released. Sakura and the other two unleashed their full strength, and those who got close to the city gate were killed without mercy. As a result, Many experts from the various sects died in the hands of the three of them. It's about time. At the side of the four heroes, Xiao Yun lightly said. Now that Lin Ling's group of four had incurred the wrath of the masses, even if they could leave alive, Xianping province would no longer tolerate them. After all, they had killed too many disciples of the various experts. The three of them have consumed a lot of their spiritual source. It's time for us to make our move. Dou Siyuan Shan nodded. They were like the masterminds behind the scenes, using the greed of the crowd to lure them into attacking Lin Ling's group. Only after exhausting Lin Ling's spiritual source and energy did they attack. The benefits of this were, firstly, that they could take care of the other party effortlessly. Secondly, they had left behind their illustrious names, making the disciples of the various powers owe them a favor. Let me do it. Xiao Yun took a step forward, shooting towards Sakura and the other two in midair. The aura of a third-level transcendent was released. Most importantly, his saint physique had actually reached the rare profound level. This was also the reason why he was able to become a hero. Hero Xiao Yun has made his move. He couldn't stand the arrogance of Lin Ling's group of four. Kill them. These people even killed their own brothers, angering both humans and gods. Many people roared. Seeing their fellow disciples and friends die in the hands of Sakura and the other two, their eyes were already red with killing intent. Rumble. Above the sky, a multicolored giant talisman appeared, emitting a sacred and inviolable majesty. Triple Yuan Golden Dipper Sect's secret art, chaotic clear talisman. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Xiao Yun, he actually cultivated the chaotic clear talisman. It was said that the Triple Yuan Golden Dipper sect had three great martial arts talismans: Chaotic Clear Talisman, Chaotic Clear Talisman, and Triple Yuan Talisman. With these three talismans in hand, commanding the world would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Not good, I can't hold on to my plaque. This martial art seems to be able to absorb a martial artist's spiritual source and treasures. Sakura and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They realized that the Buddhist treasure was about to fly into the sky, and they couldn't hold on to it. Damn it, the other party obviously wanted to snatch their treasure. This Buddhist treasure doesn't belong to you, it belongs to everyone. It's the same for the rootless water, how can you keep it all for yourself? In the sky, Xiao Yuan's words were full of majesty. Sakura and the other two had the strength of a hero card, but he was a hero, so it wasn't difficult for him to kill the other party. Rumble. The earth shook, and the situation of Sakura and the other two was getting worse. The crowd in the distance sneered. Without the Buddhist treasure, these three could still be arrogant. My relic. Yuman Yun's relic made a crisp sound, and the string that was strung together with the relic was about to break. This made her face turn pale. Could it be that she had to use the guardian deity? However, if she used the guardian deity in front of everyone, she was afraid that it would attract even more greed. At that time, the experts that would appear would most likely be existences like the Triple Ghost King. I have advised you, but you didn't listen. What a pity. Just then, the earth shook even more violently. The mighty voice drifted out from the ancient city, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Did Lin Ling come out? Sakura and the other two couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was in seclusion before, and now he had succeeded in breaking through? Rumble. The ancient city also swayed, and even the ancient Qiongqi's eyes were filled with fear. Then, under countless gazes, the ancient city actually floated. This. The crowd widened their eyes. The city also floated? Bang. Dust flew everywhere and rocks flew everywhere. After the huge city floated a few meters high, it immediately stopped. Then, it slowly moved forward. It felt as if the city could move. What's going on? More people were shocked. However, when some people's eyes fell below the city, their faces instantly turned pale. Under the city, a black-robed young man appeared. He stepped on the ground and walked forward slowly. His left hand was raised high, and in his palm was the ancient city. Holding the city? Staring at that scene, many people forgot to breathe. It was too terrifying. Many people will die today. A cold voice echoed in the city, as if an ancient general was speaking. Then the huge city flew towards Shaoyun. From afar, it looked like an island falling from the sky, pulling up mountains and rivers. Everyone's heart was filled with a terrifying thought. Lin Ling, pulling up mountains and rivers, holding up a city to fight Shaoyun. Chaotic origin world. Shaoyun's eyes were filled with shock. If he used his spiritual source to hold up the city, he could still barely do it. However, he saw that Lin Ling didn't use his spiritual source. This meant that he was using his physical body to hold up the city. Puff, 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 puff. The ancient talisman in the sky shot out light like fireflies, majestically sweeping towards the ancient city. Bang, bang, bang. Although the ancient city was huge, it had been there for too long, so it couldn't block the light of the fireflies. Therefore, when the ancient city smashed towards Shaoyun,